final one.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. After a very long day yesterday and a short night last night, seemed like, here we are again, and welcome everyone. Call this meeting to order, noting that we have Councillor Vickers will be coming in momentarily. I will ask you all to join me in a moment of reflection, please. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest around the table? Seeing none, we'll move into Committee of the Whole with a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Kentner, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. And this morning we're talking about the 2021 draft capital budget. So we'll turn it over to you, Rob, again, to start us off. And he's just coming in the door.
Yep. Wait just a second. It's Tie Tuesday.
Morning, Paul.
Morning. Morning, everyone.
Hi, Paul. Over to you.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, as we've indicated, today is Capital Day, where we will be going by division through the capital projects for council's benefit. I'm not going to do too much right now. I'm just going to turn it over to Darcy, who is going to just give us a bit of a recap. You said he was going to explain something a little more definitive with regard to the library debt and Thompson Street debt, and then also speak about the resulting changes that occurred yesterday from the one thing related to bag tags. So just.
Thank you, Madam
Morning,
Mayor.
Darcy.
So everybody's received some updated slides in front of you, as well as on the screen behind council. We talked about this yesterday, and hopefully this provides better clarity for council. I've broken out the base budget increase between the core budget increase, the Thompson Street debt, and the new library debt repayments. So all of those combined still equal that $740,000 number that used to be there from yesterday. Still makes up the 5.06% overall. Roads and bridges and facility funding hasn't changed. The other thing that you'll notice is that under the general capital works funding, that number has actually increased substantially. It's now $360,000 because the offset is that we've removed what was the library funding last year, the base funding of the $174,000. So again, that still equals the same overall number and the same increased percentage of 1.26%. So in this slide, nothing has changed. We're still looking at 8.7%, but I hope that this better illustrates the breakdown of the budget. So before I move on to the next slide, I'll just open it up to council if any questions, or if you think that this better illustrates the issues specifically around the library and the concern that we're double taxing for the library.
Question, Councillor Kentner.
Yeah, I mean, through your worship, thank you, Darcy. I was totally baffled yesterday, and I think I still am. You know, I've been on the dark side, you know, all my life, and so it's very, very hard to wrap your head around some of these concepts. But as I understand it, the debenture wasn't issued last year, but we made a payment. Am I right?
No, through your worship. So last year in 2020, the $174,400 was a contribution to the capital. So instead of us actually having to borrow money, we just paid the in-year capital. So for 2021, we will be issuing a debenture as part of the whole library project. I'll be bringing a report forward in January to give final numbers and to seek approval to go get that debenture. So we will be making payments in 2021. And we're expecting those payments to be that $170,450.
Okay, Councillor Greenfield.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I think I've got the picture now. Just as long as we're able to explain it to the public, I don't want somebody coming and saying, well, how come you're not paying any on the debenture on the library this year? And which we are. It's just a little, yeah, not quite straightforward. But anyway, as I say, I think I have the picture now. And as long as that debenture is being covered for 2021, I'm fine.
I can't.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in my hand, I have last year's approved budget spending. New library facility, $175,000. We tax the public an extra $175,000 to put towards library debt repayment. Somebody decided to put it towards capital expenditures. I don't understand why. And it's just a absolutely pure visual that we're asking for the same thing again this year. And if the council can't describe it, how can we describe it to the public? We're not going to get through to them. It appears, we're not, but it appears we're asking twice for that. And I would like that line gone, 174.50, because that was done last year. And I don't know how you changed the books last year for some reason. We can change them this year, but that figure shouldn't be there. It should be last year's. Thank you.
So, from my perspective, I think it's easily explained, but I'm a bean counter, so that's why it comes natural to me. So I'm going to pass it over to Matt, maybe, as the layperson to try and explain it.
So I get to be the lucky one to try and do the translation work, and I'll do my best, and Darcy will correct me where I get this wrong. Last year we put in the $175,000 for debt because we expected the project to be issuing debt in 2020, but because the project's taken longer, we won't be issuing debt till the start of 2021. So that's why it said debt last year, and it's being used as a capital payment, because there's no point issuing debt before we've paid all of our bills. So we may as well just pay the $175,000 to the contractor. It means we have to issue less debt in the future. It wasn't actually new money last year anyway. We've been budgeting $150,000 to $170,000 for library for the last 5 years? 3 years. So when it showed up in the documents last year, it wasn't part of the tax rate increase. That was part of the money that was already there. And so, in effect, the library here isn't part of the tax rate increase either, because what we're doing is taking the $175,000 that's been capital for the last 3 years and moving it to operating for the next 15 to 20 years, because now it becomes a debt payment. Where I think the confusions come to today and yesterday is about, it looks like it's included in this increase, because it is an increase in the base budget for operating, because we've moved it from one to the other. Where the issue comes is that the capital funding that has had that 170 in there for 3 years now, in effect goes down by 170 because we're moving it to operating. But there's bids in the budget for general capital works funding of $360,000 more than there would be if we've taken the library out of it. So it's not that we're double taxing on the library, it's just that there is a request before you today for council to decide about to do more capital work than we've done in the past. Whereas I think perhaps council was thinking that once we didn't have the library capital, that capital the general capital works would stay static and there'd be no increase to it. Does that make some sense?
Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I think I'm starting to follow, so will you point
That's a
out
good sign.
Will you please point out to us, when we get to that point in the budget, this is where this $174,000 is allocated, so we can have some consideration of that expenditure?
So yeah, absolutely. In the budget, on today's agenda, and in the package that you've had for a month now, is what's called the 2021 Capital Programme Consolidated First Draft. And that's got a list of just the headings and the value for all of the capital projects that are projected for 2021. Within that, it says 2020 capital project carry forwards, and they're all the ones that you've paid for already, but we didn't get done for whatever reason this year that are going to next year. The next section of that, the bottom of page 1 and all the way down to and including long-term fleet replacement at the end of page 2, are 2021 general capital projects. This is the coloured sheet that you've got that's got each heading line is in a different colour. It says 2021 general capital projects. Those are all of the projects that make up this general capital works funding, and that's where the library funding was there before, because the library was never part of your 1%, 0.5% increases for bridges, roads, and facilities. For those of you who can see my screen, it looks something like this if you're looking at it right now, and we can pause in a moment and I can come and help you find it if you need to. So everything that's in there, one of the lines in 2020 on that would have been library for 170,000. Library's gone out of that, so in effect it should have gone down by 170,000, but part of these 40 odd various projects, 30 various projects, means that there's an increase in funding of 360,000, or 360,000 minus the library funds, so 1.26%. So council, if they don't want to increase the general capital works funding by that 1.26%, they can pull out any of these 30 projects that are listed here as general capital projects.
So, Madam Mayor, specifically to the question from Councillor Kentner, the capital budget does not work like the operating budget, so we can't point to a specific line item or department that says this is where the increase is, because in the operating budget, you've got utilities, it's the same line item, so you can see whether it's going up or down. When it comes to capital, it's new projects every single year. It's different projects from different divisions based on the needs of the corporation overall. So to Matt's point, when you get to that general capital, it's every one of those projects that include the corporate services, fire and emergency services, harbor, parks, arena, cemetery, memorial park, Blue Dolphin Pool, Meaford Hall, library, and the long-term fleet. All of those projects combined are considered our general capital works. And that's because that's everything that isn't roads, bridges, or facilities.
And to make that even clearer, some of those obviously, harbour, parks, etc., sound like facilities. When we talk about that facilities, the facility capital funding increase that's up on the screen, that's the hard costs of the buildings in those facilities. That's based on those facility condition assessments from a couple of years ago. So it's the money we need to upgrade the infrastructure at the office, like the HVAC system, or the water supplies to the park, for instance. All of the stuff that's in here, even though it's under harbour and arena and cemetery, is the discretionary stuff that will help the operations get better. So the software for the cemetery, the scoreboard at the arena, the signs at the parks, those sorts of things that aren't required to stop a building fall down, but are sort of still capital works.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
So through your worship, I guess the clarification I was looking for here today, or from that screen, is road, bridges, and funding increase, 1.58%. But we're taking 2% off, so does that mean 32%? 32 or 42? 42. 42.42%. If I understand it right, is that going towards debt repayment of the Thompson Road?
Yes.
Effectively, that's what we've tried to do, yes.
And again, is there a reason why you did the accounting the way you did? And I'm not arguing with you or anything. It just seems odd that everybody looks at it and says it should be 1 and 1, right? Roads and bridges, 1 and 1. It should be 2, but it only adds up to 1.58.
Yeah, I fully understand that, through your worship. I guess this is always where the struggle comes in, is that You know, and this is a good point in why we need budgeting software, because the way that we present the budget is a reflection of our financial system. Our financial system is a reflection of the requirements that, you know, how we have to present our financials based on public sector accounting standards and guidelines. So, like, debt has to be shown as an operating expense, not as capital, right? That's a requirement through the accounting standards. So that's why I understand that it's maybe hard to follow, and this is where some of that struggle comes in. But when you look at the operating budget, it is really easy to see from department to department, or divisions, or even right down to the line item of that, you know, the utilities budget or the training budget, where every single change has happened from 2020 to 2021. That is not the case for capital, because we're not, to Matt's point, we're not replacing a scoreboard at the arena every year. They're all one-off projects. So it's not possible, you know, to Councillor Kentner's question, I can't highlight the projects that make up $360,000. Because we spent, for argument's sake, we spent $1 million last year on general capital works that probably encompassed, again, 30 projects. This year, the request is to spend $1.36 million on general capital works, again, encompassing 30-some projects. So there's no way to pinpoint the absolute pressure point, which project is the pressure point in the budget. It's simply the overall portfolio, that pot of money that we're using.
Councillor, yeah,
So
supplementary.
is this partly because, as a municipality, we don't pay tax and we don't depreciate things? Is that kind of what? Because in a business world, I think it looks a little bit different, because they're looking for the depreciation on their investments, on their capital that they've put in. Is that part of what the problem is? Is because we don't file for income tax, so
Through your worship, no, we do depreciate on all of our assets. We're required to. It's part of our financial statements at the end of the year for depreciation. The difference is that we just don't budget for the depreciation. Because if we budgeted for depreciation and said that that's what our capital funding envelope was, we wouldn't have enough money. Because depreciation is a reflection of a percentage of a historical value, not the requirements of the future value of the asset that's actually needed. Because we've got a bunch of assets that are fully depreciated, right? So we wouldn't be depreciating anything, even though we might have to spend $1 million replacing that pipe in the ground, but it's 120 years old, so there's no depreciable value left on it. So that's why we don't use depreciation as a reflection within the budget, because it's not accurate.
As a very quick follow-up to Darcy's comment about the values, I've just done the math very, very rapidly. Right now, the general capital works funding, the tax-supported section of it, because some of these projects are from reserves or from donations or various other places, the tax-supported part of the general capital works funding comes out as $1,054,450. Last year, the general capital works funding was $868,800. So when you take off the $174,400 for the library, that goes down to $694,400. And then add back in $360,050, that's $105,450. So basically what we're saying is we've gone up in increased general capital works from $868,800 to $1,054,000, and that's a 1.26 increase in the entire tax levy for general capital works. Where it looks confusing is because the big library projects come out of that, and lots of other smaller projects have got into it. So it's that 360,000 increase. So it's not really a 360,000 increase, but it is because we've moved the library from capital funding to a debt payment.
Councillor Kentner.
Yeah, again, I apologize for being so thick-skulled. At a point in time last year, a decision was made to dedicate this $174,50, is it, to a variety of capital projects. Did we vote on that decision? I just forget it.
No, because you're going to today. It's part of this budget.
Okay, through your worship, so last year's budget included the debt payment for the library. What you're asked, that reallocation of that red number that you see behind the mayor's head there, 174,400. That's what was in last year's budget for the library that has been transferred to operating. We have used all of that savings in the capital budget, plus more, for requested projects for 2021.
And I think maybe that we look at this in a different way. Rather than getting too hung up on where money's moved, the total budget request is an increase of 8.7%. One of the reasons for that 8.7% is because the general capital works funding is going up, and that's because there's these 30 projects listed on the sheet that I suggested that you look at as requests from staff. Now, every single one of those is because we as staff believe we need to do that. When we look at what our needs are, we don't necessarily look at how much money was spent last year. Because, as Darcy was saying, for capital, it's really difficult. As for my team, maybe last year we spent 300,000, but this year we only need to spend 50,000 in cultural services, as an example. Or it might go the other way around. So we don't try and match dollar for dollar. So what all of the groups here have done, and you'll hear from them all this morning, have said, these are the things that we believe we need to do. So maybe the best way for council and for staff to look at this right now is to not worry too much about how it compared to last year, but focus on if this tax increase is too much for council, and we acknowledge that it probably is, then which of these projects do you not think are important? Then just take those out one by one, rather than trying to get down to a specific number of 175,000.
Okay. Anything else at this point? Okay. All right, thanks, Darcy. Carry on.
So, through your worship, just a final update. The one direction that council did provide, there's a couple reports that will be coming forward for November 30th, but the one clear direction that came from yesterday was increasing the bag tag fees from $3 to $4. That we are expecting additional revenue of $60,000 in 2021 for that. So what that now means is that the projected tax rate increase would be 8.29%.
Okay. Councillor Vickers.
Is there any consideration, since we're announcing the bag tag increase right now, I would think most people would buy a fair few bag tags in advance.
Through your worship, that's already been considered in that we believe that people will rush to buy bag tags and hoard them for 2021.
Yeah,
it happened a couple years ago when we went from $2.50 to $3. That's why the number has been set at $60,000 and not a number that is higher than that.
Okay. Should I ask what the number will be for 2022?
We believe it would probably, like, once it levels out, probably $75,000 to $80,000.
Okay. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I remember correctly, the last time we put bag tags up, the people that sell the bag tags got a phone call, asked for their inventory of bag tags, and got billed the difference. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that is not correct.
Okay, well, that's how another municipality did it at my location, so that the price went up immediately.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I remember the last time that we had the bag tag discussion, and I believe it was Councillor Greenfield, Deputy Mayor at the time, who suggested that was the issue of the budget in that particular year. So I'm just wondering, now that we've made this decision about communication to the public, so that the word gets out there and that we manage. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, I'll just indicate, at this point in time, it's just proposed.
Right.
Council has proposed it until we still have to
Sign
have
it.
our statutory public
Right.
meeting on the budget, and then following that, fees and charges bylaw is actually where the charge does. So I don't think we're communicating right now to the public that it is $4 effective 2021. It's just right now proposed at this point. So.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just suggesting, yeah, we manage that carefully as we go. Thank you.
There.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So this is just very high level. The tax supported program is just about $7.8 million this year. You see from the pie chart, it's spread out, quite a bit across the board in many different areas. This, of course, will get updated after today's discussion if projects are removed or reduced or whatever the case may be. This $7.8 million is not a reflection of the tax levy that's funding it. It is the total capital project. So, we have a number of different areas where we're using development charges or debt or government grants, things of that nature to offset. So this is the total expenditure. This is not the funding solely from the tax levy. There, of course, is a lot of discussion that also needs to happen on the user rate side of things. There's over $5 million worth of projected expenses within the water and wastewater divisions. Over half of that cost is just on a single project, being the Nelson Street Booster Pumping Station at $2.7 million. The lion's share of that project is completely debt financed will be over an extended period of time. So again, to the point on the previous slide as well, it's over $5 million in capital works, but a majority of that funding is not coming from in-year water and sewer user rates. It's coming from various sources, the biggest one, of course, being debt.
Questions?
So very similar to yesterday, with kind of one exception. Departments will have up to 45 minutes. We're scheduled some of the earlier departments much tighter because they may only have, a handful of projects, capital projects to even discuss. So we don't want to have great big huge long waits in between. So it'll be up to 45 minutes for departments to present their capital program. And then we'll open it up to any public or council Q&A that happens after that. We, as part of this year's budget process, of course, council is very aware as staff, we didn't provide any, propose any real enhancements to the budget. We left that up to council. We know that as of this moment, council didn't contact no member of council contacted the CAO to complete budget enhancement reports. So we actually won't have to go through any significant enhancements for 2021. So what will happen is we'll run through all the capital for each of the different divisions. We'll then take our break and then be able to come back and do a recap or kind of a refresh of where we're at with the budget. It'll give me some time to get a new slide put together if there's been any capital that's been removed. And then council can still have some further discussions if you had things that were, top of mind from yesterday or from this morning that you just weren't too sure about because you wanted to see kind of where things rattled out. You'll be able to bring those issues back up again before the end of the day. And then, we'll go from there. We get to the meeting on the 30th. In reality, after the end of today, council should have set the tone and the expectations for the budget and where we're at. The only thing that will really need to be discussed on the 30th are those, the reports that were requested from yesterday and anything that might be requested from today. We can then finalize the draft budget to be able to take it to the public on the 14th of December.
Okay. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chapman. You mentioned that you need an opportunity to pull together some reports, and understandable. One of the things that I would like for clarity would be where we are with this proposal of long-term debt, all things considered, where we are in our debt capacity. Maybe you have that off the cuff right now, but if you need a little bit of time to do that, I know I would definitely appreciate to know that statistic.
Through your worship, I can say that there's between 2020 projects and 2021, we're expecting to add, we're of course expecting to add debt to our overall portfolio right now. At this stage of the game, you know, the last report that went to council was about $2.3 million net debt for the library, so that will be added. Of course, the Nelson Street Booster Station project is just over $2.5 million in total debt. And then we have Thompson Street that was just completed, which is, we believe to be, probably come in about $1.2 million in total debt. So we're adding somewhere around $6 million in additional debt. Debt capacity is a funny thing because it's not total debt, it's actually the debt repayment. That's how the province calculates it. So it's a reflection of the interest rate that you have to pay plus the term of the loan. So, you know, if we were somehow a high risk and had to pay high interest rates, and we wanted to make sure that we paid it off super quick and only borrowed stuff for 5 years, then our debt repayment capacity is going to be much smaller from a total debt perspective because, you know, it's about the repayment annually. If we have better interest rates and we extend it over, you know, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, then of course the total amount of debt that we can take on is much greater. At this stage of the game, based on the interest rates that we have, recognizing that probably on average our debt repayment might be 20 years. Some things we might have to do less than that because they may not have a life that would last that long. Some things may be longer. You know, we're probably somewhere in the range of total debt, give or take around $45 to $50 million that we could borrow in total debt. Right now, we have about $8 million on the books. We're going to add $6 million. So we have, you know, $30 million, give or take, in additional debt capacity.
Okay?
Deputy Mayor?
And that being said, Darcy, over the next relatively short term, do you see us needing to add further debt to that number?
Through your worship, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, if we need to do work at the Meaford and St. Vincent Community Center, and we don't get a significant grant for that, even if we do get a significant grant, it certainly won't be 100%. You know, we'll have to debt finance that project. The wastewater treatment plant would be debt financed. The current or the past proposal for bridges, when we were actually going to close some of the bridges, still recognized that within the 10-year horizon we were going to have to borrow $8 million for bridges. I mean, Gillies Bridge even is another one that's partially financed by debt if we don't get some kind of a grant for it. That's about $900,000, or no, sorry, $600,000 in debt, I believe, that we're going to be going into with that one. So that $8 million was reflective of the fact that we were going to be closing a number of structures. Council has changed the course on that, and the intention is to keep all structures open. So keeping those additional structures open could cost as much as probably $4 to $6 million. So that, of course, would all be debt financed. So, I mean, right now we have what appears to be fairly good flexibility. I could see within the next 5 years, we don't get government grants and we have to do all the infrastructure that's, you know, proposed or maybe required to support development, we could be right up against it.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just for around the horseshoe, at present, we're looking at a 9% increase. If we're adding 3.6 million more in debt this year, if we weren't, that would be a 35% increase in your taxes. I fully understand the infrastructure deficit we have, both in bridges, roads, buildings. I understand it. We also are fixing that infrastructure deficit double the rate that any other municipality is. It's very commendable to do that if you can afford it. I understand why we're doing it, but maybe we're being too aggressive, okay? The other municipalities are spending $1 and $2 million, we're spending $4 and $5 million. maybe we can't afford that, and we're going to have to slow it down a wee bit. I don't want to do that, because I fully understand the deficit we have. But if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. I'm not about to pass a 9% increase if the other municipalities are not doing the same. I get chastised each and every year for comparing to other municipalities. But in order to attract people to your municipality, you have to be relatively comparable on taxes. So I will compare, as long as I'm sitting in this seat. And if they're not bringing them up 9%, I'm not handing that back. I will cut something. Having said that, we need to work on it as best we can, and we may have to delay this budget till we see what the rest of the world is doing. I know I'm going to be chastised for that also. But what I'm hearing is we have to have the budget done now. It's a good idea, but does that mean every other municipality and county, they're wrong? They're doing everything ass backwards. We may have to slow this up till I see what's going down. That's what's coming from this seat. Thank you.
Anything further on that? Okay, we're moving on.
Okay, thank you, Worship. So this will be the shortest presentation, as the CAO Development Services Division has very little capital projects, and actually one of the capital projects, I think the team was feeling sorry for me, so they gave it to me by default. And that will be the first one that you see. Oh, sorry, just to highlight the spending of the capital budget. It's basically $86,000 made up of 2 projects, which represents 1% of the service area share for the capital budget in the entire organization. So the first project you see is, as council's aware, we purchased the Smith Tire building for future parking lot use. That building is seeing some significant challenges with regard to water damage, leaks, and we actually used it last winter for some storage of some vehicles, and they came out with significant mold on them. So we will not be using it again to store vehicles for sure. So the intent is that we would demolish the building and return the site to a gravel state this year, so that we don't put ourselves into some property standards issues. We're quite constantly hearing about other buildings in the downtown and property standards. We don't want to put ourselves in that same position. So we are proposing that for $80,000 that building be demolished. Gravel state, and then look to future years to when it's appropriate to do a parking lot. So that's the Nelson Street demolition. I don't know, Janet, do you want to speak to it, or I can, maybe I'll just call Janet up quickly to speak to the big chair, chair replacement program, if you don't mind.
Morning, Janet.
Good morning. Yeah, this is our big red chair. I mean, this is, we've had them around the municipality since 2016, and we're adding this into our asset management program. It's time to look at replacing some of them that are at their end of life. So we've included it in here to start replacing them. There's 13 chairs in total, and we're looking to try to replace 4 at a time throughout the upcoming years. You'll see that for 2021, we've identified a $6,000 budget to start replacing some of them, and it's coming from our reserve.
Super, thank you. It's been a terrific tourist attraction, too. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I wondered if I could ask Rob a question about Smith Tire. Once the building comes down and it becomes a gravel lot, will it be open to the public for parking? And if people park there as they are now, what impact does that have, if any, on our insurance, and are people covered through the municipality for parking there currently, or when it is a gravel lot?
To your worship, so I'll speak to, I think the intent is summer, non-winter usage. that it can be used as a parking lot. It will be graded in a format that is some would say the problem in the wintertime, though, would be the snow clearing, and I think our intent is not to have it open as a winter parking lot, and that we would be carrying the liability on that. It is a municipal lot as it is now, so as people use it now, it is under our insurance as well. So that would be, I guess, the case going forward.
And would parking restrictions apply as they do on the main street, or could people park who work downtown, would they be able to use the lot to park for a full day?
Our intent is, it's like our other municipal lots, they're more intended for long-term parking. It's just the on-street parking that has the limitation of the hours, so it wouldn't be to apply any.
We would have to come to council to either amend or do a new parking bylaw for that anyway. So council would get to tell us what they wanted to have as parking there. Because regardless of whether it was all day or time limited, we'd still need restrictions for things like overnight or during the winter if we weren't clearing it for snow and so on.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Rob. I believe we paid $355 for the Smith Tires garage. And we're looking at $80,000 to demolish it. The demolition will involve the tearing up of the floor, will it not? That will have to be done?
Yeah. Yes, the floor would be removed. We've had a hazardous waste assessment already done on the building, so we know that we're not into a lot of hazardous waste when we with the demolition, because that's always a big concern when you demolish it. We've already taken that step, so we know that the $80,000 will be our demolition costs, and it will include the floor itself. Yes.
No, I'm just worried when the floor is removed that we will get into something more toxic than what we anticipate. I hope I'm wrong, but this could end up being a very expensive venture. I am glad to hear that it will be gravelled and it will be used. People will use it for parking, there's no doubt about it. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Rob. So on the $80,000, in last year's budget, we didn't have a dollar put towards the demolition of this building, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Correct. So this is the first time that this council has seen that. So my question is on the building itself, and you did mention, Mr. Armstrong, property standards. We don't want to get into that self-inflicted wound, as it were. I'm wondering about setting half this amount, this year's budget, and putting another $40,000 another year with the determination that it will be removed, and giving a little bit longer period of time to accomplish this goal. So I need to hear comments on that.
Through your worship, unfortunately for this type of project, it's going to be very short. The demolition is probably going to be a week long, so I don't know how spreading the costs over 2 years, like when you put a large water main in and tearing up a road, that's a lot much longer, or renovating a library, that's over a period of time. This is going to be a very short project, and I don't see us being able to spread it over, especially when we're dealing with the winter season as well. That's when the spread over between years would be. So I just can't see that happening with regard to this project.
Council could split the cost over 2 years and put some money into reserve and then do the project in 2022. From my team's point of view, we have had property standards complaints about our own building so far. We're not obliged on municipal buildings to meet the property standards bylaw, but it's pretty hard for us to enforce property standards in the downtown area when we have one of the worst looking buildings in the neighbourhood.
That's true. Councillor Kentner.
Yes, through your worship, you see 80,000 on that line and you think, well, there's the first place I'm going to go, you know, because I'm looking for about 3 or 4 of those. That said, perception is everything, and as our clerk just said, we have to set an example as well. And I think that actually, I don't understand how you can spend $80,000 in a week with a wrecking ball, but I guess you can. At the end of the day, I think that this is going to help people get a vision of the new urban Meaford. And now we've got the library. I think if we clear that lot, and it's evident that it will be a good parking lot in a great location going forward, I think it will serve us well to spend this money now and get it behind us. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do agree, and especially with the BIA and Chamber of Commerce working towards making Market Square into more of an event space, then we're going to need the additional parking. So I agree with the building and the condition that it's in. Let's move forward and get this done and create at least a gravel parking lot so that people can use it and the BIA and Chamber can focus on events for Market Square.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And seeing that we're developing a new parking lot, can we not take this out of development fees? We got to change something, a law?
So we have been, through your worship, we have been collecting funds from our current development charges for parking. That's coming to an end. As I understand it, the new legislation is removing the ability to collect development charges for parking areas. So I think as we update our bylaw, we will be losing that ability to charge that. I wouldn't say we have a lot of funds in the bank from other developments. I don't know if Darcy wants to speak more to that, but that's my understanding of it at this point.
Through your worship, yeah, I think the other thing to recognize is that the development charges that we do have, which to Rob's point are limited, really should be spent on the proper development of a parking lot, like when we actually go to asphalt it, line it, establish it as a four-season parking lot. The development charges shouldn't be used for demolition of an existing building.
And that would come under the new regulations when we get to that stage for asphalting. Anything further? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think what I'll do is I will move that we put $40,000 this year and $40,000 in reserve. And if I don't get a seconder, it dies instantly. But if I do, we can have a vote on it.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bartley? Councillor Bartley, did you want to speak to that?
Just speak to it, yes. So I understand they want to tear it down so we don't hit bylaw. Nobody else is coming good on the bylaw infractions out there now, Collingwood Street. Nobody else is doing it. So if we didn't do it for 2 years, that matters not to me. What matters more to me is to get an acceptable budget. I either go with Councillor Bell's formula or I will bring it forward to cut it out of the budget. So having said that, I will be on board with Councillor Bell.
May I ask a clarifying question of your motion, Councillor Bell? And is it that you are taking 40,000 out of the 80,000 now? But what part of it are you putting into reserve? How is that going to happen?
Instead of it being $80,000 requested, that it's $40,000 requested, and then that money is put into a reserve to do this
In
later.
2
So it'll
years.
come back to council's consideration in another year.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. As the comments, yes, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the difficulty, I would be in favor, in fact, of if we do that, I'd just as soon take $80,000 out of this budget and postpone the project, because you're postponing the project anyway. Let's get, and the only thing is, we're probably, shunting part of the problem down the road to next year. But, we've got to grapple with this 9% increase, and so I'm thinking that we'd be just as well ahead to if we're leaving the demolition till 22, let's take the 80,000 and drop it off this increase.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you again, Your Worship. This building has been a bit of a thorn in my side all the way through, but council voted and decided to buy the property and eventually turn it into a parking lot. This year, I have noticed, because of, I think primarily because of increased traffic at the Rexall Pharmacy for obvious reasons, that parking area in front of Smith's, former Smith's, has been used for people to get across to the pharmacy and other venues too. I'm tempted to go with these two gentlemen to my left. It would knock $40,000, which is a decent start off our total. But I'm a little bit worried. When it comes to property standards, I'm not happy with the way we are upholding our property standards, but that's a different discussion for another day. But when it comes to property standards, our municipality has to be the leader in this. And there's always a possibility that, somebody might happen to drop a match into that building someday, and we'd have even more mess. Maybe cheaper demolition, but more mess. So I think we may as well go ahead with the $80,000 this year, and hopefully we can still find savings. It's early in the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vickers.
Yes, through your worship, I would agree with Mr. Greenfield. I think it just needs to be done and get it over with. To punt it off for another year, punt it half off for another year, I don't think we're going to gain anything. And it is an eyesore. I think we do have to be, like Harley said, a leader in property standards. And to not do as you say just never really worked for me. So I'm against this motion.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments before I call the question on the motion coming forward to take $40,000 and reduce this to $40,000 and put it into reserves? I will call the question. All those in favor of this motion and those against? And that is lost. Okay, so that stays in budget at this stage. And moving on.
Yeah, just so you look at long-term capital projects, obviously, once it's demolished, we will need to look at design and construction of the new parking lot on the go forward. So that's just, we haven't got into details of costing. Obviously, it will have to be engineered from a drainage point of view, landscaping. We want to make sure it meets our design guidelines within the community improvement plan for the future design. So that would need to be considered for, in the future.
Okay.
So that's it for...
And that's it for corporate CAO and development services. And further. Okay, moving on then to community services.
If you can give us 2 minutes to play some musical chairs, because I think I need John and Susan's expertise for this bit.
I'll take this to stand up. Where is Bridge 10? Maybe this one's better.
Now, what are we looking for?
Bridge 10, that was mentioned in the bridges.
I've got two things here. For example, this 80,000 for the harbor
Okay,
master.
sure I can't help you.
how bad it is underneath it. It'll be nice to get it down and either take the whip or prove to everybody that.
You do that. You do that, and then I'll second you.
Oh, that was last year.
Let's get at
Yep.
it. I think it's structure 15.
I think.
Not 10?
That's what I have is replace
It's a bit of a dog's
structure
breakfast.
15.
It's a bit of a dog's breakfast.
Maybe I've got a different, I'm just going by,
The years, 21, 22, and 10.
yeah, and 10. Okay, so I know it, but I wasn't getting in on 10.
I think I got some in the truck.
Okay, ready?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Council, for your patience there as we get ourselves sorted. Happy to be here for the community services projects, of which, of course, there are perhaps not as many as some of my colleagues. We take up 4% of the capital budget for the year, and on the right-hand side of that slide shows you a breakdown of how that 4% is made up. I'll say very early on that Meaford Hall number saying 58% is a little bit misleading because that is planned to be entirely covered from donations and grants. So while it is part of the budget, it's not part of the tax-supported budget. And I will immediately pass over to John, and he's going to talk to you about the fire department needs for the year.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you, Matt, for passing the baton. Before I start, I just want to, again, sort of reflect back on the last couple of years. When I first started with Meaford, one of the challenges that I was asked to undertake was to look at all of the capital assets that we had, from fire trucks to fire hose to auto extrication equipment and everything else, and to come up with a 10-year long-term plan that spread those purchases out in a manner that tried to lessen the peaks and valleys of purchasing capital items to arguably lessen the impact to any given year. We take our fiduciary responsibility extremely seriously. We balance that with the equipment that we need to protect lives and property that we depend on to work 100% of the time when it's called upon. I can tell you that in the past 2 years, we have raised $58,000 in grants and donations that have paid for the RTV, the trailer, the litter basket, the pump on the back of the RTV, and to support programs in fire prevention and public education. I can tell you that last year, in 2019, when we purchased a pickup truck, it was not a brand new pickup truck, it was a used pickup truck, a demo unit that was kitted with the proper emergency lighting and saved a few $1,000s from the purchase of a brand new pickup that had to be kitted out. Last year, you approved $100,000 to buy a used aerial to replace a 28-year-old aerial that was long past its reasonable life, long past. I can tell you that $100,000 does not buy you much when new aerials are in excess of $1 million. We looked for many months since the last budget. Now, this may seem a little bit surprising, but we actually found an aerial for $15,000, a 2006 aerial. I don't know how we did it, but we did. And we are able to invest in the area of $30,000 of that $100,000 to bring it to a state of readiness, and that truck should be in service next week. So we take our fiduciary responsibilities incredibly seriously. In this budget process, when we sat down with staff, the first thing we did was say, what can we cut? Because we knew this was going to be a tough year. And we cut over $20,000 before we even saw anything that we brought forward. At a subsequent staff meeting, we cut another $12,000+. And for the most part, those are deferrals. Doesn't mean we don't need it. It means it's going to come another year. So this year, what I have before you is, again, we serve at the pleasure of council, but these are some items that we think should stick to the wall. The first item, $7,500 for confined space. It's basically purchasing a sea container and then MacGyvering the inside of it so that we have a maze of pipes and whatnot to simulate confined space. This is a program that we've deliberated on. It's part of our establishing and regulating bylaw. It is here so that we can provide this service to our arena, to our pool, to our water wastewater facility. So we're here providing the service specific to municipal operations. A small investment to get this program off the ground. Portable fire pump, an essential piece of equipment to fight fires where fire trucks can't reach. If it's tapping into a swimming pool or a pond on somebody's property, it's a piece of equipment that just extends our ability to deal with fires in remote areas. $17,500 for bunker gear, helmets, boots replacement is an ongoing annual expenditure because all of our personal protective equipment, which is that thin layer between us and burns and other exposures to hazardous environments, are equipment that have a life cycle, and so we replace them. Part of that as well is we have, for the past 2 years, and arguably again in 2021, we'll have a recruit class, and this account will fund purchase of PPE for those recruit firefighters. The next item, the response command pickup truck. And this one I've listened with interest. We've had the discussion corporately. Should a fire pickup be part of the corporate fleet? Should it be part of the enterprise solution that is before you? You know, we're not stuck in our old ways. We're open to new ideas, and if things work and we can fit in part of that solution, we'll do it. The thing to be mindful about any fire vehicle, particularly this pickup, is that it has the graphics on it that cost more than just the Meaford apple on either side of the vehicle. There's striping that goes on the sides and the rear. The emergency lighting isn't just a light bar at the top. It's emergency lighting that has to be on all 4 sides of the vehicle to protect it to be compliant with the Highway Traffic Act. So, you know, in that possible solution of replacing it over every couple of 3 years or whatever, you just have to be mindful that there's going to be a repetitive cost to make that vehicle compliant as a fire vehicle. The corporate standard for a small fleet is 7 years. I know it's moving to 10, and it's been proposed that it might be considered as 12. Fire vehicle is 10, light vehicle is 10 because of its use. It's an emergency vehicle. It's not driven, most of the time it's not driven in sort of that calm manner throughout the community. Often it is driven hard to get from point A to point B to get to a situation. I can tell you right now that the pickup that we're looking to replace is in the shop, has been for much of last week and this week, to have leaf spring replaced, the air rights system leak repaired, the check engine light, figure out what that is, brakes. So I'm just saying that, you know, a 10-year vehicle in the fire realm, notwithstanding that it has low mileage, is a critical piece of equipment that is right now out of service. I think I'll pass it over back to Matt.
Thank you, Chief.
I don't know whether council wants to deal with any questions of that they have before we move on to cultural stuff.
Yes, I see. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Chief. I want to tell you how impressed I am with your opening comments about fiduciary responsibilities. Those are the kinds of comments that this council is not privy to when you, along with all other senior management teams, get together, and for you to say that you bantered around and actually removed a $20,000 touch on something that we'll likely see in the future, that's deeply appreciated, okay? And so I really appreciate those opening comments on that. I do have a question, Chief, about the bunker gear. My understanding on that is, I think, and I want you to either, correct me, that the bunker gear has been on a rotational basis, that you don't do all of the bunker gear all in one go, that when we see this number, you're nodding your head. Can you just speak on that, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Bell, you're spot on. The equipment is to completely outfit a member with helmet, boots, bunker gear is probably around the $1,500 mark and we replace a set number of gear. We actually went through the exercise of, again, trying to lessen the impact on an annual basis. But there is a specific 10-year life cycle, and it's small amounts of this gear that's being replaced.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And Madam Mayor, on the truck, you said it has low mileage and so on. Is this the one, to be point, is this the one that you yourself use? Is this is that truck we're talking about?
That's not the vehicle through you, Madam Mayor. It's not that vehicle. It's the pickup truck that's 10 years old that carries the jaws of life, medical equipment, accountability equipment, brings personnel to the scene for emergencies. So it's the older pickup that is more of an emergency response vehicle. How do I say this? With specialized equipment than the vehicle that the fire chief drives.
And Madam Mayor, this is greater than a 1/2 ton. Is this a heavier truck than that?
It is currently a 1/2 ton. We don't anticipate it needing to be more. We'll have that discussion with Fleet and see what their recommendations are.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Chief, I reiterate what Councillor Bella said. I know you dig into everything and you've come up with some savings, the same as every other department head in here. I appreciate what they're doing, 100%. I have to be the devil's advocate. Now that the truck is in the shop, everything's going to be fixed, I think we can get another couple of years out of it. I would bring a motion forward to cut that vehicle off of this year's budget.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Greenfield? Any discussion? Reducing the, but sorry, go ahead.
Having said that, like Councillor Kentner said before, we're just punting it down the road. Everything we're going to talk today is going to be the same thing. We're putting it down the road. Okay, I understand that 100%. Now, like the clerk said yesterday, you got to start somewhere. If you wait all till the 16th or the 30th of November, it's going to be an awful show. I want to strike this off the budget now. It's on my records that if we can get the budget down to an acceptable level or whatnot, I will bring it forward to bring the vehicle back. But at this point, we have to start somewhere. You either punt something down the road or you accept what's on the board at 9% plus $3 million in debt.
Thank you. Councillor, or Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Chief DeHooge. And again, I echo the comments and want to offer my appreciation to you for the way that you have managed the fiduciary responsibility within the fire department, and especially in relation to the aerial truck. That's quite a find. In relation to this truck, and that was my question, and you touched on it, should it be considered for the enterprise solution, as you referred to it? And so I'm just wondering if staff could provide the numbers. We recognize that there would be extra expenses related to the lights and the required decaling and so on. So I just wondered if we could know what that was as we consider that potential solution going forward. And I would say I'm not in favor of punting this one forward just because it's an emergency vehicle. And recognizing how important that is, that we don't want to see the chief or anyone in that truck and have that vehicle fail when it's on its way to an accident or a fire or any sort of serious situation. So this is not one that I would pull, and I think, you know, knowing the vehicle, and you see it on the road and it always looks almost like it's brand new because you take such good care of your vehicles and they're always spotless, and it always appears to be in top condition. But recognizing now that it does have some mechanical concerns, I just don't think this is the time to put that potential risk upon our fire department.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anything further? Sorry. Chief.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I can tell you that probably to answer the Deputy Mayor's question about if we were to have a 2 or 3 year life cycle through the enterprise solution, that to restripe the next vehicle, to remove lights and reinstall vehicles probably is around the order of $2,500 each year that you would have to do that. And that's maybe a little bit conservative, but that's knowing a little bit about the cost of striping and decaling and the installation cost for emergency lighting. This may be a little bit unorthodox. I could sit here and wait and see how the vote gets cast and either wipe my brow in satisfaction or curse the loss of the replacement of the pickup truck. I might suggest that if given the opportunity for either or, that we still haven't yet discussed the $100,000 annual contribution to reserve to replace the aerial truck. And just briefly, the long-term game is that with the aerial, it's recommended to purchase a brand new one in 2024 in the order of $1.2 million. So be mindful of that in terms of considering future debt. Relative to this annual contribution to reserve that Darcy's been doing a great job with. The other piece is that if that truck is approved in 2024, it will also reduce the fire fleet by 1. That this truck, instead of being used on occasion when one might need to use an aerial, this truck will be a regular use vehicle and replace the frontline pumper that we currently have. So this aerial will be both a pumper and an aerial truck. So the long game is that we're going to save money over years, future years, because the fire fleet is reduced by 1, but it gives us kind of like a Swiss Army knife. It gives us a truck that can put out fires, rubbish fire, car fire, structure fire, high elevated fire streams, rescue from high places and whatnot. So back to the question of, I can sit here and wait and let you people decide respectfully whether this truck, pickup truck is in or out. But if you came back to me and said, Chief, would you rather have the pickup now and either defer the aerial in 2024 or defer the $100,000 contribution this year towards that in 2024, then I would give you a different answer.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chief DeHoosh, and I really felt the 100,000 was more important going forward because of our future needs. I really did. Having heard what you just said, I would change my motion to keep the vehicle and change the $100,000 to $40,000. And would come out the same.
That's a different motion though to.
It'd be a different motion. So do I retract my motion and make a new motion?
So if you can withdraw your first motion perhaps.
I'm going to withdraw my first motion.
Okay.
Is the seconder in agreement with that? Yes, okay. So did you want to make a
I would like to
motion?
bring a motion forward that we accept the new vehicle and change the $100,000 on the next line to $40,000.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Greenfield again, thank you. Any comments, discussion on this motion? Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, I guess I'm getting a little bit confused over the, so if we take the enterprise deal, and I realize there isn't much appetite for it right now, how do we try and rationalize it in our heads to how that affects the budget?
Through your worship, I think this is a really tough one. My suggestion would be that you treat all of the vehicles today as if the enterprise deal isn't on the table at all. And then when we come to council next Monday and you're considering the enterprise deal, then we'll be able to tell you, based on your decisions today, what the financial implications to the budget in 2021 and future years are. Because obviously if you postpone vehicles this year, then that has a bigger impact in future years as well, in terms of what the budget cost will be then.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Chief. You've set a precedent for the rest of the day, and it wasn't unorthodox of yourself to speak the way you did. I'm looking forward to all of the departments speaking exactly like that to help this council be fluid in what we are thinking about. So thank you for your comments.
Okay, anything further discussion on this motion that's on the floor? And then I will call the question. All in favor of accepting the $60,000? Yeah, that is carried. You got your truck?
Thank you, Your Worship, and
And-
thank you, Council. Just I'm sorry, I'm going to still be unorthodox. Just to answer Councillor Bartley's question about thinking the aerial's more important than the pickup truck, I think it's equally important, to be fair, that however, having purchased this current used aerial, it has enough life in it that if, at the end of the day, my recommendation, first and foremost, would be 2024. That was based on NFPA standards, best practices and whatnot. But I think with the purchase of this current used aerial apparatus, it gives us a little bit of flexibility. And I know that Darcy has every intent to get us in a place that gives us the least impact to the future 2024 capital budget.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bartley.
And just want to reiterate that come the end of the month, if everything washes out all right, it's still on my page to bring that back, okay? I understand the importance of it, but I have to start somewhere.
Understood.
Thank you.
Councillor Vickers, and then Deputy Mayor.
Through your worship, so since we did find this used aerial truck, my quick math in my head is there's about $50,000 kind of left over. Does that stay in reserves, or where does that $50,000 go that we booked from last year?
That'll depend on council to a certain extent. In the new year, once we've sort of figured out the financial status of the municipality for 2020, then Darcy will bring forward a report talking about reserve transfers to and from reserves. Council can, and we would probably recommend, if we're in a financial position to do so, to move that to the fire reserve. But obviously this year is an unusual one, and we're not predicting a surplus right now. So if that $50,000 is the difference between a surplus and a deficit, then I imagine it wouldn't be recommended for transfer to reserves.
Okay.
Sorry, Chief.
Your Worship, to the councillor, so in my discussions with Darcy, that, you know, the odds are pretty high that whatever is left would go to reserves. I just want to perhaps caution you with your early math. The old aerial, the 28-year-old aerial, had maybe 150 feet of hose, one nozzle, and anytime it needed to be put into service, you'd be stealing the equipment off of other trucks. This truck is also being outfitted with an appropriate number of hose, the air packs that we would wear, some of the very essential tools, axes and whatnot. So that's part of kitting this new used aerial. So there will be monies left over, but it might not be in the order of magnitude as you had calculated.
Okay, that's fine. It's good to know. I'm glad you brought that up. I was just, you know, from what you said and from what I calculated in my head, that's where I was kind of going with it. So I'm glad you clarified that.
Thank you, Chief Tahoush, and thank you for your service, for sure. And back to
Okay.
Community Services.
We'll move on, and before I hand over to Susan, I'll apologise for a slight mistake on the slides. The bottom one, main disconnect and sub-breaker replacement, was a project last year that has been completed. A little bit of a miscommunication between our team and the facilities team left that on the slides, I'm afraid. And with that, over to Susan.
Great.
Welcome, Susan.
Good morning. Madam Mayor and Council, I have a few capital budgets to present this morning. The first one is the replacement of the lifeguard chair and stands at the Blue Dolphin Pool. These are the original lifeguard chairs. They are in very unsafe, poor condition. They wiggle. They are very difficult to get in and out of for the lifeguards. They have to climb over them I think 50 years is a good life cycle for something like this, and the cost is $12,000. The second project would be fully funded by sponsorship. The recreation programmer has already approached some service clubs in order to fully finance this program, and what it would do is provide a new public address, a PA system and speaker at the pool. It would be used not only for entertainment and the enjoyment of public swim times, but also for emergency evacuations of the pool and situations like that. So as I said, it is will be fully funded if it goes ahead. And that's it for the pool. Do you want to ask questions at this point, or shall I?
I'll ask if there's any questions, but yes, there is. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to get it out on the table, get the white elephant out of the room, is there any appetite around the table to close the pool permanently?
Councillor Vickers?
I will say no.
Councillor Kentner?
I will say no.
Deputy Mayor?
If we're doing a poll, I would say no as well.
Okay, I will say no. And Councillor?
I appreciate your no's. It is brought forward to us by the media, by several residents, and by staff that we have to start cutting services or put up with the tax increases. You got to start somewhere. It's just put it out on the table, and we know where you are. If you don't bring it out, the white elephant out, you won't know where you are. Thank you.
One thing I'll add to that brief conversation is that there are going to be some pretty significant expenses in the pool over the next couple of years. It is
Huge.
very much reaching the end of life in many, many ways, and we've started to investigate things like, actually replacing the pool element of the pool. So council is going to have some pretty difficult decisions on that one over the next couple of years.
Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, COVID is not, disappearing as fast as we would like by any means. And it's pretty shocking, the impact on the mental health of kids that it has had. And we don't have that many kids in Meaford anyway, and I'm not here to vote to take their pool away at all. I'll be the first to sign up for a campaign to build a new pool in the very foreseeable future. And in the meantime, there are other places. Don't worry, Steve, I'll have you voting before long on some other things that I would be happy to dispose of. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, and I know this is a topic that we'll get into at a later date, but it just seems to me we are attracting more young families to the area, and we do live on Georgian Bay, and I think it's incredibly important that kids have proper swimming lessons, that they know how to swim, and especially again in proximity to the bay. I just think it's important, and I agree. We'll have fundraising efforts when that time comes, but at least for now, let's continue to utilize the pool for as long as we can, as it is, and deal with those conversations as they come to us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. Councillor Vickers?
So there's two people on the other side that didn't make a signal, or the mayor. I am assuming you would be a yes, Steve, and I'd be interested to know where everybody else. We kind of went around this half of the table, and then it kind of, well, there's 3 no's, and then it just kind of stopped. I'm just curious. I'm not trying to cause a rift or anything else.
Councillor Vickers, I said no as well.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that.
The mayor said no, and I apologize to the clerk. I did that backwards. I did it wrong. I should have put a motion on the table so we could get it on the floor for discussion and then voted. I did it wrong.
No, that's fine. I'm just curious where the other half of the horseshoe is on this subject, so.
Okay. Carry on then, please,
okay.
Susan.
So the Meaford Hall. The Meaford Hall technical upgrades project will be fully funded through, to proceed, it will be fully funded. So I've approached Canadian Heritage grant already to ensure that this project would be eligible, which they said it's eligible. That does not mean for sure it will be approved, but it meets the criteria. And I have also approached the Meaford Culture Foundation, who have indicated that they would be interested in supporting a project like this. So, you know, with council's endorsement, I'll be able to move ahead and replace the projector and screen that are in the Opera House this year. So, not the screen that we're using currently, but the film screen that drops down from the ceiling, as well as the high definition projector that is providing our PowerPoint today, which is at its end of life and is actually, we can no longer find replacement bulbs and parts for it. So and it's also actually at a high risk of failure in the next year. So the other things that we would add to this project, if we're going to go to the work of applying for a grant, it just seems to make sense to include some other things that are going to need replacing or do need replacing, such as our wireless mics and the assistive listening system. We're looking into some new technology there that might be Bluetooth, and this would all be part of that project in order to keep Meaford Hall in a good state of repair and replacement of our technical requirements.
Thank you, Susan. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't count how many people have asked me to close this building. This is one I would argue against each and every time. The mayor has educated me on what culture means to a town, and it's not just the building. And if we were to get rid of it, we still have to pay the government back the money they give us. So we'd still be in debt for the same amount of money and not own the building. So I will argue against anybody in the municipality about this building, and what's come here, $180,000 fully paid for by the group, is unbelievable. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, Susan, what happens if we don't get the grant and the Cultural Foundation, I think is the other option, they don't come through with the money, with the donation? What happens then?
Currently, the way it is, the project would not move forward.
Okay.
It would, yeah, it would be a disaster in a way, because our projector will not last. If we don't have the funding, it's not going to last. And it's not even the projector per se, it's the bulbs. So we have currently, I think Derek and I have been discussing it, approximately 300 hours to push it on the bulb that's been on this week alone for 20. So it is at its end of life. Although I do believe the foundation, in my conversations with them, they're 100% committed because of the Meaford Film Festival that occurs annually on Labor Day weekend and hopes to come back here in 2021. They are committed to the screen and projector part of the project. So I feel very confident that if the grant from the federal government is rejected, that the foundation would come through at least for that part of the project, which I would come back obviously to council to revise, I guess, whatever Matt tells me.
I think if we weren't successful in getting the grant, we'd automatically sort of put it in as a project for next year to be funded through the tax levy. If, as is probably likely, the project fails before then, we would have to do an emergency purchase and come back to council and say either we've got some or all of the money from the foundation, or we need approval to pre-allocate 2022 budget money for the projector, because really we have to have it in order to keep the facility operating.
So if I may make another comment, if we weren't in the midst of COVID, it'd be a lot easier decision to make. Yeah. But since we are in the midst of COVID and the limited use of the not the arena, the hall, you know, and I guess I even worry about you know, the film festival for 2021. You know, whether we'll be able to host it the way we have been able to host it in the past. So those are some of my concerns with this. And anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. No motions coming forward. Thank you, Susan.
I will just mention the fact that under municipal enforcement, the only capital project for the year is the replacement of the enforcement vehicle. I'm going to ask council that I'm sure you want to talk about this one, but I'll ask you to do it during the fleet section with our transportation manager, because she'll have much more information about this individual vehicle. The one thing that's worth noting, of course, is that this one has to have the capacity to move animals around. It's our primary dog catching vehicle and transportation to the pound and so on. We do have some long-term capital projects. John's already talked about the replacement of the aerial, or what we hope to have as a quint in 4 or 5 years' time. The Meaford Museum strategic plan that Council just approved talked about the development of a 10-year capital plan for the museum, for the inside things, not the fabric of the building itself. One of the things that Susan and I will be working on this year is a look at the office furniture, the archival storage, the display cabinets, all of those sorts of things, to try and figure out what we need over how long of a period, and there'll be a budget request for at least some things in 2022. And we can take any other questions that you have, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. Councillor Kentner.
Yes, through your worship, I'm sorry, I must have missed it, but didn't we, and maybe it was in the motion and I just didn't catch it, didn't we agree to take 60,000 out of the long-term fleet replacement contribution to the fire department out of this year's, so was that in the motion?
It was.
Oh, fine, okay, I just, that slipped by me, thank you.
In fact, that was the only motion. There was no, we don't need a motion to keep things in. It was just,
Okay.
we're going to reduce the reserve contribution.
Okay. Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the question I have really hasn't much to do with the budget, is I'm trying to get my head around this aerial truck, Chief. So we have an aerial truck that is also a tanker truck. So when the tank, is there another tanker truck then that, it works well, the aerial truck and the tanker truck together works well in the town of Meaford when you have water to a fire hydrant. So what happens when you go to a barn fire and you start using this aerial truck? You pump all the water out of it and then you have to stop and go get water with it? Like, help me understand, because sometimes it is hard to understand your needs when I'm not a firefighter.
Through you, Madam Mayor, well, you could always be a firefighter if you'd like, Councillor.
Yeah.
Be happy to have you.
I don't know whether I'm young
I
enough.
think the first clarification is when you use the word aerial and tanker in the same sentence, they're quite different. A tanker is predominantly used in the rural areas, and it carries thousands of liters or thousands of gallons of water. Its main purpose is to carry as large a volume of water as you can. You've heard the term Superior Tanker Shuttle or tanker shuttles. That is the notion of having tankers fill portable pools that are pumped out of in a continuous, uninterrupted flow that replicates what arguably is a fire hydrant system in a rural community. That's the intent. And so whether a pumper is at the end of the driveway closest to the house, or whether the quint or aerial, and the word quint and aerial are somewhat ubiquitous in the sense that they both have aerials, but a quint is clearly one that has a pumper and an aerial on it. And yes, it will carry water, but a few hundred liters or gallons of water compared to thousands of liters or gallons of water. So as long as we maintain that uninterrupted flow of water by shuttling tankers, and for us, Superior Tanker Shuttle, whenever we decide, if and when we decide to go for accreditation, we will be dependent on our neighbors, whether it's Town of Blue, Grey Highlands, Inner Township, Chatsworth, whoever the closest tankers are, to make sure that we have that uninterrupted water supply. I hope that answers your question.
Can I just have a little bit of a follow-up? Like, is these the kind of questions we want now, or am I kind of out of order?
No, please carry on.
So in a way, are you saying that the aerial truck wouldn't really probably be used as an aerial truck in the countryside? It'd be more or less just a tanker? Is that kind of the gist?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. Again, try not to use the word tanker. Think pump. A tanker is one thing, a pumper is another thing.
So maybe I'm confused. I was thinking it was an aerial tanker, but you said it's an aerial pumper.
That's correct. It's
Okay,
not
so
an aerial tanker.
that's where I'm getting, sorry about that.
Yeah, and so it's a great question. It is traditionally used in urban, suburban areas. But if you, I'll give you a great example. During the summer, we had a significant barn shed fire in Meaford, originally responded to by Town of Blue. And there clearly was a time and place where an aerial could have been used to provide sort of suppression from an elevated platform. Traditionally, they're on hand lines, squirting water from whatever sides, and it's always often, almost always hard to get water in targeted places from the top down. So I would say that it is like a Swiss Army knife. It's another tool in our toolbox that we can use in any application where you need an elevated water stream, or for some reason you had to do a rescue from an elevated device.
Again, sorry, I guess the terminology got me confused there. So thanks for the explanation, though.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John, I think you said the new truck in 2024 would be an aerial tanker.
If I did, I apologize.
Okay, so that's where he got confused, I got confused. You would go first, you said it would replace two vehicles. It would be an aerial and a tanker.
I hope I said pumper, that's what I meant. If I
Okay,
said
well,
tanker, I apologize.
you probably said pumper, we're just a little slow. Having said that, do you think the municipality of Meaford could reach tanker accreditation with the new mutual aid? Will we attempt to do that in the near future?
I would, through you, Madam Mayor, regardless of the new aid agreement, we have the ability at any time to go down the path of seeing if we can get Superior Tanker Shuttle accreditation. The clear difference between us and ITFD, their fleet is large enough that they are self-sustaining. I wish every department in the province could have enough of a fleet to be self-sustaining. We, like the majority of fire departments in the province in the rural areas, will be and are dependent on having agreements with neighbors that bring tankers to the scene. So I'm reasonably certain we can do it. There's no way of knowing until we go through the application process. In other words, we have to demonstrate when they take their finger and they go on the map of Meaford and say, here's where you got to do your shuttle, and then we have to prove we can do it. So there's a whole period of time for us up front to practice with our neighbors, and then call in the accreditation agency that will give us that.
I do know you're leaving the municipality, but do you think that something would go forward? Because that would give the people of St. Vincent a reduced rate on their insurance.
If I were here, we would be going, I would hope that we would go through it. It would certainly be my recommendation, and I would trust that my successor would have that on their radar as well.
Thank you, sir.
It's certainly my intent that we'll work with John's successor to look at that in the next little while.
Somebody else,
Can I make a quick comment about this? Because I asked my insurance company about this, and I don't know whether it's because it's the Trillium Mutual, or I shouldn't be saying Trillium, but the mutual that I deal with, they don't give any breaks. Like they said, your municipality can get it, but we aren't going to give any better rate on it. So it must be just certain insurance companies, because I'm pretty sure the mutual that I deal with, they didn't seem to know much about it. It took me a while to find somebody to understand my question. So it's just something, again, to kind of keep in mind that.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Another question? Yeah.
No, sorry, I don't have a question. I just want to try to answer the question. Through you, Madam Mayor, the councillor is absolutely correct. Not every insurance firm recognizes the opportunity to save on a person's premium. The Superior Tanker Shuttle, and this could be a discussion another day with another fire chief, but there's a thing called a fire underwriter service survey grading. Yes. And that's where, relative to whatever assessment occurs, both urban and suburban and rural, where you can see savings on insurance premiums. And there's actually a way through actuarial work, and Darcy would be familiar with this, that would substantiate what the actual savings might be and help determine whether it's value added to go through the exercise of whatever to improve that FUS grading. Now, I will say hard and fast that having whether you're accredited or not, but having confidence in a tanker shuttle, a Superior tanker shuttle process is absolutely operationally the right thing to do. So I trust we'll do that in the future.
Thank you, Chief. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm wondering if Darcy knows, or if he could check for us what we would have in reserves by 2025 to put towards a new aerial pumper. Mhm.
At least what?
Your Worship, I guess first I should have to say that it's dependent upon this council and the next council's will when it comes to budget time. The current schedule right now, though, is $100,000 every year. So sticking with the recent resolution to reduce that to $40,000 this year, we would have that 40 grand for 21, and then we would add another $300,000 in each of 2022, 2023, and 2024. So we would have $340,000 potentially in a reserve fund to offset those costs if we were to make the purchase in 2024/early 2025.
I think the other thing to be cognizant of when council's talking about these things is that, yes, the aerial that we've just purchased will need replacing, but it is far and away from our only piece of large equipment in the fire service. So, you know, if we've only got 340,000 in reserve in 2025 and then paying debt payments for the next 15 years on that, then before those debt payments are up, we will definitely be needing other vehicles. So, you know, one of our long-term goals is very much to be putting enough money away to be trying to sort of deal with all of these peaks and troughs in terms of the big capital replacement. And while I absolutely understand why you've pulled that down today, the more we do that, the harder that gets.
Yes, Your Worship. I think it's, you know, we've done analysis for the fire services fleet needs and long-term fleet needs based on best practice using the NFPA standards. We probably should be putting close to $200,000 a year away. You know, it's not unlike our you know, the regular fleet vehicles that we were talking about through this enterprise or whatever it is. There's a $1.7 million in light duty fleet that needs to be replaced. You know, we have over $6 million in heavy duty fleet that needs to be replaced. I mean, we have a strong asset management plan when it comes to roads, water, sewer, bridges, and we're getting a lot better information on the facility side of things. But all of this general capital works, which is the focus of today's discussion, we haven't done a good job on understanding all of those needs from a long-term perspective. We don't have great databases. That's what we're working on right now. And we certainly don't know where our deficit is, but the $800,000 that we funded last year is nowhere close to what we actually need to fund. Adding an extra $360,000 this year is a help to get us closer, but it's still nowhere where we need to be, just even on the general capital works either. This all forms part of the overall infrastructure deficit that we have.
Thanks, Darcy. Okay, is there anything further then? If not, I will thank you very much, and we'll move on to corporate services. Welcome. Very
Thanks,
good.
Madam Mayor. So I'm going to be, pretend like I'm Vanna White, because most of this presentation, I'm just going to be manning the clicker. It's going to be mostly Rod and Brady that you hear from, but I think it probably should have been mentioned before, and I'm glad that Chief DeHooge brought it up with regards to the work that's been done. We as the senior management group met for a day-long session at Riverside Hall back before the budget was even released to hash everything out. I think council needs to be made aware that through this process, more than $1 million of projects that were tax supported have already been, to use council's term already, punted down the road because we already knew that they just were not going to be feasible in this year's budget. So we've already removed more than $1 million in tax supported projects and over $500,000 in water and wastewater projects because we just knew that they weren't financially feasible. That, to John's point, from a fiduciary duty responsibility, we knew that we just couldn't bring all those projects to council. So I know that this is still a tough discussion for council, but we've already removed $1.5 million on top of what you already see here in tax and water and sewer projects. So as senior management and the area management team, we met and had some pretty tough discussions about what was an absolute necessity versus something that would be nice to have versus something that, even though it might not fit within our standard processes, that we could push back another year or two. Okay?
Thanks for that, Darcy. I just wanted to add that this was made very clear in the CIO's opening remarks, I think, at the beginning of our session, is that in the preparation of the budget, starting with each department and looking through each department and having them present what their budget requirements are for this year, really gives comfort to council in terms of how the budget is determined. And it is a team event that is thoroughly scrutinized in every area of the process. So appreciate that reiteration of it, but I certainly feel very, very comfortable that staff have done what we've asked them to do, and as the senior management team then has given the stamp of approval, so to speak, for it going forward for further discussion. So I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I think the other thing I wanted to mention as well, John mentioned some of the funding that he was able to recover. I mean, we have projects in 2021, to point out somebody like Susan, who she's bringing forward $180,000 worth of projects where she's saying that she's going to, attempt to get funding completely from an outside source. From a capital perspective, so these aren't operating grants, but from a capital perspective over the last 5 years, the municipality has been able to secure over $3.5 million in grants to offset capital works. And that's through applications that staff have put together, that council, in most cases have had to endorse by way of resolution. So, so that council is aware that as staff, we're certainly looking at this, and, for the greater benefit of the public as well, we're certainly doing as much as we can to try and secure outside funding to lighten the burden where we possibly can do so.
Thanks.
Just one final note more on the administrative side, if council's trying to follow the agenda along, we certainly are well behind our schedule, which is absolutely fine because we have a buffer built in for this afternoon anyways. So what we plan on doing is my group will present right now. We will roll in and let Kathy Lee do the library presentation. We will then break for lunch, have the lunch break, and then come back, and Tori and her team will go through the infrastructure projects at 1 o'clock. After she has done that, we'll have a short break again so I can scramble for 10 minutes to get council an update as to where we're at, and then we can do the final review. Okay?
Thanks, Darcy.
So with that, we'll start into this. Our portion of that $7 million capital budget is about $1.8 million within the corporate services. It is spread out literally in chunks all over the place, from the administrative office to IT, Harbor, Memorial Park, our community center. We're certainly spending some significant money in Bogner Hall as well this year. So Overall, we've really spread this out quite a bit. Our group really, controls all of the funding envelope for all the corporate facilities, because that's specifically within Rod's portfolio more than anything. So all of that capital funding for facilities and that 0.5% increase annually goes into this portfolio. So I'm going to throw it over to Brady so he can go through the IT.
Morning, Brady.
Good morning. Yes, the IT projects, I should be probably a little bit quicker than Rod will be, because I only have 3 projects scheduled on the capital side next year. The first project is our network upgrades. These will be a series of switches that will help us basically manage the flow of information through our network, as well as for the new phone system that we will be purchasing in 2021 that we discussed yesterday through the operating budget, as well as the replacement of our network storage. So this is where all of our information, what you'll hear us talk to Tom Rims or our corporate records management system, this is where this information is stored. The existing unit, one of them is actually 12 years old and should really be replaced on a 5-year rotation to maintain reliability. This network storage is on-premise and is backed up by an on-premise backup device. We could look at outsourcing this to the cloud. However, we feel more comfortable with having it on-premise and backed up under our control. The next project is the computer replacement program, and it is valued at $52,000, which is about twice as much as it normally is. We replace our computers on a 4-year rotation. The IT strategy originally suggested a 3-year rotation. However, we have bumped this back to 4 years over the last couple of years, because we're finding that the reliability is more in that 4-year range. We have a 3-year pro support warranty with our computers that basically a technician will come to Meaford and repair our computers, so we can make them last 1 more year. Of this $52,000, $26,000 to $28,000 of this is actually frontline desktop computers for Meaford Hall, for Memorial Park, for the harbor, for our tax and water billing downtown. So the significant chunk of those are those computers that are shared by multiple staff members and rely on us to deliver services each and every day and collect payments. So those are the ones that we definitely need to keep in good shape, because we don't want to back up on a Friday at Memorial Park because our computers are down due to being aged out. In addition to this, it's about $2,800 more expensive than we had predicted last year based on our replacement of our computer monitors. We've had a lot of them fail. They're in the 8 to 10 year range, so we are replacing some monitors ahead of schedule this year, and to lessen the load on our operating budget from having to purchase those during the year. This gives us a little bit more stability and also allows us to get into more of a capital rotation program, whereas we'll replace monitors for every 2 computer replacements. So we're still going to stretch our monitors into an 8-year lifespan. And then the final IT project would be our software license upgrades. This project is $10,000 higher than what we had predicted last year based on end of service for our Windows server licenses. Next year, these server licenses will no longer be supported by Microsoft, which means that if something goes wrong, we would have to troubleshoot and try and do the repairs. But more importantly, they would no longer be supported from a security standpoint. There would be no more upgrades. So if there was a vulnerability found by a threat actor in one of these existing licenses, we would have no support in trying to resolve that, other than trying to resolve it without having the support of Microsoft. So those are my 3 projects, and I'm open to any questions.
Thanks, Brady. Questions for Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Brady, and I actually don't have a question on today's presentation. I would like to go back to yesterday's, if you're the man. I still can't get over this annual software maintenance, going from $80,000 a year to eventually $240,000 a year, so Mr. Gates can be richer than he is. And nobody looks at that and goes, wow, what else can we do? That one line is going from 80,000 to 234,000 or 29,000. And we're not gasping at that?
So I guess that, sorry, through you, Your Worship, the good news about that is that $240,000 isn't necessarily set in stone. That is our forecast based on the operating projects that are submitted by the individual departments. So one of those individual departments would be my asset management work plan and bringing a work order software program. So you'll see in our operating projects that we have in year one a request to undertake the implementation of the program. So it's in $50,000 this year and I believe $50,000 next year. So that is buying the software, having a consultant or a potential staff person implement all of that software. After that, we will have annual software maintenance fees of about $25,000 per year to maintain that software. So that has been added to my future forecasts. Likewise, with the records management system that the clerk's office had proposed, it would be proposed in the first year as an operating project for council to consider, and then the $25,000 per year after that would be the upkeep of that program. So this number could stay at $80,000 to $100,000 based on inflation and increases to our existing software packages. But as we add more software, more applications, and more programs to our complement, these would be the annual costs to do those. So if the work order project got shut down, then I would remove that money from our forecast going forward.
Thank you.
Through your worship, I think, just to follow up on that, it's really important to note that, there's two components to this, as Brady said. If we don't do projects, we can flatten the curve on that if we don't want to implement software. But some of it is a necessity, and not to make Mr. Gates richer, but it is a reflection of this is what the software companies are doing, where in the past you used to buy, the CD with the program on it and shove it in and load it in, and you had all the infrastructure, you had to have the servers, you had to have the memory, the storage, everything else. Now it's all going to the cloud. So you don't have to have that storage and that memory and that infrastructure. You literally just have to have an internet connection, and then you can access it from anywhere. So there is a cost to that, but on the flip side, we noticed, especially through COVID, we had a number of staff that were nowhere near as efficient as they maybe could be at home because they just simply couldn't access the information because there was no way to get it from our server sitting at the administrative office. This way, if it's cloud-based, they can access it. More importantly, it's secure in a massive corporate structure that those companies have. The ability for them to get hacked is far less than if we maintain everything individually ourselves. So from a security perspective, it's a lot easier. As long as the data is stored in Canada, we meet the requirements, from a data storage perspective, it's, a lot easier. Then, Richard just has to worry about managing the day-to-day operations and making sure that everybody stays up and running and that our internet connections are good. We don't have to worry about the whole back end of the server side of things and making sure that our system is secure from a hacking perspective.
Even today, as an example, I'm sitting here trying to do a few other things while you're talking to other departments, and I basically can't get into our financial system or our bylaw enforcement system from here, because although our internet connection is very good, our connection to our server is excruciatingly slow. So, our productivity goes down, and that's not just me sitting here, that's anybody who's in any of our outlying buildings on a regular basis. If the folks at the fire hall are trying to get into our financial system, it takes them a very, very long time to do that. So shifting a lot of this stuff to the cloud will mean enhanced productivity as well.
Okay. Anything further? Yes, Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, Brady, can I just ask you to explain this? There'll be a software system then that every project is administered through. Like, in other words, when people are going to work on a project, they go into the software program and it guides them through that they're working hand in hand with it. Am I wrong?
Through your worship, right now we currently utilize various products. There is no one-stop shop for municipal work orders and project management, everything like that. If there was, I think we'd be probably trying to create it and make ourselves a lot of money. All of the stuff that we have included in this year's budget is to support the operation and use of those software applications, and more importantly, to store the information in a centralized database so that if I won the lottery and left tomorrow, or my computer fell out walking down the stairs today, it is all backed up and saved securely on our network server.
And do I understand then that starting in 2021, that will add $25,000 to our operating costs forever, or until it goes up?
Oh, sorry, actually, I think I was going to talk about that project in a few minutes, but that would be for a work order software program. Yeah, so that, the program would be an initial implementation cost to acquire it, get all of our information uploaded into it. And then after that, it would be up to $25,000 for the number of licenses that we would have for field staff, for supervisors, for management, to have access to that. So it's the cost of maintaining that, the software going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Okay, thank you, Brady.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to take this one quickly before we pass it off to Rod. We have $25,000 in the budget this year for our administrative office, specific really just to architectural design, so that we can understand all of the things that need to be completed at the existing building to make sure that it's compliant and up to date, and also to help us maybe with a transition plan in the short term during a renovation of that existing building. So this works with a point yesterday with regards to the library and the fact that why is the old library still with the library budget and so on and so forth. We don't know for sure, but we know that we're going to get rid of the existing library. But if we have to do a renovation at our administrative office, we may need or may want to use the existing library as temporary office space for staff during the renovation. Because the building, we moved into that building, a number of years ago. It has HVAC issues, it needs a new roof. We have to put a generator in there for backup power supply. The carpeting is extremely old. We have washroom issues from an AODA compliance perspective. Our server room is not an adequate size or in an adequate location, so it needs to be moved to another location. So there's significant work that needs to happen in that building, and it certainly cannot happen with all of the staff still being there at one time. So, the intention is to make sure that we take the reviews that we've already done with regards to the gas supply for a generator and the electrical review that was already done, and build that into a comprehensive renovation program for the facility.
Okay, thanks, Darcy. Questions regarding this? No? Straightforward?
No.
Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm wondering if I can ask Darcy about the roof on the administration building, a suggestion of $170,000. The roof isn't that old, I believe it's 2006. Why are we not just repairing any of the leaks?
Through Your Worship, the roof is at the end of its life. We do have a bunch of leaks. If we're going to do a full-on renovation of the facility, where we're actually going to upgrade the HVAC and everything else, we're going to be punching a bunch of new holes into the building. If we have to relocate washrooms, kitchens, so on and so forth, all of the vents and exhausts need to be removed and replaced. So at this stage of the game, it is time for that roof to be completely redone.
And you would do that then before you replaced the HVAC and did the washroom renovations?
The intention is to most likely do the, everything in a complete package, like the exterior of the building. So the HVAC and the roofing, we would want to know what has to be done from an HVAC perspective, and then you could do the roof and make sure that the right hatches are there and cut in for all of the HVAC. So this is probably an 18-month process overall between the exterior of the building and the interior of the building. And Rod might have some more information as well to share.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually did bring a flat roof specialist in also. I don't know that it was 2006 the roof was done. I think it's even a little older than that. we did do the investigation on where the current HVAC units are sitting. They are getting very punky and very spongy around it, and the edges around the outside of the perimeter of the roof are also getting very weak. So the recommendation from the professional roof specialist is to get it placed. And as to Darcy's mentioned, we're trying to implement everything in so we know where the HVAC system needs to go, and you know, the hatches and everything need to be cut in. So we're only doing this once. So.
Councillor Kentner.
Yes, through your worship, just a quick question. On these sheets, the renovation investigation is $25,000, and on the budget sheets, $30,000 for the design. It's just a $5,000 discrepancy. Is it 25 or 30?
Just give me 1 second, Council. I'll get back to you. I'll let Rod start to work on these ones, and I'll check the file once I can get access to it.
Two different things.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and to Brady. I personally, in my little company, resisted the change of putting things up into cloud. 17 years I had a system very much like what Mr. Chapman described. I bought the license, I plugged it in, and for 17 years I was pretty tight. But with COVID coming on, my professional charter accountant couldn't access what she needed to do for us, and so we've moved to this within the last couple of weeks. So I understand the big benefit of it. I no longer have to take my computer and actually ask it to save what I've just done. It's done on the fly. When we had the fire chief talk to us about an overview, I'm feeling a little bit absolutely committed at this point to everything that you have asked for, to be committed along with yourselves. I don't feel that I've got a comment that may let us look at an area that council could maybe look at to defer. Maybe I'm putting you in a bad position by suggesting that, but I sure appreciated the fire chief when he gave us a little latitude. I'm just feeling right now that everything that's being asked for at this point, I'm inclined to give them. I know that you didn't suggest, you told us that in your comments amongst yourselves, what was it, Darcy, $1.5 million? $1.5 million. And so I never said thank you for that work that we don't know about. So I don't know how my fellow councillors feel on that, but at this point I'm feeling committed to everything they've asked for, and I just don't see any spot personally that we can remove because it does affect everything else that they're asking for. So did I put you on the spot, Mr. Brady?
So through your worship, I can say that thanks, Councillor Kentner, for catching that on the slide deck. It is $30,000 in the budget. It was a mistake in the slide deck at $25,000.
We were hoping it was the other way around.
And
Thanks.
I can confirm, or just I guess briefly comment on Councillor Bell that, you know, of anything that that we do organizationally, IT forms the backbone of it. I mean, even like the IT needs of the Transportation Services Division are just as great as the IT needs of the Finance Division, because, you know, transportation needs it for GIS, for tracking of vehicles, and work order management, and the software required for minimum maintenance standards. You know, and Rob's group needs it for all of the building and planning related things, and again, the GIS. Matt's group needs it for all the fire services and the mapping, the bylaw software that we use. You know, I guess, you know, Kathy's group at the library, you know, we have the private facing side of things for our staff, but we also have, you know, a dozen public use computers and all the requirements for that. So if, I would say if there's ever anything, you know, not to reduce within the budget, it's our IT services things, because Brady and Richard in particular, very frugal, you know, to try and make sure at times, to the point where I actually have to say, no, we really do need to spend this money because there is a potential threat. So I think it's, you know, to your comments, Councillor Bell, it's the one thing that I would never want to scrimp and save on, because it's so vital to how the organization runs on a daily basis.
Thanks, Darcy. So over to Parks and Trails, are we ready?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'll go through here. As you'll see, I've just highlighted some of the areas that are on the spreadsheet. There is quite a few projects that are listed. So if you see any of the projects that were listed on the master list that weren't included in here that you want to question, I'm happy to answer. So on the Parks and Trails capital side, once again, as I mentioned yesterday, that we are going to be dealing with you know, high water levels. It's anticipated for the next 3 to 5 years. Once again, Fred Raper Park and the water shore along there is susceptible to storms and all that good stuff. So money is identified in here. We have been working with the Parks Advisory Committee to get their recommendation on to what they would like to see on this, but this money possibly could be used, and the appetite seems to be to naturalize the park. So it could be for moving the current equipment to a separate location and letting these waterfronts naturalize a little bit. And again, I know there's lots of comments out there about orange fence that's been installed in the last few days. We as staff are trying to minimize risk. You know, there is some erosion, real bad erosion issues, and we want everyone to be safe. I understand it's not the prettiest thing to look at, but you know, we're doing what's we feel is best for the corporation. So. The McCarroll Park splash pad was actually a 2020 project that is going to be carrying forward into 2021. We have retained the services of an engineer. They have provided a couple new designs for the McCarroll Park and the splash pad. We will be presenting this to the Parks Advisory Committee here within the next couple of months at the next meeting to get their input on this. Then we will be going out to the public for all of their you know, information and what they'd like to see in the park, to put it all together, to have kind of a master plan completed and with costing by next year's budget time, and we can see where we can fit it in. So, and the waste container
and so on and so forth
Right.
down there. So for the time being, it is what it is. The people who use it because they're fishermen. They,
Yeah.
you know, they don't care about having cement pads and grass beside the trailer, and you know, they're there to fish. So it works for them just the way it is. There is a project for the washrooms down there. That's to make sure that, you know, we upgrade them to AODA standards, but also to get them to a point where they're properly insulated so that they're effectively winter ready. There's been lots of discussion, you know, within the municipality that we do not have 4-season washrooms for the public to use. This would become that 4-season washroom location.
Okay, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I could stand on a soapbox and argue this either way, but there isn't any question that the harbor is the heart and soul of Meaford. It's the focal point, and at some time we have to start working at this. And I guess I'd also say that we want to be sure that we act before something happens that forecloses on our opportunity. And I just think if you go to Thornbury, for example, or you go to Collingwood, you have to go right to the water's edge to see it, because the view is blocked by what's been built there. And I think we want to try and avoid that happening to us in Meaford. And I think that, you know, I agree that we need to start. Since it's all in reserves, I think it's a moot point, really. We need to get on and start talking more about what we can carve out of this budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything further? Then I will call the question on the motion on the floor right now, that is to keep that $80,000 in reserve and take it off of the planned projects for this year. Any further discussion on that?
Oh, can you say that again, please?
Sure. There's been a motion moved by Councillor Greenfield and seconded by Councillor Bell to keep that $80,000 in reserve, but to take it off the project list for, and so that's the question we'll be voting on right now. Yes, we'll remove that from the project list, and no, we'll have another chance to keep it on. Okay, all those in favor of this motion as presented to keep the $80,000 in reserve, and those against? And that is lost. Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
If I may, and I don't want to delay the meeting, but I think this is a classic example of when you have either a strictly urban municipality or a combined urban and rural municipality. If municipality Meaford were strictly urban, that development would be going by now. It's just, we have to juggle so many projects because of our makeup.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to talk about something slightly different, and that's on the pump fuel. A couple of things. What is the formula, Mr. Chapman, that is used for reserve funds asking then for tax supported? Tax supported at over 100,000 and the reserves at 60? And could we do it all from reserves without a burden at all to the tax base? And long view on this, I know that the harbor makes us money. Do we have to be in the business of pumping fuel?
So through your worship, I'll answer the second part first. If we do not have fuel, we don't have much of a harbor.
Okay.
And Richardson's has already notified us, based on the slide deck that you have, that as of July 31st of next year, they're out of the business of fuel. Yep. It's not going to make us any money, but the thing is it allows us to still be a viable harbor. Okay. So it's needed. Your first question, great question. We'll actually have I'll explain the rationale for both this project and the Memorial Park project as well at the same time. So the intention in the budget process this year was to make sure that both the harbor and Memorial Park, which are both business enterprises, make money. Is to make sure that they don't cost the taxpayer any money, but that they don't also support the taxpayer, because we do not have business plans in place right now. We wanted to make sure that both the harbor and Memorial Park were break even, which is what we've been doing in the past anyways, because what's been happening in the past is at the end of the year, we've been transferring surplus funds into those reserves to make sure that they were break even. We've been doing that for 3 years now. So this budget actually reflects that as well. So if you go back into the operating budget, you'll see that the harbor has a net surplus of operating of $107,800. So from a capital perspective, we are funding the fuel pumps at $107,800,000. Therefore, the harbor is effectively a wash. All right? And that's why we're pulling the rest of the money out of the reserve fund. So that again, because we don't want the harbor to be a burden on the taxpayers. So that's how this process has worked. This is exactly the same for Memorial Park for the drainage improvements. If you look at the operating budget, Memorial Park has a net operating surplus of $169,000 and change. The drainage improvement works at Memorial Park are fully funded at $169,000 and change to make sure that it is net neutral to the taxpayer.
Okay, Councillor Bartley, and then we'll move on.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Madam Mayor. So back to Councillor Bell's initial question. Will we be putting an employee there to pump gas?
Through your worship, we already have employees at the harbor, like that work standard hours. They will be able to pump fuel when the fuel request is there, not unlike when we do sewer dumps and everything else, but there's not gonna be a staff member just sitting there by the pump waiting to pump gas.
And where would the pump go?
It's still to be determined through the design that we're working on right now. We have an engineering company that we've got to determine exact location, but Rod generally knows based on the preliminary design where it's supposed to go.
On the other side of the harbor?
Through your worship, so we've done the 30% designs. Back in 2019, we did the 30% design for the fuel. The tanks are anticipated to be placed out in the parking lot of the harbor, with obviously fence and bollards around them, and the pump station will be down by the dock's edge in front of the harbor's office, down by our pump station for the sewer. Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Wanted to ask Rod and Darcy if I could about the dock extension, and I certainly understand the need for it. And I know you mentioned here that you don't feel it will compromise any existing slips, but can you just speak a little bit more to exactly sort of where that goes, how close it is to the break wall, and what size of boats it would accommodate?
So through your worship, so the main dock extension, I've indicated here and indicated to you as council yesterday that we have a waiting list of 89 people. We can now up that to 93 people as of yesterday afternoon after I left here. So, so what we are looking at is adding 30-foot slips. They won't be for larger boats. They will be for mid-range boats. That is our requirement through our waiting list right now. We will be. We have looked at all of the dimensions. I believe there is 93 feet in between the break wall and the end of the one finger dock. And I think that was a concern with some of the boaters, that there was not going to be enough room. There's ample room to maneuver boats around in the harbor. So I should have actually had a map here for you. If you are looking at an aerial view of the inner marina, A dock is the furthest dock away, out near the break wall. And the reason why it's A, B, C, D this way is because when you come in as a boating customer, the first dock you see is the furthest one away is A. So that's why, when you walk up, it looks backward when it was listed. But A dock and B dock will actually be aligned in the same length. There will be no difference. Currently, there is a 90-foot difference. B dock sticks out further than A. With this extension, it will actually align everything up. So, and I have consulted with Richardson Boats. I have consulted with the Coast Guard, and I've actually even consulted with the DFO of our intentions, and they all understand that the boating industry is getting larger and larger, and a bunch of us are all in the same issue with not being able to provide enough dockage for everybody. So yeah, that's I know there are finger docks that are replaced, and there's also some D dock will also need replaced in the future, and these have been identified in future budgets later on.
Supplementary.
Your Worship, if I may. And I know we talked about the river docks yesterday, and that will help a little bit, but do you have any other ideas, Rod, going forward into the future of other potential dock extensions, or how else you may be able to accommodate your waiting list?
Through your worship, yes, I would like to see actually more of if we do have currently 6 docks normally in the river. We do have capacity for 7 docks in the river. The river I do not want to see for larger boats because of what happens with dredging and the cost of dredging if the water levels go down. So if we were able to maneuver some of the fishing boats into the river docks, then we might be able to accommodate some of the other 30-foot, 25 to 30-foot boats you know, possibly on C-Dock with the redesign of D-Dock.
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. Rod, you mentioned, you know, you've talked to Coast Guard and Richardson's and so on. Have you had any conversation with the yacht club?
No, I have not had any conversations.
Because
with them.
I just believe a conversation with them would be good, and I recommended to them that they talk to you, but because I do think they have some concerns, and I think they, you know, we really want them on side. And then I just wanted to ask, I'm confused about these two numbers that are net neutral, 107,800 and 169,650. We got it in revenue, and we're spending it on the facility. But, so my question is, are those two numbers part of our 8% tax increase?
Those, through your worship, those numbers are part of the overall budget. I wouldn't say that they're, like I said at the start today, I cannot pinpoint a specific number. These numbers form part of the overall $15+ million budget. We have always invested in the harbor and Memorial Park in the past, and over the last 3 years, we've done transfers to reserves at the end of the year to make sure that the operations were net neutral. So I guess in effect, we are following the same process, so it has no negative or positive impact to the budget from prior years.
But it does, because we have a 9% increase that we're trying to reduce. So we have, we have, as a matter of policy or habit, put these funds, dealt with them in the way you have, whereas we might have used them to lower the tax increase.
So Councillor Kentner's right in the sense that if you decide not to do any of these projects for the harbour or for Memorial Park, what we would always recommend is that that money is then transferred into reserves, because we've had the policy for a number of years now that Memorial Park and the harbour pay for themselves and benefit from their profits. And part of the reason why we need to do a lot of this work is because that didn't happen for many years during the perhaps darker budget days of Meaford, and there wasn't a lot of capital investment in either the park or the harbour. Council doesn't have to do that. You could say, no, we don't want to do a harbour main dock extension, although it'll make its money back in 4 years. And you could say, and we don't want to put it into reserves, we want to just not spend that and therefore subsidise the tax base with it. Anytime you do that sort of stuff, though, then you're getting into the same thing as we do with the assessment growth, is that you're putting profits in to lower the tax rate, and then if we don't make as much profit next year, or probably more likely, if we then want to use the profits for capital things next year, you're just punting that $110,000 whole to next year.
Yeah, and further that, I absolutely can say, Council has provided direction for staff to develop business plans for Memorial Park and the harbor. I don't know what the business plans, will look like in specifics, but I can absolutely guarantee that we will be developing business plans that provide revenue net neutral. It's not about trying to charge campers or charge boaters more money than is needed to subsidize the taxpayer. On the flip side, we also want to make sure that we are charging the appropriate amount of money to boaters and campers so that taxpayers don't have to subsidize them. So we've been doing this for 3 years. This would be the 4th year. This would be my expectation through those business plans moving forward for the next 5 to 10-year business plan, that it will become net neutral business enterprise units.
Okay. Anything further? All right. Good discussion.
So Memorial Park is the next one up here for the stormwater drainage. I will say that this project was vetted through the Parks Advisory Committee at the meeting a couple weeks ago. They are on board for this. This is other than the break wall, this was the highest priority based on the Memorial Park Master Plan. It is, of course, our greatest issue with regards to stormwater and water runoff and having washouts all the time and everything else. So this money will be used to both develop the plan from the engineering side of things and also to implement the plan. Our expectation is to get out in the near future for engineering, have a tender ready to go that we can release in late spring, early summer, and actually have the works completed late next year after the fall camping season is over. So a contractor would move in kind of October 15th-ish and do all the work that's required up until the end of the year.
Thank you. Any questions, comments for Darcy? Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. What's the implications if we don't do this? Mr. Chapman?
I mean, it's really hard to address some of the other infrastructure needs that we have down there. And, you know, there's big maintenance issues as well. You know, every time we're seeing more intense storms, we get a lot of washouts along the roads and in all the campsites. And so not only do you have to fix the washout, but then you also have to go and deal with all the cleanup of the debris afterwards and all the gravels and sediments that have run down from there as well. And like, I mean, it is what it is, but there should have been a proper stormwater management plan in that area probably 30 years ago, and it just hasn't happened. So it's something that needs to be done, and Burnside earmarked it as the top priority of all of the projects down there.
Okay.
Back over to Rod.
Back over to Rod, yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Cemetery up next.
Yep, cemetery, so there's a couple projects at the cemetery. First of all, the cemetery management system, as I mentioned yesterday, we currently have, our records are actually kept on maps, paper maps and paper card system. We have done a better job over the past couple of years of trying to just scan and save some of the newer records into system, but it's not a proper cemetery management system. So we are looking to have a cemetery management system in place, and it's for reporting requirements at the end of the year that we have to provide to the ministry. And also this program will actually help people possibly online that want to have a look at our cemetery and do it right from home for some of the grave sites. And phase 4 of the columbarium installation. So this here, again, is a very, very popular, since 2013, I believe we did our first columbarium. These are very, very, very popular right now in the funeral world. We constructed a columbarium a few years ago, and I believe there's 12 niches left. So it's a very, very popular way of performing funerals nowadays. So we are looking at adding another 2 cremation walls to provide another 108 niches, and that should accommodate the cemetery for the next 6 to 8 years. So.
Thank you, Rod.
Questions on the cemetery?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Rod. And I just wonder if you could share with Council a little bit about your vision for the new columbarium walls, recognizing that, will they look like the other two where the lower row is right next to the ground, or is there a way to raise that lower row up so it isn't perceived as kind of being right at the ground level?
Sure, through your worship. So what we're looking at is, anyone that has been up to the cemetery lately, these niches will be placed on entering the chapel, on either side of the pathway entering the chapel. They will be designed and developed and built the same way as the other niches to keep uniform. We can actually raise them up a little bit with the pouring of the foundation so they aren't so low, but to make them a little bit more attractive. But that is, we're trying to maintain the aesthetic look of the cemetery and keep it all as matching as possible in that area. Yes.
Thanks, Rod.
Yep.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you again, Your Worship. Thanks, Rod. This record-keeping management system, $50,000. Well, I know you got the best price you could. Will it record all the burials from day one up at Lakeview and additional information? Also, is this just for Lakeview, or will it, like what about McLean, St. Matthews? Will it apply to them too?
Through your worship, yeah, so what we're looking for is this system to actually to work on all active cemeteries within the municipality. Obviously, Lakeview Cemetery is the largest of all the active cemeteries, with future expansion later on that will be needed and required. I know, Duxbury Cemetery is almost full, so there will be no more burials permitted at Duxbury. We have some commitments of people that have bought plots out there that we will honor. Unfortunately, the mapping system that came back from the Duxbury Cemetery wasn't the best when we went through amalgamation. So Mark up at the cemetery has done his best to identify everything. So, and for the first question, yes, we would like to implement all of the cemetery records into this program, so we do know who is where in the cemetery.
If I could just add, Madam Mayor, this sounds like a lot of money, I know, but it's technically the person that has to sign off on the cemetery licenses every year, and as somebody in a different municipality who's been through a Bereavement Authority of Ontario audit, our records terrify me. It would only take a flood or a fire or a spilled cup of coffee, and we'd be in real trouble right now with our maps and some of our long-standing records. The other part of this is that we do have an obligation under the Act to be able to have somebody walk into the office and say, I want to see your record of who's buried in your cemetery. We don't have that right now. We can provide it if they then go to the cemetery, talk to Mark, and we spend a whole bundle of time digging through index cards. But we can't just say, here's all the Clumpuses or all the Keaveneys who are buried in this cemetery. We have to have that, and we just don't. So I'll say very quietly, while we are not having an audit, that's great, but should the audit come in, they'll tell us, you must do this. And really, this is the only way to be able to do it. And then it has the added advantage, as Rod mentioned, that we could then put that list up on our website, and then people could just come and go and look at it as they please, which is really, really popular for genealogy folks.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I want to have a little conversation about the columbarium. I remember when Mr. Butno was here, I think it was in his time that this this started. It is something that I know is becoming more popular. I would like to ask, do we have to do both sides at the same time? Understanding you just said that we've only got 18 left in the first phase. And again, I'm thinking about the need is definitely going to be there, but do we need to do, what is that there? That'd be about 104, there's to be 50 on each side, or 54. Do we need to do that together, Rod?
Through your worship, no, we don't need to do this together. The advantage is, I guess, of doing this entire project together is more for the aesthetics and not redigging up and repouring foundations again. We're just going to go in once and pour the two foundations and set the two units on top of it on either side. Council's decision, if they wanted to do one side this year, they can, and if they want to do the other side in a future year, they could do that too. So I was more concerned with the aesthetics and how it was going to look.
Through your worship, I would suggest as well, because of the cost of the construction, mobilization, demobilization, the fact that we're only going to purchase one unit instead of two, we might not get as favorable pricing. Absolutely, you can save money. I think that instead of just chopping it in half at 45. If we're only gonna do one, I think, you know, to make sure that we have enough money to do this, we would probably need $55,000.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate that, because I was going to anticipate, you know, bringing in a construction crew to do this. The other question I have on this, what does it cost? Because I don't know. Fortunately, I haven't had to have a family member get involved in this. The opening of a traditional grave and then the finances on this. Can you just tell me that for my own info?
Absolutely. So we do have, sorry, through your worship, we do have a cost to purchase a columbarium, and it is in the area of $1,500 to buy a niche in the columbarium. You can put 2 urns in a niche in the columbarium, and I believe it is $150 opening and closing for these. So this $90,000 investment at today's rates, if we were to sell them all out at today's rate, we would be looking about $170,000 worth of income back in.
Well, Madam Mayor, I think for this discussion, I would like to move that we do $60,000 for columbarium this year, and we'll see how this goes.
Is there a seconder for that motion to move $90,000 down to 60?
Yeah.
Councillor Bartley, as a seconder? Yep. Okay. Any comments, questions on this? Are we ready to call the question on this resolution going forward to reduce that 90,000 to 60,000? No? I will call the question. All in favor of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is carried.
Madam Mayor, if I can just ask my colleagues a question so I get the right words in the minutes. That will mean that we add 1 unit instead of 2?
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So
Moving on.
We'll move on to the arena.
Arena.
I'll talk about the first project, like Rod talked about the second. So the first project is the arena expansion, the design of that space. This was effectively a pre-approved kind of project in the budget from council's perspective based on the budget framework. This takes money that we had from federal grants in last year, pushing it forward to 2021 to do this work in order to get us a project designed that is effectively shovel-ready, so that we could allow that then to support future provincial or federal grant applications. So long as council's still on board with this based on the direction from September, this is the project that you're seeing. The second project Rod can speak to.
Perfect. So this is the parking lot rehabilitation. So as part of the facility condition assessment, it does call for the repaving of the parking lot. What the area we are looking at is the west side of the arena, so that is the access point from Collingwood Street to Nelson Street, and around the back of the arena, just up to the crest of the hill on the west side. If anyone has drove through it lately, it is completely tore up. Unfortunately, the back of the arena itself, Canada Post had put the mailbox back there. Everyone now seems to stop, get their mail, and does a turn in the same spot, and it has tore the pavement completely apart. The paving at the side, on the east side of the facility, each time the plow goes through is now taking chunks and chunks of paving out of the parking lot, and it's not leaving for a safe area for someone coming through at nighttime or even exiting the facility through the entrance or the exit doors. So this project is to address the drainage issue, which we do have at the back of the facility, and repave the parking lot.
Thanks, Rod. Councillor Kentner?
Yes. I would move that, that we take this out of the budget for the 2021 budget and come back to it. If we get the project where we're expanding on the west side of the arena, you know, you'll be digging up new paving anyway. So I think that we want to, we can surely manage, and maybe we want to redirect traffic, the traffic flow around the arena. It isn't necessary for people to, you know, go all the way around, I don't think. So that's my motion. If there's a seconder, I'd appreciate it.
And that's the parking lot rehabilitation. Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bartley? Any comments, questions? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, do you wish Darcy to speak first?
I'm sorry?
Do you wish Darcy to speak first, Your Worship?
Oh, I didn't see Darcy's hand. Sorry, Darcy, thank you.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. So just to advise council, again, completely within your bailiwick to make these choices, the $201,000 forms part of the overall facility funding envelope. So if you remove $201,000 from the budget, not only are you not adding money to the facility funding envelope, you're actually reducing that funding envelope substantially. So if you believe that this project isn't warranted, then we should probably just be finding another project that we've already pushed off from facility needs, or putting that money into reserves for next year's facility needs. The last point I'd like to make is to Councillor Kentner's comment about just redirecting traffic. We cannot. That's part of a designated fire route around the building. We can't block it off in any way. We can't tell people that they can't drive through there. So there's no way for us to do that. The fire department would not allow us to do that.
Thank you, Darcy. And the Deputy Mayor.
Your Worship, thank you. My suggestion was going to be, I wondered if there was a way to sort of split this project and leave the upper parking area as is and to repair what I'll call the lower area. Rod, would you be able to give us a sense of what that would look like funding-wise?
Actually, through your worship, this doesn't address any of the gravel parking lot up in the west end of the area at all. This is all the back of the arena on Nelson Street to the lower of the hill and the east side of the facility on the access point. That's what this project addresses.
Okay.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Councillor Kentner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Darcy, just help me understand how this impacts the total project. I've no intention or wishing to reduce the grant money that we might receive to renovate the arena. Is that what you're saying, or?
No, through your worship. You know, we have, through council's direction, a pot of money that we had 1% for roads, a pot of money that we had 1% for bridges, and a pot of money that we had 0.5% for facilities. This project is part of that facilities pot of money. So if you remove $200,000, if you remove this project and like completely remove it, then you've negated not only increasing that pot of money, but you've significantly reduced your facility financing. So my point is that if you don't believe that this project has merit, that's one thing. We can find another project that maybe council could support, or we just put the money into the facility reserve for a future year. But to remove it completely, you're cutting yourself off at the knees with regards to the funding that you intend to provide for corporate facilities.
May I respond to that, Your Worship?
Yes, please go ahead.
Darcy, we're trying to take another percentage out of this, and a half out of this budget. That's what we're here for. We are here to take care of ratepayers who are facing a tax increase that the far majority can't afford.
Through your worship, I have no problem with that. I'm not saying that council cannot do what council wishes, but as the director of this department, and more importantly, as the treasurer of the corporation, I believe that you employ me to provide good advice to council, and so that council understands any potential ramifications from decisions that they wish to make. At no point would I tell council that they are not able, willing, or allowed to do what is clearly within your sphere of jurisdiction. But I believe that I do have a responsibility as the treasurer to give you good advice.
Right now, Madam Mayor, the proposed increase for the facility capital funding batch is 0.18. That's 0.18. That's significantly less than the 0.5, which is council's policy for increasing that funding bucket. That's because of finding the right projects to make that up and so on and so forth. If you wanted to take this away, 200,000 is about 1.3%. So in effect, you'd be dropping your existing facility capital funding bucket by 1.1%. Again, Justice totally able to do that, but it's just important that everybody knows that, because what that just means is that that deficit that we already have talked about, and for facilities, council decided a 0.5% increase every year, but that wasn't going to cover that deficit. Again, it's a much bigger problem than that, but that's what council decided was copable with. So really, you're just setting us back, not just to 2020, but probably to 2018 levels, if we were to take this out and not replace it with anything.
So Darcy, thank you for your comments. My understanding from this is that 0.18 represents the 0.5 commitment that this council has made to facilities this year for 2021.
Yes.
So if we took that 201,000 out, this is not more. This does not add to the budget. This simply reduces the amount that we have committed totally in that 8.7%.
Yeah, for that bucket,
For that bucket.
facility-related things.
Yeah, so this is not extra.
So through your worship, just so that council does have an understanding, the current facilities funding envelope for 2021 proposed, which includes that 0.18% increase, is $594,000 in total. All right? What we're working towards is trying to bridge the gap from facility reports that happened 3 years ago that showed that we needed $9 million over the next 10 years. So what we needed really was $900,000 a year in funding for our corporate facilities. What we're at right now is $594,000. If council so chooses to remove this project, and again, council's choice, you would be reducing your funding envelope for facilities from $594,000 to $393,000, when we know that known needs are give or take $900,000 a year. And I understand that there are tough decisions. I just want council to be aware of the ramifications of making any of these choices.
There are consequences, Councillor.
Through your worship, I'd just like to remind, and thank you, Darcy, I appreciate your diligence here, but earlier today, Councillor Bartley made the point that we may have to rethink these guidelines that we have set for trying to deal with the deficit on infrastructure. And myself, last year, I moved that we lower from 0.5% the facilities allotment, because I felt that actually our facilities are not really in as desperate state as our roads and bridges. So I think we know exactly what we're doing here, and I feel that we finally have something that we might be able to make a dent in this outrageous increase, and I hope that I get support for it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And, yeah, I too am not in favor of investing the $201,000 here. But what I'm wondering, Rod, from your description of the lot, we'll have to do some repairs. If we don't go forward and replace the whole pavement, you'll need to do some repairs. Any idea off the top of your head what you're looking at?
Through your worship, sorry, no, I don't have any idea what those costs are. We just, when we did this initial costing, we did the initial costing of the paving, a little bit of contingency because we were using, 2020 numbers, and we're going to be doing it, or planned on doing it in 2021. So we knew there would be some small increases. There was a little bit of engineering money added into this also to address the drainage.
Okay. So I'd like to suggest, and perhaps you'll have to come back to us with a number to do some patching, that we allow whatever that is, $20,000, whatever it's going to take to do some patching, and then remove the rest of the money from the budget. So we'll have to ask you, I guess, to come back with that number to make such a decision.
It's through your worship, to Councillor Keaveney's point, I think, you know, based on my understanding of what we get for, you know, our patching costs, for the few areas that are, you know, tremendously bad in that parking lot, $20,000 would be more than enough to cover that. The issue is, like, we're not gonna be able to, you know, deal with all the issues. We're not gonna be able to deal with the drainage, of course. You know, we'll probably have to beg our friends in transportation services for cold patch at different times to be able to fill in holes to make sure that we don't have significant trip hazards. But yeah, that, you know, $20,000 is enough to deal with the couple of bad spots that don't even have asphalt right now.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Darcy. I don't want to play with the war chest either. But can you explain to me what the difference would be of taking the parking lot rehabilitation off the table and taking half the columbariums off the table? That doesn't hit the war chest? To explain to me, and where do we find the line that we can play with?
Through your worship, you guys have that, you know, 3 or 4 page color-coded document, right? There, you know, all the projects at the very top that are highlighted under capital project carry forwards. If you want to remove those projects, kind of like to the point of the $80,000 for the harbor master plan, you can do so, but all of those projects are funded by reserve funds. So you can change them if you don't want them, but it's not going to impact the budget. As you scroll down, you have 2021 general capital projects. All of those projects are the projects that you could affect by not changing the core funding envelopes that you've already approved. As you get to page number 3, there's a whole bunch of purple. That's the facility condition assessment, it says right there, facility condition assessment capital projects. Those are all the projects that make up your facility funding envelope. Below that, you have bridge and structure capital projects. That makes up your bridges envelope. Below that, you have roads capital project and the combined infrastructure. That makes up your roads capital projects. So, you know, if you don't want to touch your roads, your bridges, or your facility stuff, really there's about a page of projects. There's give or take 30 projects, which includes everything from fire and fleet and general capital. That's your envelope to play with.
Councillor Bartley.
No, I was in the different, I'm now on to the same page we're talking about.
Okay.
I was into the full 170-page budget, not today's agenda, so I'm less confused now.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Your worship, if I may propose an amendment to the motion to remove this pavement lot rehabilitation and suggest that we remove $180,000 and allow $21,000 then for repairs to the current parking lot, and remove the $180,000 from the budget. Sorry. I'm proposing that we remove $180,000 from the budget and allow Rod $21,000 to do the repairs.
And I need a seconder for that.
I'll second it to put it on the table.
Okay. You wish to speak to it?
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, but do you realize the ramifications of what you've done? You've
Yeah.
taken our 1.5, and went backwards 2 years on what you're doing. You understand that?
I do understand that, but I just feel the importance of reducing our tax levy this year is important enough to do that.
Okay.
Through your worship, just to confirm, to Councillor Bartley's point, what did what this would do is actually take us back to having levels of funding pre-plan. So, you know, we were funding about $400,000 worth of facility needs prior to having the facility condition assessments and having an action plan to bridge the gap. So by removing $180,000, we would be going back to having a funding envelope of $404,000, which pretty much gets us back to the pre-plan envelope.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to look at that plan as a direction from council? I think this is what has been discussed before, is in looking at, are we contributing enough to our asset management rehabilitation, or is this the stumbling block here? Doing it this way is kind of like approving a policy and then 10 minutes later contradicting that policy for a one-off situation. So I think that we're not adhering to the plans and the directions that we have provided, and that we have banked on our rehabilitation plan, and we've taken a leadership role in this within Grey County that I'm very proud of. I think that we really need to be looking at these requests over the budget time with that through that viewpoint as well. I won't be in favor of that. So we've got a moved and seconded for an amendment to take $180,000 out of this $201,000. If we're ready to call the question on that, any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Those against? 2, 3, 4. That is lost. All right, so the motion forward then is moved by Councillor Kentner, seconded by Councillor Bartley, to remove that $201,000 out of it altogether. And again, I go back to the message that we are contradicting the direction that we have provided and that we have based our budgets on over all of these years, to these last 5, 6 years, to be committing to our long-term management, asset management situation.
Through your worship, it was only, I believe, last year that we voted to add 0.5% for facilities. That's not a 5 or 6 year old policy at all. We had a policy of 1% for roads and 1% for bridges. At the time, I argued that I thought 0.5 was a little rich, and in fact, we've come in under that. But we've got a very special circumstance here where we have a crippling tax increase for the people of Meaford across the municipality. So I would really appreciate if we can vote on my motion. Thank you.
Darcy, sorry, Councillor Greenfield, go ahead before I ask Darcy the question.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I certainly hear what you're saying, and I certainly take your point. We need to have policy, we need to have long-term policy. However, we are looking at an 8.7% increase. We have whittled that marginally. And we're also looking at an era of our history that hasn't been experienced since the swine flu in 1920. It's a unique year, it's a different year, and unfortunately it's flowing into 2021. And I know a great many of our residents, taxpayers and non-taxpayers, who have had to greatly alter their life this year and will have to make alterations again next year. So I don't think it should come of any degree of astonishment to anybody that maybe council does a bit of sidestepping this year. And if that means, putting our long-term policies aside, hopefully for only 1 year, I don't think a lot of people are going to be really upset by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Darcy?
So through your worship, I just went back through council reports. I looked at 2021 budget framework report, which is this year, 2020, 2019, and 2018, just while you all were talking. All 4 of those reports had 1.5%. So for at least the last four budget cycles, we've been doing 1.5%. To Councillor Greenfield's point, I don't disagree that this, unprecedented times, and I think that, if there was ever, it's not an excuse, if there was ever a legitimate reason for stepping away from policy that council has adopted, this would probably be the year and the time. Now, stepping away, though, is to say, we're going to pump the brakes on the 1.5. It's not saying we're going to step back 5 years in funding envelope levels. That's really, I think, so from the facility perspective, we've increased facility funding this year by $27,000. So if you want to sidestep the policy, let's remove $27,000 from the funding envelope for facilities. If we want to sidestep the policy on bridges and structures, let's remove $220,000, because that's how much that funding envelope has gone up. So at least you stay at last year's level. But to go backwards, we will never be able to catch up. That's the concern from staff.
That's reasonable. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Darcy, may I ask you another question? So anything down past that, just for fun, Gray Avenue asphalt resurfacing, if I want to take that out, that affects this pot, this 1%, does it not?
That would affect the 1% for roads, yes.
So it would be going backwards on that.
Correct.
Now, just go above that 3, 8th concession south, Sunny Valley Road. There's 20,000 coming out of tax base and 348,000 coming out of a grant. Probably the federal gas tax, maybe? Okay? I know that road needs it, that's my road. But if I were to forgo my road and put that 348 towards the CRF Restore Seal, does that play with our pot of gold, and does that help our tax increase?
It certainly helps the tax increase, but if you remove that $347,000 in funding, you reduce the pot of funding. So again, all of those lines that are sitting there, from the roadside safety devices starting at $100,000 in that tax levy column, all the way down to Gray Avenue at $145,000. Total all of those up, right? That is your funding pot for roads. So if you remove any of those, you go against your funding policy. And again, this is council's prerogative. You're allowed to change policy. This is not set in stone for forever. But we just want council to be made aware of the decisions that you're making, or potentially making.
And I think that restorative seal one is a really good example of, it's very much like the parking lot. If you took that 347 out and replaced it with grant funding by not doing 8th concession, you wouldn't just be removing the 1% from this year, you'd be removing last year's 1% and part of the year before's 1%.
I'm a butcher, not a baker. I was going to forego my road to help this cause, but it doesn't make any difference.
No.
Thank you.
Well, it makes a difference to the tax rate, but it causes us more problems on our infrastructure deficit.
Huge.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I know we have a motion on the floor, but what would be the appropriate time for this council to set the directive of reducing 1.1 and 0.5? And that would actually be setting new policy.
So practical terms right now, we'd need to deal with the motion that's on the floor. In terms of when to set new policy, real world, I'd have said when we did the budget framework report a couple of months ago, because then we would have sort of worked on all of these projects around it. But if council wants to change that right now and say, this year we don't want 1.5, then you can do that. And between council and ourselves, we'd have to work out which of these projects that are listed on here make up that difference.
Okay.
Okay.
So, through your worship, I know the council's struggling with this, so I wouldn't normally do this, but I'm going to try to make it absolutely clear where you have choice that isn't going to affect your prior decisions. Okay? You have $849,000 worth of projects to choose from. It includes the 4 projects within the fire and emergency services that you've already discussed. The portable fire pump, the bunker gear, the emergency response pickup, and putting money aside for the ladder truck. $5,000 for park signage replacement. $17,000 for the scoreboard. $90,000 for the columbarium that we just talked about. $12,000 for the lifeguard chair and stand replacement at Blue Dolphin Pool. $40,000 for the library collection for library books, and every single project that you've got within the long-term fleet. That makes up your $849,000. That is that general capital that, I mean, there's more than that in the funding pot, but that includes the $169,000 for Memorial Park and the $107,000 for the harbor, and we've already discussed the process that we've used for those projects. If you touch any projects other than that, it either has no effect because they're being funded from reserves or government grants, or it has significant effect because it changes the outcome of your 1.5%.
What is council's wish here? We've got a motion on the floor.
I wonder, Madam Mayor, it's 20-1. I wonder whether we resolve the motion that's on the floor, and then I know the last half hour's been pretty complicated and has given council lots to think about. Maybe we take our break at that stage. I'm sure that Darcy, Rob, and myself and Tori would be happy to chat with any councillors who are still struggling with some of this or want to talk about individual projects, and then we can come back and council can talk about whether they want to amend their previous policy.
Okay, I think we do need a clear head on this one.
So we're not
It's
going to
been
deal with
very-
the motion that's on the floor?
We are going to deal with the motion that's on the floor. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one more comment. If after this motion, we had some lunch and we brought a motion forward to stop the 1.5 for this year only, that wouldn't work because you don't have 1.5 on the books. You got 1.58 plus 0.18, correct?
That's right.
Through your, well, it would still work because what you would be saying, effectively, instead of saying 1.5, you would say that the direction is to maintain 2020 funding levels.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Kentner and seconded by Councillor Bartley, is to remove the $201,000 from the budget at this time. And I will call a question unless there's any further discussion on that. Seeing none. All those in favor of that motion? And those against?
Did I too
You were-
quickly?
You were in between,
On the first question,
to remove the 201,000.
so I'll hang for a bit moment. Yeah.
He needs some lunch.
Yes, I think we all need a break. Let's try this again. All right. The question is, are we in favor of removing 201,000 from the parking lot, for the parking lot rehabilitation.
Yep.
That's a yes? And that is carried. We should have left it until after lunch. Let's break at this stage, and we'll resume after lunch and carry on. Sorry, Kathy, we're keeping you back, everyone. So, where do we leave off? Mr. Clerk, I think we're on corporate services budget highlights.
We are. The screen that's behind you is showing things for the admin office in the museum. That's kind of where we got to in the presentation. Having said that, Council was getting into a bit of a deeper conversation on a more broad scale, and I don't know whether any members of Council want to have that conversation or go more into it, or whether we just want to carry on with the individual projects as a whole.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to do a broader look at things. I would like to bring forward that we hold the 2020 line that we had last year and the implications that that means as we move forward, which is different than simply saying reducing 1.1 and the 0.5.
Yep.
It's holding the line of 2020.
If I can just get clarification, as I'm sort of trying to figure out what the words on that would be. Councillor Bell, do you mean only on the roads, bridges and facility, or do you mean on the general infrastructure as well?
On the 1.1 and the 0.5.
Okay, thank you.
So we should clarify it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a seconder for that, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, and I'd like to speak to it if I may, Your Worship. And I would just like from staff a little more clarification on what the implications of that might be. Does that mean that we would need to pull projects from this budget, and to potentially what dollar amount?
So on the screen above you, it would mean that the road and bridge funding increase, $231,380, and the facility capital funding increase, $26,500, would need to come out of the budget somewhere. That's a total of a 1.76 increase, which would bring the tax rate increase down by an equivalent amount. Now, I should add, you have, of course, already taken $201,000 out of the facility capital funding increase, so you've already more than covered that $26,500.
Okay. So, may I carry on, Your Worship?
Please, go ahead.
So that's 231,380 that would be pulled. So so that means we'd be looking for a project of roughly that amount that would need to come out of the budget?
No.
Yes, but if you were going to adhere to the stay of funding for each of the three categories separately, you'd need a project from the road section and a project from the bridge section. Otherwise, if you were just taking one 231 project, let's say from the road section, you'd be reducing roads funding, not maintaining it, and you'd be increasing bridge funding, not maintaining it.
So is this something we would need to request a report from staff on for their recommendations?
I will look behind me at folks and say that we may well be able to suggest a couple of things as council's going through the infrastructure stuff, but I don't know how detailed we'd be able to get.
Through your worship, we'd be happy to discuss it with our presentation, and I guess if we don't get where we need to, we can definitely discuss bringing a report forward, but it probably be best to have the discussion when we're going through our presentation for infrastructure.
Perfect. All right, let me get myself organized here. So we have one remaining, I think. Capital projects, additional consideration, information technology, and long-term capital major projects. still to go?
Yes, there are a couple of individual slides left from the corporate services team, but council will need to deal with Councillor Bell's resolution first.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and whether this could go through or not, we will have to wait till Tory's part of it, but I would not vote on this if we're also doing the 201,000, because that's a double whammy, and I can't go for both of them.
Can we put pause on that motion coming forward from Councillor Bell until after we've finished with the discussions? That might provide more information for everyone.
My suggestion would be no, because if you're going to listen to the rest of the corporate services presentation, then you're going to have the infrastructure services presentation and talk about individual projects. Then you're either going to not meet the terms of Councillor Bell's motion, or you're going to go past the terms of Councillor Bell's motion. Whereas at least if you've made a decision about whether you want to hold the line or continue with 1.5, then council knows what the rest of council is thinking and what you're then looking for in terms of savings, if you're looking for savings.
I think there's still some confusion, certainly with me, in terms of what the implications of that would be at staying the same as last year.
Well, so the implications would be that we're adding those amounts, or council has decided to add those amounts over the last few years to deal with the infrastructure deficit that was shown through the roads SODI, the bridges SODI, and the facility condition assessments.
Right.
These were all 10-year plans to keep increasing the funding to try and deal with some of that deficit. None of them were going to deal with all of the deficit. If you don't do it this year, as a hiatus, and I think that was the word Councillor Greenfield used earlier when he was talking about the uniqueness of the current situation, then in effect you're just turning that 10-year plan into an 11-year plan. But it does mean that that deficit doesn't get any smaller.
Through your worship, what it really means in order to meet the needs of Councillor Bell's request is that we need to remove roughly $146,000 in funding from the roads-related budget and $85,000 from the bridge-related budget and $26,500 from the facility budget. That would be recognizing though that the $200,000 the council just took out for the arena project is back in. If it's not back in, you're already well under that 0%.
Okay, Councillor Kentner, sorry.
Yes, through your worship, my purpose was not to upset our long-range plan of 1.5, although I would be the first to say that it is probably unsustainable. I haven't done the numbers, but somebody like Mr. Chapman would have no problem telling you at what point it would be pretty much impossible to keep going in that direction. But hopefully we will have really mowed down our infrastructure deficit. I don't see what the problem is. This parking lot at the arena isn't even being used very much at this point, and is unlikely to, be used, like the community center part is unlikely to be used this summer unless there's a real improvement in COVID, which doesn't appear to be happening. So I just see this as like in an unusual year, a little bit of an adjustment, a pivot, in order to try and grapple with this enormous tax increase. And I don't see as necessary that we really alter our plan, except always being aware that at some point, we may have to make some adjustments to keep it working in our favor. I just feel that the $201,000 at the arena grounds is a pretty easy decision to make to save us a very significant amount of money, and we can come back in a year or two and do it in connection with the project when we get the funding to proceed with renovations there. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Through your worship, and if I could, so I I completely agree with Councillor Kentner's philosophy on all of this, so long as council recognizes that you're gonna make this year's budget work. But next year, what you need to be willing to do is add 0.5% to the facilities next year, like we normally have been doing, plus an additional $201,000 on top of that. Because we're losing ground on the facilities right now this year. But if this is a one-year thing, in order to make this year palatable, that can be done. But recognize that next year, what we're gonna be asking for is give or take, $275,000 in extra money in next year's budget just for facilities to get us back to square one this year, plus the 0.5% next year. And that is about 1.8%.
And we don't know what next year's going to bring. We have no idea whether that's going to be another unusual year.
Again, I will say as well, if council doesn't believe in the merit of doing the parking lot, to Councillor Kentner's point about the fact that the arena may not be used a whole lot next year because of COVID, we don't know one way or another, then that's fine. Shelve that project for a year, but invest that money in another facility project. Ask staff to come back with a report as to what other projects we pushed off for a year in order to make this one happen.
Councillor Bartley?
God, not trying to say anything.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Darcy. I know where you're coming from, and I don't think that anybody on council wants to push anything off. They're just grasping at straws to reduce the rate. But I think what we've done with our last thing before we left for lunch, we shot ourselves in the foot. I truly believe that money should go back into facilities. If you don't want to do the parking lot, do something else that needs done. At the same time, if you put that $200,000 back in and then took a hiatus on the 1.5, it's more money than the 201. And I'm not going to be the one to make the decision, but we could take out 2 bridge projects. It's just getting ready for bridge projects in another year. They add up to $135,000. There's the bridge portion of it you could take out that doesn't hurt anything. If we reduce the 1.5. In a road project, there's one little road project here, we could take that paving at lot rehabilitation at Toll Bridge. That takes care of that portion. So I'm afraid we've shot ourselves in the foot doing the 201, because that takes us back 4 years or more than 4 years on what we're trying to accomplish. And I think sometime soon we need another long, drawn-out report on our infrastructure deficit, because it's unbelievable. We will not catch up. Thank you.
Yeah, Matt?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm going to divert away from that ever so slightly and sort of go back to the holistic view, which we've talked about a few times over the last few months. Capital is the easy stuff to cut, because you can see that a grader is worth $125,000. You can see that repaving a parking lot is $201,000. So they're isolated individual projects that you can say, that's where I can save money. So it's easy to take out. Our infrastructure as a municipality has been the driving force of this council and the last council, because you've absolutely correctly recognised that there hasn't been enough investment in infrastructure over the last 5 decades, let's say. Every time we pull a capital project, we're kind of doing what happened for those 5 decades. We're saying, future us is going to deal with that. Oh well. At the same time, we made one change to the operating budget yesterday, And actually, it wasn't a change in the services that the residents receive. It was just a shift of the way that residents pay for the same service. So we saved $60,000 on the tax bill, but we told residents that they were going to pay $4 for a bag tag instead of $3. So one taxpayer is a comment we often hear from Councillor Kentner. Still those taxpayers who are paying for that, albeit the people who use the garbage will pay for it most. We've talked a bunch of times, and in fact the last time we sat here a week ago, I heard several councillors talking about the need to have conversations about service levels. We didn't have a single conversation about service levels yesterday. So it's really easy for you guys to pull $500,000 or more out of the capital budget today. And I'm expecting that. And in fact, I think I said that to a couple of my colleagues after we left here last night. But that doesn't deal with the bit about living beyond our means and the service level issues. That just puts us further behind the 8 ball on the capital deficits that we've got. We can argue and discuss about whether the levels are right. You know, the 1% on bridges was working on the basis that we were going to close 8 bridges. Council doesn't want to do that, and that's fine, but that means we've increased that deficit. The 0.5% on facilities was due to get us up to $900,000 a year in facility costs. Individual councillors, staff might not think that we need 900,000, we might need 750,000, because maybe some of those things don't need doing within the next 10 years because the roof will last a bit longer or the HVAC system will be okay. But every time we pull off any of those, then we're just pushing it back. We're not getting closer to dealing with it. So I think I understand why council's trying to look at the capital in this amount of detail, and you should be assured that all of the projects that you're about to approve are necessary to the municipality. But it really only shifts the issue to next year and the next year and the next year, because we're still going to try and do all of these services and improve our infrastructure. That's going to come with 8% increases every year.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and to the point of my fellow Councillor Bartley, and to try and keep things not confusing, a councillor cannot bring 2 things together at the same time for a double whammy, but it would be my intent to do something different immediately after you call the question on this one at some point, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, thank you, and Councillor Bell now has me very curious, but I really can't get my head around pulling funds from roads and bridges. That's been our priority, and we've worked so hard to try to, work towards catching up, and we're a long way from it. I think I look at this parking lot in itself as being unnecessary at this point in time. I see repairing it, and I see that lasting a number of years. And therefore, I think that, that 200,000 can kind of come away from the facilities, kind of taking it out of the picture without having that huge impact on the 0.5. And I know you're going to tell me otherwise, but I'm thinking this project can, when it's repaired, it can last a good number of years, and therefore take that immediate need that you say would probably come back to us next year out of the picture for a good while.
For you, Madam Mayor, I can absolutely appreciate that this particular project might not be necessary in your eyes, might not be necessary in my eyes. I walked and drove along that piece of road a lot when I lived where I lived, and I'd say it was, but that's a personal thing, and I would understand why people wouldn't. But I think what I'm trying to say is that if you take it out, we have a deficit on our facilities. So there are 20 other ways that we could spend that $200,000. And if we don't spend that $200,000 at all, then we're getting further behind on that facility infrastructure. And even more so if we pull that $200,000 and then don't go back up next year, because in effect you'd be going back to whatever the facility funding levels were in 2017. So just every year after that, you'd be further behind the 8 ball on the facility condition assessment needs. So I think that when Darcy talks about, if you don't want to do this project, don't do it, but ask us whether there's other projects, Rod could probably, off the top of his head right now, come up with 6 other things that need to be done, or in the, Brady absolutely can, in the urgent category on our asset management system that we haven't put in because we know we can't afford it because of the way the budget is.
Through your worship.
So, yes,
Sorry,
sorry, Darcy.
I think that, again, that we need to talk about the broad philosophy of how council wants to manage the municipality. Right now, between taxes and water and sewer rates, we're investing about $6.3 million a year into capital. Our infrastructure deficit, by the time we get done the asset management plan, or the total infrastructure needs, I should say, will be well in excess of $10 million a year. I don't know the numbers completely, but I would literally bet my life that we have at least a $4 million infrastructure gap. It could be double that.
Annually.
So there, you know, and to say, and I don't care about funding it this year. Whether you fund a roof this year or whether you fund it 3 years from now because you're trying to squeeze every last ounce of life out of it, doesn't matter to me. Like, everybody owns a vehicle, right? Your cars are not going to last for 40 years. At some point in time, everything needs to be replaced. And for every time we buy a car where one might last for 20 years, we bought another one that's 11 and you only get 5 years out of it. So that's why we use the law of averages for all of our assets. So we have 3 choices. The first one is to stick our head in the sand like an ostrich and hope that the province or the federal government bails us out year after year with infrastructure grants. The second is to accept all of the infrastructure and the deficits that we have and be willing to continue to raise taxes to meet those needs. The third is to significantly reduce or completely remove services that we currently provide right now that will assist in reducing the operating budget and also mean that we no longer have to invest in that infrastructure. None of the decisions are easy. None of them are likable, but those are the decisions that you have to face as council.
Councillor Vickers, you had a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been sitting here trying to take it all in and to try and come up with some ideas and my thoughts. And I guess I keep hearing instead of reducing capital, which capital is your best investment, to reduce the services. So being a person that maybe doesn't understand what all that means, I will bring something forward. We for the last few years, we've had a second run, an afternoon shift on the snowplows, have we not? So if we decided not to do that, that would be a decrease in service, and what would that equate to? And is it still possible? Because we're actually almost into that time frame where we actually have an afternoon shift on, do we not? I don't know who to look to. Maybe it's Tori. Sorry, Tori, you got to sit up here in the front row to.
Through your worship, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now, but when I'm sitting at my computer, I can bring up the report that was done by Darcy and his team when he was when he was in the head of the transportation department, and that identifies what those different costs are. With regards to our staffing for the winter, they started on November 1st, so we do have our temporary seasonal staff already with us for the winter season.
So to follow up with that question, is it still possible to cancel that level of service at this time for the next winter, for this winter of 2021?
Through your worship, we'd have to look into it and figure out from a scheduling how that would work, especially since we already have some of those, like we have those staff hired. So it could be something we can look into to see how it would impact or could impact the 2021 budget.
From an HR point of view, there will be some costs involved, but they wouldn't be the whole season's worth of costs.
And if I could
Carry on.
And I understand, the last 2 winters, you look back, And we probably could have gotten away with it. And sure as the day is long today and the sun's out, if we cut it this year, we're just going to get whacked. And we'll be the goats again, sort of thing. But I don't know what else to do. You know, you talk about law of averages. In the way the weather systems have been going, is it really wise money spent for the value we're getting from it? So if people have to miss a day or two of work, I guess that's what I'm saying, that I think I'm willing to sacrifice this, you know, because the last 2 years, they probably wouldn't have missed a single day of work. So that's just so everybody understands, this is where I'm coming at, and this is where, you know, we have to realize the risk associated with it too. And if you go by the law of averages, you may look bad for the first year, but maybe over a 5-year average, you'll look like a champ. I don't know.
Darcy?
Through your worship, so the costs, and of course, we'd really have to flesh this out, but the cost would be somewhere between $200,000 and $240,000 in savings over an entire year. To Councillor Vicker's point, we're kind of in the thick of it already this year. It's really hard to try and kind of make a service level change as of January 1st, if we were going to do that. My suggestion to council would be, if you're going to make this change, you either make it effective next winter season, which means that you would save half the money for this year's budget. You know, you understand what I mean? Like, it would be saving it for, you know, October, November, December next year kind of thing, so it's half the winter season. The other thing that you could do is recognize that you want to do this wholly, and as part of the transition from January through to the end of the year, you could use the winter control reserve to offset those extra costs this year, so you could still effectively realize that $200,000 to $240,000 in savings in 2021. So you'd still maintain the level of service through this whole winter control season. You just use the winter control reserve to offset the January to March costs.
Is there any way of going halfway in between? You know what I mean? Like, if we, to get to the transition, because by your theory, I think we would still have the full complement of service, let's call it that, a full service complement for January, February, and March, only using reserves to pay for it. So what happens, is there any way of doing a half complement for January, February, and March and still use the reserves? Just to try and blend it in, so, you know, maybe people won't notice it. I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, we have what would normally be done. Let's do it halfway for this January, February, March, and then not do it at all starting November 1st of 2021. Or is that just foolish?
Your worship, I don't know. I don't know if I want to comment on all that. I think it's more of that's for Jessica and Jeff to try and figure out. I know that if we got rid of it all, the reason that we suggested it, you know, a couple of years ago is that there was significant savings and we would still meet legislated MMS requirements. So if you went halfway, of course, you'd still, you know, be exceeding those MMS requirements. But how the scheduling and everything else would actually work, I don't know. Like, that's, you know, they would have to run different options to see how it could, you know, if it was even effective to bother having half the staff, kind of, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And through your worship, just to add to that, so we could bring a report forward to identify that information. You know, there was one previously brought forward, but it was changing it from meeting minimum maintenance standards to something higher, and that's what was decided. And so it sounds like there might be some additional things that need to be reviewed and could come forward in a report so that a decision could be made on a different level of service than we're currently providing. Like Darcy said, we currently exceed the minimum maintenance standards that we're required to meet, but there are potentially options between what we're doing and the minimum maintenance standards that we could look into in that report.
So I'm not trying to do your job, your worship, but I think do we not have a motion on?
We have another motion on the floor, yes.
That's my hesitation of bringing forward a motion.
Okay, so we'll deal with the first motion, and then if you want to bring that one forward at that time. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I was going to go back to, there's a motion on the floor, and I think it's prudent that we set it aside for right now, it and the parking lot, till we go through the rest of what we're doing and see what happens there.
Well, I asked the question of a clerk, and his suggestion was that we deal with this now.
Again, that was just my suggestion, and that's how my brain works on these things. It's got to work for you guys as well. Anybody can make a motion to defer something to later in the day or to another time, and so on.
I just think it's prudent because I've got a whole bunch of questions about winter maintenance and new forestry and whatnot. We're going to get into an hour-long conversation about it, and this thing's still on the table. And I don't think we're ready to make a decision on that until we see what's going forward. You brought up the services, Matt. I don't know if we want to go into an hour-long service thing with that still on the table. I'm prepared to.
I think that the reason I suggested it was kind of the same reason as when we were talking about the parking lot, is if council goes into the detailed discussion about individual projects for roads, bridges, fleet, all those sorts of things, then you're potentially again going to either do or not do Councillor Bell's motion de facto, or could go, you know, if you would take the $347,000 project out, for instance, that would take you way beneath the 2020 funding levels. So what I wouldn't want council to do is you have to go round and round in circles on these things over and over, and then come back to and go, oh, well, we've actually reduced it by more than we intended to do because of our 1.5.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Smith, just for clarification. What we have passed, not pertaining to this one that's on the table, but the one we passed before lunch, could they not come back for reconsideration if the mover and the seconder did that, wanted to do that?
They could. Any motion could be reconsidered as long as a member of the victorious side, so somebody who voted for the motion, was the one bringing the reconsideration.
So they're not absolutely binding?
No.
Okay, thank you.
To be honest, nothing you do today is absolutely binding until we get to the stage of passing a budget in December or January or whatever that is, then that's the binding moment.
Which is why I thought to agree with Councillor Bartley that there's an uncomfortable level of understanding, for me at least, on what the implications of this whole, the 2020 line of roads, bridges, and facilities. Because there's so many other things that we're talking about in the process. So I would agree to park that and come back at the end of the discussion today. Darcy?
No, sorry, I was just scratching.
You're scratching your head. Me too.
So to do that, Madam Mayor, you'd either have to have Councillor Bell withdraw that motion, you can bring it back later if you wishes, or you'd need a motion to defer from somebody.
Okay. Councillor Bell?
I'll withdraw it at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Mayor?
I would second.
Okay, so withdrawn, and we'll revisit it if you care to bring it back at the end of the discussion. Thank you for that. Okay, so where are we now? Councillor Vickers, did you have something that you wanted to bring forward?
So I won't know the proper words, but basically I would like to reduce our winter maintenance back to one shift. Like, how do you phrase this, Matt? Like,
do you want to just say we should cut it from the budget and be told how much that's going to be when we come back, or do you want some information, a report from staff on what the costs and implications will be of a couple of different levels of service?
I think I would like a couple different options, whatever, more information, that's for sure, because we're shooting pretty blind. really, like, Darcy gave us his best estimate, his best guess what it would be. What happens if it's wrong? So I think we need more information.
So then, the motion that I'm writing is that Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring forward a budget report outlining the impacts of a reduction in level of service, in winter maintenance level of service.
Across the complete municipality.
Yeah.
Did you want to date that? We had talked about it being for the 2022 budget, but in preparation for that budget. And
I
so
think we
that
wanted for the 2021 budget.
For the 21 budget.
Is that kind of?
Okay.
So again, as we talked about yesterday, we'll make every effort to do something like that for November 30th. It will be briefer than it would be if we had a couple of months to figure that out, but it will still give you enough information, I hope, to make some decisions.
Okay. And is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Kentner. Okay. And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm just a little confused in what you're asking, Mr. Vickers. Are you wanting to cut the service that we've had last year, or are you wanting to cut the enhancements that are in the budget?
Through your worship, if you can tell me the difference, like, because I think they're almost the same. Steve, you can call me Paul. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you can tell me what the difference is, then I'll give you my answer. But what you just said, I think they're pretty well the same, unless somebody else can tell me a different.
I would have to either have Vanna or Tori tell us the difference.
Through your worship, there were no proposed enhancements to winter maintenance, so it would be changing the levels of service that the municipality currently provides, which would be the same as we provided last year. So it's changing the current level of service, which was what was provided in 2020 and 2019 and has been. It would be looking at changing that level of service moving forward, as there was no intended change through the 2021 budget.
That's what I meant.
Okay, so that motion has been moved and seconded, and I'll call the question unless there's a further discussion on this. Councillor Kentner.
To speak to it for a moment, the one thing I can tell you from a lot of experience driving in winter around here is that you may start with a storm in the morning, but if you're going to get a storm, it comes in at about 2 to 4 in the afternoon and blows like stink. And then usually it settles down a bit around 7 o'clock and people can still get home. That said, I understand, like, we are going to have to reduce some services, and I'm more than happy to support Councillor Vickers' motion and get something off this tax increase. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further comments? Councillor Vickers.
If nobody else has anything more to say. And those are very good points, Ross, and I can fully appreciate them and fully understand them living out in the country. Just, I look at the cost of those 4 or 5 days a year, and it's, to me, it seems like an awful high cost, a high level of service to a lot of money spent for those 4 or 5 days. So I can appreciate that, and when somebody phones me and complains that they couldn't get home in the afternoon, yeah, and I'll say, how many other days this year? If it was constantly, like, 30 or 60 days, I would be all for it. But when it's such a small amount of days, it just seems like an awful large, big cost.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thinking back to 2014 and knocking on doors, and the one thing people said to me and probably some of the others of us at the time was, snow plowing is one thing the municipality really does right, don't change it. And then we changed it. And we went down to minimum standards, and people weren't happy, and it took this council under the leadership of Councillor Bell with his motion some time to get a service increase to the level that it is now. And I think of the afternoon storms and recognize that's the time when school buses are out and they need to get those kids home. So I'm not sure that this is an area that I'm really inclined to cut. We've kind of got the service back now to a standard that people are comfortable with, although I would entertain a report from staff as to how they think they could keep the service close to what it is, but I'm not sure that will provide us enough savings to accomplish what we want to do without going back to the state of affairs where providing just the minimum standards really did not make our residents happy.
Councillor
Yeah,
Kentner.
through your worship, I don't think we have to worry about the school, the schools will close all those days. They had an enormous number of closed days last year, and the insurance companies will make sure those buses aren't on the road, don't worry.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley and Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm sorry if I thought there was enhancements in winter control. I'm just looking at the budget. Winter control budget for 2020 is 966,000, and it goes up 114,000 for next year. So there's in and outs for payroll. I just figured there was an enhancement, more people. Can you tell me why it's 114,000 more than last year? A little bit with sand, but that's all I can see. So, and same with the forestry, it's way up, but that's an in and out with payroll and labor, and it's up $90,000.
Yes, through your worship, the reason is to coin it as Councillor Bartley has the in and outs. It's simply, we've reallocated payroll to reflect trends from one area of focus to another. So where it may have been in road maintenance or rural ditching or stormwater management or whatever, you know, we're spending more time on forestry or we're spending more time on winter control than we had in the past, and that's why we're allocating more hours to it.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be really quick. Paul, thank you for bringing this forward. And I knew it would come up. I really did. The level of service that we have right now has to do with rollout times in the rural community, earlier in the morning and at night and on the weekend. We're getting the roads open. And importantly, to the downtown core, one of the major levels of service increase that we enjoy at this point is the reduction in the height of the snowbanks from what they were, to get them lower and get them lowered when they hit a height, and whether it's done by our internal road crews or by contractor for safety reasons, drop the height of the snowbanks. So I expect that when Tori and Jessica work on that report, they'll mention those things, and that's where we're at, just briefly.
Okay. We at decision time on this one then? It's been moved and seconded. What are we doing here? Matt, where are we? I'm sorry, I was looking up another number here.
So the motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Vickers, seconded by Councillor Kentner, that Committee of the Whole directs staff to bring forward a budget report outlining the impacts of a reduction in the level of service for winter maintenance.
Thank you. All those in favor of this motion going forward, and those against? And that is lost. Okay.
They won't speak about that anyway. They won't let you do it.
So we'll move on then, at this stage. Where I am now.
So through your worship, if we could just finish up my group, if that's possible, and then
please.
I know a lot of the conversation is starting to go towards roads, so I'd love to finish up our group, and then you guys can move on and take task with Tori and Jessica and Chris for a while. I know we've already talked about the roof replacement at the administrative office, so unless there are any questions, I'll let Rod talk about the museum and the projects that are being proposed down there.
I do have a question for Darcy about the roof, and I'm sure I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Did you price putting a peaked roof on the existing building and the cost of that, or the practical idea of that?
Through your worship, we did not. I don't believe that with the proximity of our building literally being right beside the post office that we could actually put a peaked roof on, because of lot lines and the inability to actually have, any kind of a, peek over the edge of the side of the building. So I don't think that that's even possible.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, over to you, Rod.
Okay, great. Thank you, Worship. So the capital highlights of the museum are some facility upgrades. These include some AODA compliance updates to the public washrooms. This is the replacement of a mechanical humidification system. The current one that's in the museum right now is more of a residential, and it's very hard in the artifacts and that, so they need a good humidification system to secure the artifacts. And it's some new spray foam in the attic of the original portion of the facility. There is very limited to no insulation in that part of the facility, and the ventilation is very poor. So that is what made up the $31,000 and those capital costs.
Thank you, Rod. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Thanks, Rod. So we're basically taking a passive attitude for the water coming in the basement. It's just keep pumping. That's what we're going to do.
Through Your Worship, yes, we've looked at our options, and unfortunately with the levels at Georgian Bay right now and in the basement of that facility, it is just a never-ending battle until the water levels actually drop and reduce into the basement. We did spend some money this year. We had cleaned the basement entirely out. When one of our pumps have failed, and we've actually installed an additional sub pump down in the basement, and it seems to be holding the water currently coming into the facility. So,
Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to bring a motion forward that we close the museum permanently.
Is there a seconder for that motion? I see no seconder for that motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions with regard to Rod's numbers presentation? Then we'll move on.
And there's just one more here. Thank you, Worship. So the Bogner Hall capital highlights. We have actually tendered this renovation out of the Bogner Hall. You will be receiving a report next week, hopefully to award this project. It has come in under budget, which is great. I can tell you, as Councillor Bartley can tell you, this Bogner Hall Committee is very excited about this renovations that are going to be happening out there. So, and that's pretty well it for our presentation.
Okay,
I
and
have
again,
another question for-
thank you, Councillor Kentner.
Yes, thank you, through Your Worship. I have another question for Rod. It's about the scoreboard replacement at the arena. There is no hockey anymore. I think we should put this off until COVID is gone. That's $17,000 on the tax levy. And I'd bring a motion forward on that if there's a seconder.
Councillor Bartley, are you seconding that motion?
To bring it to the floor, yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Councillor Kentner.
Through Your Worship, I don't know if, Rod, if you know any better, but it doesn't seem that there will be any hockey games played until COVID is past us. So that rules out really the winter of 2021, and that's where we were going to spend the money, and I want to get it out of that year.
Through Your Worship,
Sorry, go ahead.
Through Your Worship, as of yesterday afternoon, when I went back to the arena after I left council, the GMHL is actually talking about starting up early in the new year. There will be obviously restrictions. They do have to go back to their return to play program, but it is their intention to start in the new year. I know the major junior clubs, i.e. the Owen Attack and the OHL, they are planning on starting in February. I do see hockey, if it's not this winter exactly, it will be next fall. And unfortunately, our clock it is the original score clock that is in the arena. It was refurbished back early before 2000, but there are just parts are not available for that score clock anymore. And I would not want to see us push this project out for an entire year in case hockey does happen to start up again in the fall and we have no scoreboard for it.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I second this to get it on the table. I have it that I may cut it if you think it's not going to work for the season. We need to fix it or replace it. Have you ever asked Pepsi or Coke to put a time clock up?
Through your worship, Pepsi and Coke have actually got out of that business.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they are not. They're not sponsoring advertising boards like that. Have we looked at other avenues for sponsorship? No. Is it a possibility? Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Been moved and seconded to remove the arena clock from the budget. I'll call the question. Those in favor?
Because I moved it.
And those against? And that is lost. Okay, we are finished with that then, Rob. And on to information technology.
Yes, sorry.
Do you, Brady? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Rod.
I can be quick on this one. As Darcy explained kind of a couple hours ago at the start of our group, we have trimmed a lot of projects, a lot of money out of our capital budget this year as a management team, as divisional teams. This project was one that we kind of had to fight tooth and nail till the end about pulling it out. More so from a business continuity standpoint. This project goes hand in hand with the administration office not having a backup power supply. So if the power goes out, we lose our main server. Currently, we lose our email server. We don't have anything that just fires back up at one of our sites that have an emergency generator. That being said, we pulled this project at the very end, recognizing that our connectivity between our buildings to make this work seamlessly is not there at this point like we had hoped to by the end of 2020. So we have pulled the project and will include it in 2022 once we have better connectivity between buildings.
Okay, thank you for that, Brady. Comments, questions for Brady? Seeing none, guess that was easy. The ice management system.
So, Mr. Mayor, so this here is another project that was pulled. I have brought this one forward. So what happens is currently we use hot water for all of our floods. We have in the past couple of years tried to add a chemical to the water they say that hot water freezes faster than cold water, and it does with less air bubbles and that. They've now come up with a product that actually cold water is the preferred use for flooding. There is substantial savings in hot water costs to heat your hot water. We use 250 gallons of water each flood. So we were looking to possibly go to eliminating the use of the hot water for the arena to save approximately $6,000 to $8,000 a year in heating the hot water. So.
And the cost of that is?
About $30,000. $30,000.
$30,000.
30,000 for what? The chemicals?
No, it's actually it's a unit that actually bolts to the wall, and the water comes through, and it is then changed. It changes the turbidity of the water to take all the air bubbles out, and it freezes. A number of arenas across North America are actually going to this system now.
And how much does it cost for the chemicals?
No, there is no charge for chemical. It's a one-time purchase.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I haven't found that on the overall sheet, Rod.
It's, through your worship, we didn't, these are just a couple projects that we didn't include that we really wanted to highlight to council. You know, recognizing the fact that we've done our due diligence, and even though there are projects such as this that would save us money, have a 5-year payback, we just knew that it wasn't possible in this year's budget because it was so, like we were fighting that uphill battle.
Okay, was this for information?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, long-term,
Yeah, so the last thing we want to talk about is just some of the long-term projects so the council's aware of what's on the radar. Of course, you know, one of the big projects for us, hopefully we can get some significant grant funding for it, would be the renovation and expansion of the community center, you know, to meet all that AODA compliance stuff. It's pegged right now at about $4.8 million. Certainly over the next 5, 10 years and beyond, we will be implementing the Memorial Park Master Plan. That is expected to come to council next week for your blessing. And then we also have the administration office renovation. So as we mentioned to council, the long-term project here at the admin office, you know, starts with the roof, but we have to deal with HVAC, generator, internal facility upgrades, renovations, all the AODA compliance that we need to meet. That's currently pegged at about $700,000 as the needs long-term.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. In relation to the administration office, I think this council had a very short, high-level conversation some time ago about the potential of whether this was going to be the long-term home for staff. So if we make this investment in this facility, it is staff's intention then to stay right where you are in that admin building?
Through your worship, I guess if that is the long-term intention, then yes. Otherwise, if we found another more suitable location, we would use that funding and just, you know, use it for a different space.
I'm inviting the CAO down because I think he might be able to give council a high-level overview of where we're at.
Come on down.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so as indicated, we are budgeting right now because it's our only solution at this point in time for our needs is the existing building. We are exploring options, but at this time we have no firm plans in place for an alternate location. We'll come forward to council when that, and if it's before we do any renovations, then we'll just repurpose those funds into an alternate location for staff, should that come forward. But that's where we're at currently.
Okay. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask Rod about the arena and the flooding on that machine. So what was just talked about? There was going to be savings of $6,000 to $8,000, but if we spend another $30,000, is that correct? Okay. Is that an enhancement then?
It would have been.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So you know that I've been down at the arena enough to see what we're doing, and I know that currently you are adding a chemical to the water to not go as hot as the old time used to be. And so you would currently then, what you've been doing would, if we don't do this, you would do that format moving forward, or would you go back to using hot water only?
Through the mayor, we were having issues with the chemical that we were adding. It was actually clogging up some of the water lines. It wasn't dissolving all the way through. So the guys have actually backed off a little bit because they were spending a lot of time pulling some of this chemical out of the flooding pipe. So this new ice management system requires no chemical. It's all done in an internal change, and it's a one-time cost. And we have done the overall math for the number of floods we use, for the number of days we use, and the number of weeks we use. They have come up with savings of $6,000 to $8,000 for us.
Okay, thank you for that, Rod. And you know I do spend a little time at the arena when life is normal. So I would move then that we do not do this enhancement of $30,000.
It's not on the budget.
Well, then that's excellent in my mind.
All right, thank you, Rod, thank you, Brady. Is that it for you, Mr. Chapman? All right.
All right.
then we'll move right along and welcome Kathy Lee in the library. Kathy?
That's okay. I'm pleased to be here. It was great dialogue and good to listen to. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, member of councilors, for having me again today. I look forward to sharing our capital project, which is just one here on the book, so, but happy to answer any questions about that. Sorry, so as you see here, our 2021 capital budget is $40,000. This amount ensures that we maintain and purchase a collection of really interesting and knowledgeable materials that circulate throughout the year for all ages. So the collection replacement and maintenance is a program, it's a continued investment for its ongoing purchases for the books and media. We've kept this amount the same as 2019. So you'll notice if you look at the forecast, it was $40,000 last year as well. We have a circulation of about, pre-COVID, of about 100,000 items per year. And this year, even with COVID, being affected by COVID, with the curbside service that we've had for our books and DVDs, as of the end of October, we were still sitting at 46,229 materials that were circulating. So I think in times of need like COVID, people are really looking to be reading. A lot of times the library is used even more frequently in that type of circumstance. So, and as you know, we all have such a new and beautiful space. We're able to actually market and showcase these materials even better than we were in the past. So we're really looking forward to this year's purchases. For long-term capital major projects, you'll see in our forecast, we've added approximately $500 a year for this. So this just ensures that, you know, no book in the collection is, you know, musty or it's damp. We do have replacements that we do charge patrons if they've actually, if there's something wrong with the book and we have to remove it from the collection, so they certainly pay for that. We don't often take things out of the collection that haven't, unless they haven't circulated in 2 to 3 years, and we often share those with the friends at the net shed. So we do sort of see that investment come back to us on an annual basis as well through the friends and their donations. So this is a comfortable amount for us to spend for this current library as well. It covers a lot of personal interest, curriculum for the students within our area. It's lifelong learners, and like I mentioned, it covers all ages as well. So that was a pretty easy one. maybe not for you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Kathy. You should have been here yesterday at 9 o'clock, I think. If we are going to offer a wonderful new library to the residents of this municipality and beyond, we have to have it adequately stocked with the most modern assets of a library. So I think this is a very reasonable request. And just while I have you, Kathy, if you don't mind, you did send out our agenda yesterday, and you did happen to mention the fundraising total. Can you just run that by us while you're here?
Yes, thank you very much. Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, we're pretty excited. I think I mentioned yesterday we're closing in on 830, but it looks like even, you know, like Rod just said, going back to the arena, they get good news, we might even be over that now as well. So donations are still coming in on a daily basis, and we hosted two tours today already, and there'll be another one this evening. So there's still some waves on the donor wall that are really looking to add some names to them. So if anybody out there would really like to contribute to the project, we're certainly still taking donations.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. A remarkable total for sure. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And sorry, Kathy, I was busy trying to find something else. I seen on your last part of your slide, $500 a year for new books. What is the other 39,000 for?
The actual, it's $500 addition to, so we generally put in about $40,000 per year for books and materials. That covers movies from 0 to 99. But we, over the next 5 years, we've put like 40,500 and then 41,000. So our forecast has added about 500 a year just for the, just for the increase of inflation.
It wasn't 40,000 a year.
Yes, 40,000 for 2021 and then 40,500 for 2022.
But out of that 40,500 is books.
The whole amount actually is just on the capital spreadsheet. So the way that we break it down, it's approximately about $30,000 for books and then $5,000 for movies. And then any of the processing and the RFID tags and the book covers that have to go on that, spine labels, things like that, that's all covers, that amount covers everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Kathy? Comments? Councillor Bartley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Kathy, before COVID, what was how many days were you open at the old library?
We were open, sorry, through Madam Mayor, we were open 6 days a week.
6 days?
Yes.
Now
5 days actually the previous year. We've increased it to 6 days last year, and we'll be going to 7 days next year.
Okay, thank you. I was just being the devil's advocate here and want to know if there was appetite to go back to 5 days and reduce the service. You've got the perfect library, but reduce it down to 5 days.
Madam Mayor, if I can leap in and just gently remind Council that Council's only decision here is on the total amount for the library budget. The library board then makes all the decisions about how they use that budget for services. We give this sort of detailed information for the library more out of a courtesy so you understand where the budget came from, but in reality it's kind of like graceful conservation. It's either yes or no.
True.
Sorry, if I could add to that, Madam Mayor, that's why I'm pleased to always be here, because you give me the opportunity to speak and present.
Okay. So the question is, the total amount you're asking for is in capital is $40,000.
Yes, and if I could just add to, Madam Mayor, one collection that we're really looking forward to adding to this year is the young adult or the teen. We haven't had that larger area available for that age group before. So you'll notice if you took the tour on the 24th that we do have a 4 shelf on the bottom that we're really looking forward to spending more money on, to have some more books in that area as well, because we really think that that area will be used quite a lot now that they have their own space. Any teens.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Kathy. Anything further from council? Seeing nothing, I will thank you for your presentation. And again, apologize for keeping you so long.
That's okay.
But yeah, we're moving on now to infrastructure services.
New Nancy Drew books when the library was in the basement. Oh, we would run as fast as we could so that we could get the Nancy Drew. Yeah.
I'm sure they were limited. There weren't that many.
Oh, no.
In those days.
No, there were not. And,
They want to at
Yeah.
least keep it into the,
so I
Okay.
hope there's that kind of excitement.
When you're ready. Lori, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're excited to be now at Infrastructure Services. So again, we'll be talking about the transportation department as well as environmental services, which deals with waste management, water treatment and distribution, as well as wastewater treatment and collection. A large portion of both of these budgets comes from our capital works to ensure that our infrastructure is being rehabilitated and replaced. So our 2021 capital budget is about $5.3 million. This makes up the largest percentage of the overall tax-related capital budget at 74%, and this is made up of infrastructure reconstruction, bridges, fleet, and road rehab and reconstruction. We also have a user pay capital budget of about $5.3 million, and this budget is made up of our wastewater and water services, and is split between both our water mains, sewer mains, wastewater pumping stations, water pumping stations, water treatment plant, and our wastewater treatment plant. So we'll jump right into it, and I will pass it over to Jess to explain some of our transportation projects.
Good afternoon, and thanks so much for having me back. It's a pleasure to see everyone. Hope everyone got outside to enjoy the beautiful day. Just as a fun fact, before we talk about these capital projects, Edwin Street is being paved right now, Nelson and Thompson is being paved right now, and the 7th Line Bridge will be open by the end of the week. So let's keep that all in mind.
Good news.
So speaking of bridges, first on the docket is our capital highlights for bridges next year. So the first that we have here is Gillies Bridge, also known as Structure 15. It is something that we actually have in engineering at the moment, and are working through the engineering component of it. It's a full replacement based on our OSIMs from 2018, and we actually received our OSIMs back recently, and the 2020 version also confirms the details. The detailed design is being completed now, and we're looking to start in the summer of next year. It is a full removal and replacement, and that does include everything as well as the roadside safety devices associated with the structure itself. Campbell's Bridge, or Structure 45, it's a rehabilitation, so it's rehabilitating the structure, also based on our 2019 OSIMs. So this one, there's specific concrete repair that's required. Most of the structures that I'm going to talk to you about today require some sort of roadside safety device, either improvement or rehabilitation. This specific structure also includes waterproofing and expansion joist replacement and modifying the deck drains. So in other words, a lot of work to try to keep water off the bridge and try to prolong the life of the structure. Based on our preliminary cost estimate, it's going to be about $870,000 for the work, and we'll be looking at the detailed design as part of the engineering costs for next year. Structure 41. So it is another one that we're looking at for rehabilitation based on our OSIM's recommendations. This is also very similar. So the work that we described for the previous structure is very similar. We're looking at concrete repair and waterproofing, roadside safety devices, all of which again is prolonging the life of the structure. I feel like the cost estimates associated with this are about $727,000, and that is what we'll evaluate through detailed design. And then the final component for bridges is our general bridge rehabilitation project.
So without getting too in detail, but we can definitely talk about the details, there are 5 structures associated with this line item. The idea behind this is that every year our OSIMS provides us with a laundry list of things that need repaired on various structures. And we wanted to lump them together to deal with some of the bigger ones at the same time. It will extend the life expectancy of a full replacement. That's essentially what we're looking to do, is to invest in the structures in order to keep them away from a replacement scenario in the shorter term. There are, like I say, 5 different structures, all of which are looking at a gamut of improvements: guide rail replacement, concrete repair, crack injections, etc. Each of these items is identified in our OSIMs for something that should be done in the 0 to 2 year category. So it's not like we're just picking from anything that needs doing. We looked at all the structures, and these items are required to happen within now to 2 years' time.
We can continue moving on, but if there are any bridge-related questions, we're happy to take them now.
Got Councillor Bartley, Councillor Bell, and Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. These OSIM reports, they're done every second year, correct? What does that cost us every year, approximately? And my question would be, can we go to every 3 years, or is it mandated 2 years?
It is mandated that we do them every 2 years, and so we have split our bridges into 2 different groups. So we do half of them one year and half of them the next. So no, we are meeting the legislated requirement currently.
From the province? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So this is the area where we had after lunch conversations about monies that we're going to put on or take away. And I know that our treasurer has put forward, just looking at the replacement of number 15, 900,000 into the tax supported, along with 680,000 for the short and long-term debt. And if you look at the item above that, Bridge 45 for 70,000 borne by the tax levy. So with numbers like that, and with opportunity to have more elbow room on long-term debt, could we move to have even the 70,000 put onto long-term debt to lessen the burden on tax-supported budget? Or have I just talked again about what we talked about immediately after lunch?
I'm going to get Darcy to come down and talk about debt, because I don't believe we'd normally put something that low into debt. We'd probably have to fund it in the first year. But yes, if you're just moving things from tax supported to reserves or debt or something, you're still reducing the amount that the taxpayer is supporting for roads and bridges.
Yep.
Sorry, I must apologize. I was trying to get the work done. What was the question?
Well, thanks, Madam Mayor. Darcy, I mean, you went to work and you said on the Bridge 15 to do 900,000 to tax and 680,000 in long-term debt. Could we reverse those numbers? Could we throw a lot more towards the long-term debt and lessen the tax burden?
Through your worship, we certainly can. That project was actually the project that we used as the balancing act for the budget with regards to bridges. Okay. So we always knew that we were going to have to debt finance a portion of that. So what we did is we funded all the other critical projects that are in the budget, and then used debt financing to offset the remainder that couldn't be funded. So, I mean, to your point, if council approved your earlier resolution that you've withdrawn, but what I'm sure is going to bring back, by reducing the 1.5%, my suggestion for the 1% would most likely be to simply reduce the in-year tax for Gillies Bridge and add it to the debt on the long term, because the other bridge projects are still critical projects that need to be done based on the OSIM requirements.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jessica, and Darcy. I'll likely need you if you can rest where you are. I do have a number of bridges questions. I guess the first one I want to ask is about the Campbell Bridge. And I believe I'm correct in saying the Campbell Bridge is on St. Vincent Side Road 13, east of County Road 12. I'm hoping I've got the right location. Oh, I guess I do. Okay, thanks, Darcy.
If you said Jim Clark Side Road, would that be more descriptive?
That bridge, fairly close to County Road 12, I don't believe there are any residences between that bridge and County Road 12. So basically, everything on Side Road 13 is accessible from the east, every residence. It's a beautiful bridge. It was built in the 1960s, it's back when Bill Davis paid 90% of bridges costs. But do we really need that bridge? It's a bridge that isn't denying access to anyone to their properties. At least I can't visualize that.
Tori has a comment. Do you want her to answer?
Yeah, please. This is, yeah.
Go ahead, Tori.
Answer that, please.
Through your worship. So just to give, I guess, some reference, not that it's not a bad comment, but like 90% of our bridges allow for residents to access from either direction. The only ones that don't are on dead-end roads. However, so when the 2016 bridge SOTI was completed, another bridge along this road section was identified for closure. So structure 46, so it's further east of Campbell's Bridge that we were identifying for rehab, was identified as one of the bridges that could be included in that closure plan. I, right now, don't have the exact information of why one over the other, but I would assume that the part of the reasoning is that structure 46, the other bridge along this section, is probably more expensive to replace and is probably closer to needing full replacement, whereas right now Campbell's Bridge is just needing rehabilitation work to extend the life of the bridge so that replacement does not have to happen in the near future. So with any of our bridges, we can look into the possibility of closure, but based on the wholesome report that was completed in 2016, this wasn't a bridge, but one of the bridges along this road section was identified for closure.
Okay, well, thank you, Director Torrey, for that. If Bridge 46 to the east is in worse shape and more likely to be closed, then that answers my question about 45. I appreciate getting that information, which I had no idea of before. If I may ask another bridge question, Your Worship, 41 is that the small bridge on the 7th line just south of the big bridge on the 7th line of St. Vincent?
Through your worship, yes. So it's just north of the current bridge project that we're just finishing up.
Yeah, I think, okay, I got that, all right. I just wanted to get a location for that. The other question is, and it comes back to the Gillis Bridge. Here again, this is a huge amount of money. It's a rural bridge. I don't know the traffic count. I'm sure it's higher than 20 and 21. I don't know how much higher, though. I know it's a post office delivery route across the Gillis Bridge. My wife and I used to buy Holstein calves from John Gillis 45 years ago. I've been across the bridge a few times, but I'm okay with going ahead and replacing that bridge. I can't help but think we've had the twin bridges on our books for 5 years, and we're not super close to making a decision about them. And I just, thinking down the road across the bridges, how long is this municipality going to be able to do this kind of thing? And I just want council members and council members who will be future council members in this municipality, you're going to have to make that decision one of these days. And I'm not saying it should start with the Gillis Bridge, but it's going to have to start someplace.
First,
Through your worship, I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of a prior comment. So Tori was talking about Bridge 46. It's not being scheduled to close either.
No.
It was as part of the OSM, or as part of the bridge SOTI, but council has gone in a different direction and doesn't want any of the bridges to close. So we're going to do 45 starting next year. 46 is a few years out because Tori was absolutely correct. It is a full reconstruction, not a rehab project, but it'll be needed to be done probably within the next 5 to 7 years. Again, it's all dependent on the OSMs that come back. So Gillies is a good example of the cost of structures that we had a handful of structures through the bridge State of the Infrastructure report that we weren't going to replace. We're now in the process of replacing. Each one of these structures is probably not going to be far off of $1.5 million each. This is the first one of those.
Thank you, Darcy. Tori?
Through your worship, just to add to Darcy's comment, so Gillies Bridge Structure 15 was also one of the bridges identified for closure through the SOTI. But yes, as he has identified, council has given direction to not close any of the bridges and proceed with the option of keeping all bridges open. But under the options where there was a possibility of closing bridges to reduce the funding gap, Structure 15 was one of the bridges identified for closure. We are currently completing detailed design for this structure, and so this budget would be for construction next year.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On any of the OSM reports that you just got in, is there any saying this bridge needs done immediately?
Through your worship, Gillies Bridge was identified as urgent. So if it is not completed in 2021, it will be closed.
So just so you know, if you're thinking that way, the man that farms the farm on the one side of the bridge lives on the other side of the bridge. And there's a lot of agriculture traffic goes over that bridge. I know it for a fact. So if you're thinking of closing it and shutting down an agricultural farm or interrupting the other agricultural farms, maybe we should go back to what I talked about and close the museum, close the pool, close the hall, so we got money to have this agriculture go ahead. I just think if you're going to think only in one tunnel vision and not look at the biggest employer of the municipality, the agriculture community, I think you're barking down the wrong road.
And who did I have next?
I'm thinking about entire infrastructure. Your worship has to be considered.
Yeah, I agree. Councillor Vickers.
Yes, through your worship, I think we need to go back and take a look at it. And before, like that first time that I seen the OSM report, and it showed all the bridges that they were recommending to close down, it was almost just going to gut the one end of the municipality because they had so many of the bridges closed. So, and I was asking Tori and Jess there before we came back, you know, what were the parameters? Because I guess it's however you set up your parameters will dictate the outcome. So I don't know what the parameters were back then, because it was before the last term started. It was the term before. And I'd just like to go back and see a review. I don't know whether it's asking for another report or how we go about it, but we need to get a bit of a handle on it. I think the dream of keeping them all open is starting to fade with me. But I think if we try and do it with a, you know, with a laser instead of a scalpel, maybe we can get something out of this. And you know, there'll always be unhappy people somewhere along the line, but we need to make decisions based, you know, and I think we can use the decisions, like the example that you just made, Steve, about, you know, if you're cutting a farm right in half, man, that is a tough one to handle. But, you know, if you can look at a bridge that maybe doesn't have the same implications, that there's exit routes in and out of it reasonably, then I think we maybe need to start looking at that. And I don't know how we get that, whether, you know, whether I bring a motion forward asking for another report on it. You know, if I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but if the wheel needs to be at least looked at again, you know, maybe we can. And you tell us what the information and the prerequisites you need for you to make the decision. So, you know, I would actually, bridges are one of those things, once you take them out and close them, then it's a definite cutoff. You know, I could handle a poorly maintained road with a few more potholes in it, as opposed to a bridge closing. So even if we have to start reinvesting, and this is my opinion, reinvesting some of our road dollars into our bridge repairs and replacements, I think that's acceptable. It will be short-term pain for long-term gain, but there isn't no long-term gain if you start shutting bridges down. So those are just some of the comments I'd like to make.
I recall, and Tori, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but we were at one time, with regard specifically to 21 and 22, looking at clustering the bridges and looking at exactly that, reviewing what bridges were on the closed list and how could that be mitigated. Could there be some mitigation with the bridges that were clustered together? So I think you know, a revisit of what that would look like and how could some be saved, but still looking at not having the blanket statement to close, to keep open every bridge without a real in-depth look at where there might be mitigation or where there might be other options for folks. So I certainly take your point, Councillor Vickers, and we'll move to Tori.
Through your worship, so I also was not here when the State of the Infrastructure report was put together, but I will do my best to provide an understanding, and if Darcy needs to fill in, I'd be happy for him to do so. So what the report did was look at different ways to identify how to reduce the funding gap in our current bridge infrastructure replacement. And what it did is provided several options. Obviously, one of those was to keep all bridges open, and it identified the funding requirements associated with that. However, there was a couple other options, one of which was to keep the 3 bridges that are currently closed, and that's the twin bridges as well as Structure 10. Another option was they identified multiple other bridges, including Gillies Bridge for closure. They had parameters that they looked at to identify what bridges were in that list, including what class of road they were on, traffic counts, as well as where they sat within the replacement timeline, and what type of value of capital work would be needed to replace those structures. So there are a number in that south-west quadrant of the municipality. However, there are some in other locations, including one in urban Meaford. So they really looked at the entire network to try to determine which bridges could be closed based on the current use of our roads. So this report I feel still reflects our current road system. Yes, we might have slightly higher traffic counts, however, the general traffic movement hasn't changed greatly over the past 4 years. So it would be a great spot for staff and council to start if a decision is made to change from keeping all bridges open, as they did do a thorough analysis of where and what bridges would be identified for closure.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Tori, I'm wondering, our transportation master plan, will it assist us at all as we make this decision about bridges and the potential change of our direction?
Through your worship, so with the transportation master plan, they are completing a bridge report, which will review different types of bridge construction, as well as help further identify how we can use the OSIM information to better plan for bridge replacement. As we already have the 2016 SOTI, they won't be doing the same type of analysis. They'll be providing something similar to what we got for structures 21 and 22. A little bit more broad, as it depends on the location and physical attributes in each location, but that's more of the focus that we'll get from the transportation master plan. I know that they have also identified that, you know, that municipalities do sometimes have to look at closing bridges to ensure that they have the necessary capital funding to continue to keep them open. So we do hear it from different sides when we're dealing with different consultants.
Through your worship, if I could add, I think one thing that might have been missing in the past that the transportation master plan might also help out with revolves around the road counts that we did. So in the past, you know, Tori's point, she was bang on with how it was developed, you know, and using the different road network and the classification of roads. One thing we didn't have in the past, though, was general traffic versus heavy traffic. And the traffic counts that were just completed actually have that split between normal vehicle traffic and the heavy traffic. So I think when we can overlay that based on where those bridges are and say, okay, like, you know, it might be a low traffic road, maybe it's only 100 vehicles a day, but during that traffic count, you know, 30% of the vehicles were heavy vehicles, which would, you know, in those rural areas would probably dictate that, you know, it's some kind of a haul route, whether it's for moving the goods or whether it's for the agricultural side of things. And another road that's got 100 traffic count might only had 8 vehicles of heavy traffic. So that's maybe where we can start to get, you know, a little more scientific in the decisions to try and mitigate the processes and recognize that there are different types of traffic that flow through the municipality as well.
Super. So at this point, do we need a motion to move forward with another review of the staff report?
It depends what council wants, really. The transportation master plan is expected early next year. I don't think you're going to get a report from staff that is detailed enough to make this budget process any easier, because I think if we're going to go down that route of should bridges be closed or should they not, then it's going to need to be a heck of a lot more detailed than we can turn around in the next week. So my feeling is that you need to carry on and deal with the capital requests in front of you, and if you want to look again at how we prioritise bridges, then a notice of motion at some stage would probably be the way forward.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Anything forward? Anything more coming forward here? Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I for one would appreciate if Darcy could give us a bit of an update on where we stand, you know, just at this point in the afternoon. Is that possible in terms of the 8.7?
So far, I can do it. I've got the list beside me. Council has taken away $291,000 worth of capital and $60,000 worth of operating for a total of 351. That's approximately 3%. So approximately 5.7.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? No? Okay. Over to you, then, Tori.
Perfect, I'll pass it back to Jess to talk about fleet.
I have to take a deep breath for this one. So I, instead of going through every individual item, I'll just make some general comments about heavy equipment versus light duty, and then open it up to any questions if we want to have a more detailed conversation about those items. But essentially, everything that's on this list in front of you is within our approved schedule for replacement at a 10-year cycle. The grader is well past, and I know that it's been to you a few times in the past as well. So we're still here to look at replacing it this coming year. The difference is, instead of a new replacement, we're actually looking at a new to us option instead of a full replacement. We do have two other graders, one of which is a 2013, which will require, on our schedule as it is now, to be replaced in 15 years from its year. So we're looking at a used replacement unit to last us until that time, in which that unit will get moved into the older position, and we'll then talk about acquiring a new grader. I'm sure I'll have lots of questions about that, but I feel like the highlights on that unit are just that costing of fixing it is getting to be fairly high. And we're looking at, and I was talking to our mechanics about it this morning, you know, $20,000 to $30,000 to keep it operating for next year. We also really are not going to be getting a lot of return on our investment if we're looking to sell it at this point. So really the change is, and last year we're looking for a new grader. This year we're looking to replace it, as I say, to a new to us. And if there's any questions about that, I'd be happy to take them if we want to before we talk about lighter duty vehicles, if that makes everyone's life easier.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
So through your worship, so you're saying a new to us grader unit is $170,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, sir. So we've done a bit of market investigating to see about what exactly we could get for that amount of, like, for a used unit. And we have sourced vehicles for $170,000 for sure. And we're just making sure that it's, when we acquired the one that we have now, it had substantial work completed. So even like the motor had been replaced, so we don't really know how many hours were on it when we originally got it. So we're looking to kind of avoid that. We want something that can last us for the 6 to 7 years to get us through until which time we'll look at a new replacement. So that is what we found to date, yes.
So if I may, what's a new grader if we were to replace it new?
Through you, Madam Chair, and if I'm wrong, Darcy can correct me, but when we were looking at the new vehicles, it's upwards to $300,000 to $350,000 for replacement. Again, it all depends on exactly what you're looking for, but that's approximately the cost. The other challenge with our existing, like with the one we're looking to replace here, is that because it is so old, parts aren't really being made for Champion models anymore. So we're sourcing parts from Western Canada because that's the best we can do. So it's becoming a challenge to find replacement parts for our existing unit.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Jessica, you mentioned that our current grader probably isn't worth very much, but yet it would cost $20,000 or $30,000 to keep it on the roads. So how does that compare? What do you think you could sell the existing grader for?
Through you, Madam Chair, great question. I had that conversation this morning. We are looking at probably about, at most, $30,000 if we were to sell it as it is now, so it'd probably be a break even. We aren't looking at making any money off of that, which would incorporate into a newer vehicle.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Jessica. Concerning the grader, if that's a 1992 champion, we haven't had champions since they used to ship them out of Godrich on the train. So I'm quite sure it's had its life. We need to replace.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. To Jessica, is this the grader that was a 6-wheel drive grader and the front wheel planetaries went out of it and it's been used for a number of years as a 4-wheel drive grader?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can tell you for sure that this is the grader that we've had to replace an engine and a transmission on recently.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be the same one.
Okay. And Jessica, I understand your thinking, and I like it, about getting something to get us, some years. I think you've obviously done some research on what's available in the marketplace, and you're suggesting 170,000. Can you speak a little about what you have searched on Marketplace, or if you've spent some time? I mean, give me a comparison, Jessica, if you're out there looking for a $100,000 grader. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you looking at something that, again, is 15 years old and so on, with an unknown background?
Through you, Madam Chair, also a great question. So I think the important thing in speaking to our mechanics too is that we're looking for something, like I say, that can get us through the 6 to 7 years, if not more, because we don't want to be strapped at that mark either. And also, and I don't want to call out individual makes or models, I have no preference, but something that parts are more accessible, easily to get locally, like things that make life easier when we do have to have it out of service. So those are kind of what we're thinking about in making it a better transition.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Thanks, Jess.
So continuing on light duty replacement, again, I won't get into the weeds unless we want to on each individual replacement unit. We do have 6 on the docket for this year, so if we subtract the 170,000 for the grader out of the overall fleet replacement, we are looking at somewhere around $350,000 for light duty replacement. Everything is at 10 years and therefore require, and some obviously, and I've outlined in each individual outline as well, just about some that are having more mechanical issues than others. So there are definitely quite a few on this list that are in need of replacement. The challenge that we've seen is, so we've tendered 2 vehicles this year, and the costing associated with these replacements are higher than we've seen in the past. And the 2 that we purchased this year, this is reflective of that cost. So the market is how it is. We're looking at around $50,000 for the purchase of a half-ton vehicle, which isn't necessarily historically what we've seen. And also, there's a 1-ton vehicle in this list as well, and the one that we had purchased this year was $100,000. So again, the prices are reflective of the market currently. If there's any questions about individual units, I'd be more than happy to discuss that, or replacement.
Matt?
And I'll just leap in and say that I misspoke when I gave a figure earlier. The number, 351,000, is correct, but I said that was 3%. It's not, it's about 2.3. So that would mean you're down from 8.7 to 6.4 or so.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with a couple of questions, if I may, for Jessica. Jessica, can you tell us which one of these pickups is the one that is used by bylaw for transporting animals? And I'll give you my second question at the same time. Can you also give us some history on number 366-11 that just has 58,786 kilometers on it? That still seems like it should have considerable amount of life left in it.
Through you, Madam Chair, actually, those two units, so the small pickup trucks, units 101 and 366. So bylaw utilizes one of the Ford Rangers, so it is one of those identified. They are transporting dogs, as you mentioned, in that as well. So the vehicles are up for replacement at their 10-year cycle. The conversation with bylaws also, is it the most appropriate vehicle for the use that they're having right now? Might not be the case, considering what they're transporting around. So that's also part of the conversation, replacement of that vehicle. And 366 is a, my friend down at the end here, it's a water vehicle. So is used for recycling, bin transport, and internal staff kind of getting around to where they need to in town. So you wouldn't see the kilometers on that as you would, say, a patrol truck that's driving throughout the municipality. So its use is definitely lesser than what some of the transportation services vehicles would see.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Jessica. I'm not going to waste very many words here, but granted, the two trucks, 366 and 101, are 10 years old, and that has been a year that when they get that old, we have tried to replace vehicles in the most recent past, but 59,000 kilometers and 105,000 kilometers, those numbers don't even resonate with me. So I'm going to move that we do not replace trucks 366 and 105. If there's been a problem with the maintenance of those trucks, then there has to be a change in the mindset of who's looking after these trucks. So I will move to strike those two, 366 and 101, from the budget, and that would create a savings of $80,000. Thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor?
I'll second.
You'll second it? Thank you. Any comments, questions? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, if you sell the grader for $30,000 or you sell any of these vehicles for a little bit of money, does that go into a reserve for vehicles, for fleet?
Through your worship, if between the transition of the money put in tax dollars and the selling of the vehicle isn't a positive, then yes, it would go into our reserves for future years.
Can you tell me what is in the reserve for fleet as we speak? Uncle Darius? No? Like, well, for instance, on the grader, you said you might get $30,000 for it, so it would go into reserve, correct? Yep.
Yes, that's where the money would go. If whatever we sold the vehicle for, yes.
If you got a new grader for 170, if you had to pay 180, you'd take 10 off the sale, correct? To put towards it?
Yep. Yes.
Is there money in a reserve for vehicles?
think
When he
there's-
gets it, okay, thank you.
Just don't know how much.
It's usually on the top of his head.
Yeah. Anything further here while we're waiting?
Yes, okay.
Sorry, Jess, go ahead.
Am I allowed to have something further?
Yes, please.
So just food for thought, and I'm not trying to deter either way. When we're talking about these smaller vehicles, it's actually a conversation that we've had internally as well, is we have to remember that when we sell things that still have value, we do benefit more than when we're trying to sell things that don't. So if we're trying to string things along and put a lot of money into maintaining them, then we end up not really seeing much return on our investment when we go to sell them. These two particular vehicles may have a better return on their investment because of kilometers and lack of mechanical issues, and might not necessarily be the proper unit for what they're being used for now. Whereas potentially bylaw could require something different, or Chris could use something different as well, like a smaller SUV. So there are other benefits to replacing things at this time, in the sense that we could have more of a return on our investment for a replacement vehicle with those two items.
Thanks for that, Chris. And over to you, Darcy.
Yes, so I will preface first by saying that our current fleet has a current replacement value of somewhere between $6 and $7 million. Our existing fleet reserve fund is $415,000.
Councillor Vickers.
So through your worship, Darcy or Tori, when do you decide to use money out of the reserve fund? What triggers a use out of that fund?
Council can decide as they wish, if they so see fit. Typically, what we've done is not taken any money out of the reserve funds, because we have it for major repairs if they're required, or for tender shortfalls. You know, it seems as though vehicles continue to go up in price, not down in price, especially the larger ones. So if we've missed the mark on a budget, then we've got money that we can dip into. As well, if we have major catastrophic failures on plow trucks or graders, things like that, then, you know, that might need $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 worth of work to get back up and going, then we've got the money to be able to use.
What would be an appropriate level to keep in the reserve fund?
Through your worship, that's really up to council to decide. I certainly don't know off the top of my head what the establishing bylaw for the fleet reserve fund says. Many of our reserve funds have minimum and maximums, or at least say that there is no minimum or maximum. I would assume that this one probably doesn't have any minimum requirement or maximum, but ultimately, again, if we're have a fleet of somewhere between $6 and $7 million, you know, 400 grand is 6% of that.
Right.
So it's certainly not a whole lot of money for the long term.
So while Matt's looking that up, at least I assume he's looking it up, what has been the general level? So if you had to take the dollar value in 19, 18, and let's go 16, any idea? And if you don't know, then that's fine. I can accept that.
Well, I can say that back in 2010, the municipality had 3 reserve funds. We had a working capital reserve fund, we had a sewer reserve fund, and a water reserve fund, because absolutely everything else had been wiped out. So since then, we've been building. I believe that the fleet reserve fund didn't come into existence until a 2013 bylaw. I think it might have been bylaw 113 in 2013 there, Matt?
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
I mean, it's continually gone up since then. Typically, and again, council's requesting reserve fund forensics, and I will be doing that as we move forward. I have a report that I'm trying to get ready for the end of the month. Hopefully that we'll look at, we have about $13 million plus in reserves and reserve funds. This first kick at the report will look at just over $8 million of that total. So it'll give you a good sense of 65% of the overall reserve funds that you have in control. I would say that the majority of the money that's gone in there, that 400 grand, has been from, you know, the sale that we receive from vehicles, or from interest into the reserve fund, or small amounts of money that were left over from budgets where, you know, we might have budgeted $275,000 for a plow truck and the price came in at $271,000, let's say. So that $4,000 stayed in there. But that's the work that I need to do to understand how we went from $0 in 2013 to $415,000 in 2020.
Can you tell me when was the last time you took money out of that reserve fund?
We took money out of it, I think, last year when we were under budget.
And do you remember what the dollar amount was?
I have no idea.
I can get to that as well, if you give me a second. There is no minimum and maximum for the fleet reserve in the establishing bylaw. And I will look for the reserve transfers report and be back to you in a moment.
and kind of where I'm getting at, if it's just a fund that's continually to raise, you know, to go up in value, you know, I don't think that's the best way to spend the money either. I think there's a certain point where you need to, what do you call it, manage the reserve fund instead of it just increasing. But for me to try to identify what that number is, I don't know whether I'd have anything to base it on is anything less than just a shot in the dark. So I don't want to sound like, well, I think it should just be 100,000 and away we go, because I don't know whether that's being responsible.
I think, you know, a good example of this is, you know, let's say we have a grader that we expect to last 15 years, right? It gets to 12 years old and has a complete meltdown. And it might cost us $80,000 or $100,000 to try and fix it, to literally get another 2 or 3 years out of it. Is it not smarter at that point in time just to cut bait, move on, and purchase a new grader right then?
Yes.
And the new cost of a new grader is $425,000. So at this stage of the game, that would be completely unbudgeted, right? I mean, it would be 3 years out in the future. We wouldn't have even been planning for it, you know, to a significant degree at this stage of the game. Plow trucks, same things. Those plow trucks average about $300,000. So yeah, I mean, 400 grand goes a long way when you're talking about light duty pickup trucks or minivans. But when you're talking about the heavy equipment that we use, you know, $415,000 buys one. That's it.
So in 2019, we took $2,200 out of the fleet reserve to cover, sorry, I lost it, repairs for the rubber tire loader and backhoe. But we actually put in money as well. We put in $62,000 that were 50% of the proceeds for the Vector truck. I assume that the other 50% went into a water or wastewater reserve.
Correct.
And then we put in $28,000 from the sale of assets from various equipment in 2019. What I'm also just going to, though, is the same report about 2018, just to see what we did there. So in 2018, we transferred in $4,200 from various equipment sales, but we took out $26,000 for added funding required for rubber-tired excavator, and a bit more money that we put in there from the previous year for the purchase of new trucks. So it has been very much an in and an out, depending on whatever the year brings.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Darcy, when you said 400 and some thousand in that account, does that include the fire fleet?
No.
That's separate?
Yes.
Good. I didn't want that. I was glad you answered that way.
The fire fleet has less than $100,000.
Correct. And I'm not telling anybody in this room they don't already know it's really tough to buy a truck right now. There isn't any trucks because COVID shut the production down. I've been trying to buy one. You can't buy them. Having said that, what about the idea of taking 100 grand, which is a quarter of our reserve, put towards these vehicles if you absolutely desperately need these vehicles? Just a thought. And that would lower the tax burden because these are off above the line, correct?
Yeah, this is a decision of council. These reserves and reserve funds have been established by bylaw and they are within your control.
But that doesn't affect the other side of where we're trying to reduce the capital projects, hurt our...
That you are correct. The fleet is part of the general capital works, which you're seeing a significant increase this year.
Councillor Kentner, yes.
Thank you, through your worship. So Darcy, if we were to go with the enterprise, all of these light-duty trucks would become their problem?
Through your worship, that is the case, but I think the ladies can probably speak to this far better than I can because they have an intimate understanding of this process.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a great question, and I was biting my tongue to even mention it. But yes, so the difference would be, as opposed to paying $350,000 for replacing our light-duty vehicles this year, as mentioned in the report previously on Monday, we would be paying $130,000. So there is a savings for sure.
Well, not only that, you get, what is it, How many, 21 trucks?
All of our
Through you, Madam
22
Chair, yeah, for sure, it would be all of our trucks. So instead of nitpicking on individual 6, we'd actually be replacing all of them for less money.
Because just right now, I'm looking at the heavy-duty trucks that we have to talk about next, and the whole thing is a brain game. To me, I just, you know, I don't like mixing apples and oranges here, but, you know, as I say, we still have to deal with the, trying to make decisions on the light-duty fleet, and we've got heavy trucks to buy too, so.
Through your worship, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the heavy-duty trucks that Councillor Kentner are mentioning are also part of that fleet leasing program, because they are the 1 tons. The only vehicles that aren't included in the fleet leasing program are the actual tandem plow trucks. And of course, graders and things like that. But, so even if the next slide in your presentation, those vehicles are all contained within the enterprise program as well. That's how we get to 21, because we just don't have 21 just half-ton pickup trucks. It includes the 1 tons, the van, the car, the whole shebang.
Just to clarify, so yeah, so on these 2 slides, all of the vehicles identified would be replaced through the enterprise program except for the replacement of the grader. So all the other vehicles would be incorporated into the enterprise program if council decided to go forward with that.
The other advantage, if I can leap in there, is council's obviously struggling with this because we've got 6 trucks that need replacing this year according to the current policy. Some years there might be a bit less than that, some years there might be more than that. With the enterprise program, it'll be the same amount every year for the next 10 years, which means that it sort of eliminates those peaks and troughs and the difficulties.
So could I just ask a supplementary, and it is just, you know, have you done the math, like what if we said, instead of these proposals, doing the enterprise, what is the difference in, to the budget in 2021 and in 2022?
Through your worship, I believe when there was a discussion yesterday about moving to 12 years instead of 10 years for light duty, it would save the equivalent of an average of $17,000 a year, whereas going with the enterprise, it's $13,000 a year. I'm part of the history, not part of the future in the department, so I'm also willing at times, and my wife might not say so, but I am willing at times to admit when failure happens, because I have a firm mantra that if you're not failing, you're not trying. So I can clearly say that I think the process that we have established in place right now, led by me at the time, has some significant failure points in it by establishing a 10-year program with standardized vehicles. It was a great honeymoon for a couple years while we were doing this because it seemed to work out well. It made it easy to purchase because every vehicle was the same. The reality is that it causes a lot of operational problems because what we do is we take a standard vehicle that we force everybody to use. So what happens is we buy the vehicle the first time and the square peg fits in the square hole. And then as we shuffle the vehicle around to different departments to get to 10 years and 200,000 kilometers, that square peg is being forced into a round hole or a triangle or a trapezoid or whatever the case may be. And it doesn't really, it functions, but it's not working well and it's not extremely efficient for the user groups that have to use those vehicles. The advantage with the enterprise program, irrespective of, even if it doesn't save any money whatsoever, after 2 to 3 years, we can swap out the vehicle. So if the corporation has changing needs, the worst case that you're stuck with is a vehicle that you absolutely hate for 35 months. The current process is that you could be stuck with a vehicle that you absolutely hate for 10 years. That's where one of the greatest advantages of the program is.
So to answer the other question about the value of it, there's $330,000 worth of light fleet included in this budget. The report that you considered last week and will be on the agenda again next week talked about $160,000 a year for the next 10 years, I think.
Yes, I'm getting nods, that's good. So that'll be a savings this year of $170,000. Next year, the savings might not be as high. It might be a teeny bit more expensive because maybe we're only supposed to have replaced 2 trucks next year. I'm sure Jess might know that, but right up front today, $170,000. That's 1.1-ish%.
Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, and I asked this question last week, and to be honest with you, I can't remember the answer. Are we getting the honeymoon deal because we're trading the vehicle in? And you told me, and I just can't remember, Jess.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did talk about it, and it's okay, my memory's as good as yours sometimes. I think the answer then and still remains to be no. There is no honeymoon period. It is beneficial for the duration of the period of time. Because as we've mentioned, the resale on the vehicle is so much greater at the 2-year time. It's not, in fact, potentially the same as what we're paying for vehicles now, that there's really it's great for 2 years and then it's less great for like the following 8 years. It's consistently resale equals more beneficial for purchasing the vehicles again. And you did ask specifically as well if the money just kind of flows through the program, and that is the intention, that when we sell them or when they sell them for us, or the money then follows the program through. So it's beneficial to us that we're getting a really high resale value.
So these 6 vehicles, or the 21 vehicles that we turn in, if we do it, where does that money go this year? The 21, because those 21 vehicles, they're all worth something.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go back into the lease?
So through you, Madam Chair, all would be sold as part of the program. So, and various, because they're all at various stages of their life. So some will bring very little monetary value, some will bring great monetary value. And that works out to be what we end up paying for our lease payments. So it's only beneficial for us that they have a great resale value. So they're taking them all and selling them at the value that they are, and with their purchasing power, we're purchasing them for far less. So it would all go into the program.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you just confused me a little bit. If we take the lease deal, we hand them the 21 vehicles, we don't get the value of them?
So through you, Madam Chair, I apologize if that wasn't clear. So we always get the value for them. Every time they're sold, the value comes to us, and the decision is made by us what to do with that, with the money that we get from that deal.
So they sell them or we sell them?
They sell them, and based on their experience with the market and our experience currently selling vehicles ourselves, I would prefer it to be that way. They definitely get more for the vehicles selling them than we currently are.
Oh, okay. And just,
They get a commission on that?
So through you, Madam Chair, I wouldn't say that there's a commission. The sale comes directly to us, so there's no commission per se. When they were giving us the prices for what the resale value would be, it is what we receive.
Okay, thank you.
so would I be remiss in saying that if they sold our 21 vehicles for $160,000, our first year is free?
I have the numbers in front of me if it's
That'd be
helpful.
great. Okay, so the program annually costs about $230,000. Next year, it would cost $105,000 because the estimated sale of our current vehicles is about $125,000. They've taken into account 80% of current Black Book pricing. However, on average, they see 8.5% above Black Book pricing. So we could receive more than that. They have tried to be conservative because they want to make sure that we feel comfortable entering a program and see at least what they're identifying to us. So potentially it could be even cheaper than that next year. Council could decide to, if they entered into this program, not budget $160,000, but instead budget $105,000, because that's all we need for next year. And then from 2022 onward, over the next 9 years,
average the rest of the costs. And if I remember correctly, then it would be about $175,000 a year from 2020 onward for the next 9 years to cover the cost of this program. And again, those are conservative numbers. So we might actually see a reduction, and we would bring forward to council through the budgeting process what those reductions would be. There's a lot of information in that report that identify what some of those are. So there is some great cost savings, especially for next year.
Councillor Greenfield?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Interesting discussion, but I think Mr. Smith told us this morning to not get too involved with fleet management in our decisions. We have a motion on the floor, and I sense we're getting a little far away from that, so I'm wondering if we could deal with that and then continue. We've got more units to deal with.
So, I have a slightly updated suggestion. Yes, we should deal with the motion that's on the floor because it's on the floor. If individual councillors are thinking that they are fairly interested in the enterprise scheme, then you could just not do anything with these 6 items today. You could just say, we'll just ignore them for today, we'll move on, we'll have the conversation next Monday. If it's enterprise, then these all go away anyway, and you've made a decision. If it's not enterprise this time next week, then we can still come back on the 30th when we're going to talk about the budget again, and then you can deal with these individual vehicles at that stage.
I wondered the same thing, Mr. Clerk, if we declined this vote to do not replace 101 and 366 and then come back with another vote to another resolution to accept the fleet management process. Now, can we do that now, or would it be better to wait?
I'd prefer not, because it's not on the agenda and it has been a council report, so it'll be there next Monday. But, you know, if you don't deal with any of these today and decide not to go with enterprise at that stage, you'll still be able to have a conversation at a future date.
Okay. All right. With Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm sorry, Councillor Greenfield, for bringing it up, but I needed that information to make a decision on what has been brought forward on these 2 vehicles. I needed some education. I also need to know what we spend yearly on vehicles. Last year, we spent $138,000 on vehicles, pickup truck and a 1-ton. This year, we're going to spend $350 or $330. So I need to know what we spend annually to decide what we're doing right now on this. Thank you.
Darcy?
Through your worship, one other suggestion that I may have to try and help with all of this, so that at the end of the discussions, council is actually aware of where they're going to stand with the decisions, is if the fleet management program is the equivalent of $160,000 a year, council may be inclined to pass a resolution to reduce the overall fleet funding in the 2021 budget to $160,000, which therefore then means that we either fund 4 half-ton trucks if we don't go with the enterprise solution, or we have $160,000 in the budget for the enterprise solution. If that makes sense and if that works.
Sort of the way I was headed before.
That's got some merit.
Okay. So the motion that we have on the floor right now is to remove 101 and 366 from the fleet. And that's the one we should be dealing with right now, unless you want to withdraw it.
Yes, Your Worship, but I certainly understand there is still some confusion and still some questions and hopefully some answers to come forward on this subject, and I'm willing to withdraw the motion and wait. I think it'll add to our discussion next week considerably, but the better we are informed, the better decision we can make. So I'll withdraw the motion for now.
I'll have to ask the deputy mayor who seconded it if he'll withdraw. Okay. And Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would like to take Darcy's offer, and I would like to propose a motion that we cut the fleet budget for 2021 to $160,000. That way, we could either buy whatever they want, the 4 trucks, or 2 trucks, or whatever they want. And if we don't go that way, we go the fleet way, that money is there. Either way, we've reduced the 2021 budget by $160,000. 170. You're sharper than I am.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, can I just double check? I'm assuming that Councillor Bartley means light duty fleet. He's not saying the grader and all pickups should be included in that 160.
Correct.
Because I think that's very important.
Yes.
I thought we had the greater things solved.
So did I.
So there's a motion on the floor now, moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Kentner, to reduce the light-duty fleet budget to $160,000. Any question, comment on that before I call?
And how much does that bring the budget down?
So that would save you right now $170,000.
1.2%.
Thank you, that sounds good.
So you're down to 5.2. All in favor of this motion going forward? And that is carried.
Thanks, Darcy.
Always comes up in the end.
Perfect. So we will move forward. So here's an item from the budget survey, and the question was, would you support the municipality bumping up roads that support business attraction? So this would be changing the surface to access different business attractions throughout a municipality. And as you can see from the survey results, 61% of residents said no.
What did you just say?
Yeah, your motion.
So this question, the question would be,
What were you doing to the roads?
the wording says bumping up, but essentially you'd be changing the road surface. So if it's currently a gravel road, you'd be putting some type of surface down to allow for cars to better access different business attractions.
For in-town road?
All different roads throughout the
I
municipality.
understand. Okay.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. I think what the individual who sent this suggestion in meant by bumping up would be to improve the roads. And now it seems a little ironic to me that we have Side Road 8 on our budget list, which goes down to a new cidery. Just a bit of irony there.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
tried to get rid of it.
Must know that guy.
Okay.
So moving on,
Please.
I'll have Jessica speak about road rehabilitation and reconstruction we have planned for 2021.
Back to you, Jess. Thank you.
All right. So the highlights for capital road rehabilitation and reconstruction are Trowbridge Street East resurfacing. So I feel like we talked about this a little bit earlier as well. Essentially, it's looking at that short bit of Trowbridge Street from Sykes to Bayfield, and the construction of accessible parking is kind of the crux of that for the library, but it would also include resurfacing of the municipal lot that's there. The 8th concession, which I didn't realize led to a cidery.
It's not open yet.
So when talking about, and I feel like this was a good conversation with staff as well as coming up through the road SOTI, just about things that really need to be fixed in the near future. This road was one that was mentioned by quite a few and came up in the SOTI itself. So the resurfacing of that stretch of road from Sunny Valley to the town line would be fixing obviously the surface treatment, but for those of you that are aware of it, the water level essentially is at the road. So there's definitely some need for culverts, ditching, and there's also quite a steep bank there that we were looking to stabilize and include roadside safety devices. It also has an old corduroy section, which we would need to reconstruct the base for because it's starting to fail a bit, which is why it's so bumpy. But that is kind of, in a nutshell, the rationale for that particular section. And then finally, roadside safety devices is something that I feel like comes up often on most projects and the importance of them. This past year, we did have capital money in order to do that. Those roadside safety devices are being installed on Edwin, but unfortunately didn't also include, because of the pricing, the section on the 7th line that has been highlighted multiple times, pretty much coming down that large hill. So this funding is in order to install those devices. The challenge there is definitely slope stabilization and the location of the roadside safety devices, but hence the importance of that project. So
Okay.
the other, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just, Councillor Greenfield, yeah.
Thanks again. The Trowbridge Street repaving, and it mentions an accessible parking space. I'm hoping that's going to be close to the library entrance on Trowbridge. Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. So the location is right outside of the library, so it's on the library side of the road.
Okay, thanks very much. The safety devices definitely we need, and yeah, that 8th concession, that's not a bad idea. It's a pretty rough road.
Through you, Madam Chair, I feel like it might meet the bumpy criteria. So following that, we have Gray Ave rehabilitation, which I feel like has also been on the docket for quite some time. In looking at the overall condition ratings on that road, they are very low, in fact the lowest in the municipality. So we are looking at reconstructing, it's only 219 meters. It is concrete, so and my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the history, was that tanks were offloaded there, hence why they were concrete, so I was happy to learn some history. But essentially we're looking at filling in the surface and extending the life until we're doing the underground servicing on that road, which we figure should be about 10 years from now. So we're just trying to improve the surface for that amount of time before it's fully reconstructed.
Your worship?
And then finally, we have a question, Councillor Greenfield.
Yeah. Thanks again. Sorry to be a pest. Gray Avenue, the underground infrastructure, that's only water, isn't it? There's no sewage on Gray Avenue?
Through your worship, yes, currently there's only water infrastructure. When we would replace the water infrastructure, we would also look at adding sewer along that section as well. So the 10-year life expectancy is for the existing water main that is in that section of road.
Okay, I was hoping it might be a longer life expectancy, and then we could wouldn't have to tear it up again in 10 years.
Through your worship, we have a lot of water main that needs to be replaced in the next 10 years, and that's probably already exceeded the end of its life. So there is a possibility, if the road surface holds up longer, that we could wait longer on the replacement of that water main section. But we are looking at doing resurfacing that will get us at least that 10 years to improve the existing road surface.
Thank you.
Okay.
Continuing on, we have a component of our rehabilitation being the CRF, as we discussed yesterday. So the product essentially is to extend the life expectancy of our LCB roads. So the road segments that we've targeted, there's 11 sections. Right now, from an asset management standpoint, we're looking at sections that are 3 to 5 years in age. Generally, best practice for resurfacing of those types of roads is between 5 and 7 years. So the purpose of this application is to extend that life further. Again, the idea behind the product is to fill in cracks and make sure that we're keeping water out of the base of the roads. So
in order for us to do as many sections as we can through this item, it is more cost effective than laying another surface treatment on top of the existing road.
Question? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. Can you explain, is that a powder put down and then a liquid, or?
Yeah, so it's actually a liquid, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, it's actually a liquid which is applied, and then there's, it's like a black sand, essentially, that's put on top of it and then rolled into the surface.
Okay.
So it then fills in all the cracks and keeps all the water and everything out.
Tori?
Through your worship, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the same product that we used on concession 2 this year, and so it can be used on both surface treatment and asphalt roads. It has slightly different purposes because each of those surfaces has different length, service life. So for the surface treated roads, essentially what it can be used for is similar to applying that second layer of surface treatment, but at a lower cost. And so the provider of this product has other municipalities that have switched to using the CRF completely on their surface treated roads to continually extend the life at a lower cost. And after seeing its use on multiple other roads within the municipality, we feel that it would be a great product to help keep our surface treated roads in good condition.
Is this the same product that was used on Storybook Park Road? The different one?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's different. So that was I'm going to say wrap. So it was more like, in the process, it's more like laying asphalt essentially, but it is a recycled material and a thinner layer, so less expensive. But this product is less expensive yet, and designed more to extend the life as opposed to almost replace what's there.
Sure. Thank you.
Bayshore Road resurfacing and drainage work. So this project is just over 1,000 meters of road rehabilitation on Bayshore Road. So we're talking County Road 15 to the end of, we have a bridge structure there, that's the south end of 20. So that general area, and we learned through some of our storms this season, targeting a drainage study for that particular location of the municipality and looking at our drainage infrastructure and how it's working or not working in that general area is definitely something that we feel is appropriate, especially after some of our intense rainstorms that we've had through this spring and summer. So we're looking at a study next year, hence the $50,000, in order to identify what work needs to happen and looking at our drains and the system there, how it's functioning, how it could be functioning better, and then that would then provide us the information in order to construct as per the plan in the following year. It would include detailed design and all of the information that we would need to identify what needs to be done. And then just to finish out that slide, the granular resurfacing program is our usual. Next year will be in our second year of a 3-year contract for granular resurfacing. As you all know, every 3 years, every year we go through 50 to 60 kilometers of gravel road and the application of that. So that is no different than it has been.
Okay. Comments, questions? Councillor Powell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So on the surface, restorative for $347,000. The CRF, restorative material. So yeah, I saw it being put down on the second, and it's a beautiful product, and it makes a road look as if it was just paved. It's quite nice. So I'm wondering on that for the budgetary purpose, instead of allotting you $347,000, if we could reduce that amount to $250,000, that would mean, of course, you would have to do less roads because you wouldn't have the product to put down, but it would still move our municipality forward. So I would I would like to move that we grant you $250,000.
Seconder for that motion, Councillor Greenfield. Comments? Sorry, Tori.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to provide some context onto how we selected the road sections that we have for this product. So with surface-treated roads, the life expectancy is significantly shorter than for asphalt roads. However, it's a cheaper product, so you know, like, there's benefits to both. The roads that we have identified for the CRF are at nearing the end of their life that they could apply to have this product put on them. Once the roads deteriorate too much further, then the road essentially needs to be pulverized and a new layer of surface treatment at some point would have to be put on, because this product could no longer do the necessary filling of the larger cracks of the surface treatment. We can look at reducing this for sure, as all of our roads are in slightly different condition, and so the roads identified obviously vary slightly in their condition, and a year could be okay for this product to still be used, but the roads that we have identified through this are roads that were identified through the road SOTI to be completed either prior to this year or in 2021, just because nothing has been done on them up to this date.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Tori or Darcy, taking $100,000 off of this does the same thing as taking the pavement away from the arena. You're going against the 1.5.
That's correct.
So, through your worship, exactly what I was just going to say, and I suspect I know the reason why Councillor Bell has picked 250,000 out of his brain. It's because basically that would be the amount that you'd cut to maintain road funding levels at 2020 levels instead of going up at all.
Further comments? Are we ready to call the question on this? All in favor of this, reducing the budget for this to $250,000? Those against? 4, and that is lost. Okay, moving on.
So now we will move forward with our infrastructure reconstruction capital project highlights. We'll start with the project that involved combined infrastructure, and I'll pass this one over to Chris.
You've been very patient, Chris. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll take you quickly through highlights of the environmental services infrastructure capital program for 2021. As council knows, we previously were selected for some funding for Sykes Street North reconstruction. The construction include roadway, sidewalk, water and sewer replacement, and storm sewer replacement as well. We are currently approaching the 90% design this month, and PICs will be forthcoming and completed 100% design before the end of the year. This stretch of infrastructure is significantly old. The old water main, I believe, is from the late 1800s, early 1900s, similar to Collingwood Street, that was a continuation of that project. So this project is from Collingwood Street to Lombard Street on the connecting link. Next one is the infrastructure reconstruction capital highlights. We're looking at doing some work on Cook Street. The project is to replace existing undersized water main and storm sewer in the vicinity of the old MCS property. This project will include water, sewer, storm, and curb and gutter, I believe, as well. We are looking to do the design portion in 2021 and the construction in 2022 to align with the development on that property.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Chris, and always good news to receive this funding, looking at the Sykes Street. Do we know at this point in time whether we'll be able to keep one line open, or would that be a decision that might come to council as it did with the Sykes Street Bridge?
Through your worship, we are in consultation with the engineering firm to determine how they will implement that and try to keep one lane functional during that project. So they are looking at different scenarios for implementing that project.
Tori?
Through your worship, just to add to that, the alignment of the infrastructure and their design is actually allowing for one lane in each direction to remain open during the construction, because we do have on-street parking on both sides of the road right now. It does provide a wider road base to be able to do that, which we cannot do on most of our road sections. So they have, even from the 30% design process, provided us with construction staging that shows how they can keep lanes of traffic open during construction. However, there is some requirement on the contractor to further determine how that's going to happen, so the exact specifics sometimes get worked out further during the construction process.
The next project is the commercial water meter replacement. It is a continuation of the water replacement to RF meters, similar to the residential program that we did in 2017. There is approximately 230 some odd meters that still need replaced, and this will get us to full RF meters throughout the entire municipality, both residential and commercial meter readings. It'll allow quicker meter reading, and some of those meters are reaching their 20-plus year lifespan. Some of them are even older than that. Some of the water treatment capital highlights. As part of the Nelson Street Booster Station, there's several capital programs that are interlinked with that project. One of them is the water treatment variable frequency drive. This is, as I mentioned, part of the Nelson Street Booster Station project, and is required as part of the pressure issues, and through the water and wastewater master servicing plan, it was identified that we needed to look at something at the water treatment plant to alleviate those pressure issues we were having in the distribution system. As part of also the Nelson Street Booster Station, with the building of the station at the preferred location at the base of the water tower, we also have to upgrade our SCADA system, and our dialer does not have enough ports to fulfill the amount of SCADA inputs currently that will be coming from the new booster station at that tower. We're also looking at doing a chlorine room heater replacement. That is located at the water treatment plant. The existing chlorine heater is starting to fail, and due to the extreme atmospheric conditions that are on a daily basis there from the gas chlorination system, the metal components within that system are starting to fail and deteriorate. Filter gallery makeup, air makeup. This is also located at the water treatment plant. It reduces the humidity within the filter treatment room, and it is not functioning at full capacity, so we're looking at replacing it as well. Also, we are looking at replacing inlet valves and actuators. We are replacing filter number 1 inlet and actuator as part of the filter replacement program now, and looking at replacing the one on the other filter once we complete that program, which will be in end of 2020, so we'll do this in 2021. That valve has caused some operational issues and has jammed and failed on occasion. As I stated earlier, Nelson Street Booster Station, which incorporated some of the other capital programs, we're looking at replacing the existing Nelson Street Booster Station, which is right now located in the right-of-way with one single pump, circa early 1950s, with no backup generators and no backup pumps to run if something happens to that facility. This was also identified previously through the Water and Wastewater Master Servicing Plan, and included in that project is some pipe replacement, water main replacement on Nelson Street between the existing booster station and Pearson Street. That piece of piping is significantly undersized, and with the replacement of the booster station, in order to get fire flows in the upper zone or zone 1, it needs to be replaced. And the water distribution capital highlights, with the implementation of our alternate trunk main on Thompson Street, we are now able to do some work on the existing 16-inch trunk main located on Cook Street. This will include replacement of valves and other hardware so that we can still maintain and isolate the 16-inch main. This was unable to be previously done as we did not have an alternate main that we could isolate and shut off that 16 trunk to do any work on it. Now on to the wastewater treatment capital. We are looking at replacing the MCC panel in the return sludge building. This was identified by a third-party consultant during a electrical review of the facility. This is presently being designed and is slated to be replaced in 2021. Also, the aeration PLC, which is a SCADA upgrade in the blower building. That piece of equipment has failed, and we are currently borrowing a unit from our neighbors at Town of the Blue Mountains to get us through until we replace that computer equipment. Also, through the electrical review conducted by the third party, it has been identified that a lot of the transformers and electrical equipment on site is original 1970 and is required to be replaced. This will be designed in 2021 and with replacements scheduled for 2022. Wastewater collection continuing, sewage pump station number 2, which is located on site at 35 Grant Avenue. During some previous replacement of our clarifiers, it was determined that some of the valving located at that station was not functional and needed to be replaced. We're looking at doing some preliminary design in 2021, and the construction and replacement of those valves in 2022. Included in that project too is some clarifier construction that was not completed during the clarifier project due to the fact that there was kind of logistics that needed to be done, and a lot of bypassing of the station and the plant needed to be done as part of that process. So we should put that off until 2022. Some of the capital projects, additional considerations that were on the original capital program and we removed. Lakeshore Road South and Algonquin Drive from Ford Avenue to Centerville. We have had numerous breaks along that section of pipe. It's old 100 millimeter water main. The problem with that is anytime we do have a break between Ford Avenue and Centerville Road, it causes service interruption for a numerous amount of residents out Centerville and Scotia Drive area, as it is only one feed that way. It is not looped. So that one was on the original program and has been removed. Also, the digester demolition, which is the old original biosolids digester from 1970, located at the wastewater treatment plant property. It continues to be pushed out into future years but does continue to deteriorate and become a health and safety hazard on site. That project was estimated to be $120,000 for removal and demolition on site.
Are there any questions for the water, wastewater projects?
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, the same as the capital works, looking forward at an 8% increase in water and sewer rates forever, as far as I can see. In 12 years, your water and sewer rates will be double what they are now. I don't think that's sustainable. I know you can't screw around with water or sewer, I know that. But is there anything in all of that that we could do without and not affect our water or wastewater, that we could bring the rates down to an acceptable level?
Through your worship, a lot of these projects have been deferred in previous years. We're getting to the point now where 3 or 4 years deferred that we can no longer. There's the Nelson Street Booster Station, almost $3 million. Our water and sewer infrastructure is not getting any cheaper. We still have 1896 water main in the ground that's 100+ years old that needs replaced. I guess if we end up deferring a lot of this stuff, when do we catch up, I guess?
Just a supplementary. I'm not a water guy, okay? I'm not saying cancel the booster station. It's required. Is there anything in there, your panel or whatever that you could do without to bring the rates down? Or is it all 100% necessary? And I apologize, I know it's our job to cut, but I'm not a water man, and I would, you don't have to do it now, Chris, can you look at it?
Through the end of the month? We can go back and take a look, but like most of the stuff, we didn't put anything fluffy in there, I guess, at the end of the day. It's all required. It's equipment that's failing or needs replaced, and in order to operate the facilities properly, we need to replace this stuff.
I appreciate that, and I do not pay for water or sewer in this town, but I fear that it's going to be out of reach. Right now, it's $250 a month, then it'll be $500 a month in no time, and that's a lot of money.
Through your worship, just to provide a bit more context to this, so the financial plan that came forward to council earlier this year that we are required to have through the ministry to get our license renewed, actually identified a budget increase, if I'm correct, of 25% this year. And what we have done is, so the budget over the next 10 years averaged an 8% increase. So what we have done is to match that 8% and further push off some of those projects that we feel should have gotten done this year. Unfortunately, a lot of these projects on this list have been in that similar state as Chris had identified, that these have been pushed off. In 2015, the Nelson Street Booster Pumping Station through the master plan was identified as an urgent project, and it's now going to be completed in 2021. We are lucky that nothing has happened that has impacted that pressure zone, but that pressure zone not only includes many of our residents, but also the hospital, which just provides greater concern because they rely on our water pressure for a lot of their equipment in the hospital, so can't actually function as they need to when we do see dips in pressure, which does happen on occasion. These smaller projects, which some of them still seem quite large, have all been identified through different assessments as urgent or are replacing pieces that have already failed us. For instance, the top project on this list, the MCC replacement, when I first read that, I also had no clue what that was, but that piece of equipment currently has extensive water damage to it, and so we're looking at moving it so that it is actually in a protected case outside of the facility, so that we can continue to proceed with providing wastewater treatment and don't impact it during construction, but also provide further protection in the future. And it's actually going to reduce the cost of of this project in comparison to us replacing it in place. So we are working to try to reduce the costs, but everything that we have presented, unfortunately, we feel is necessary to continue providing safe drinking water and treated wastewater.
Through your worship, if I could, just because I know people are listening in, I think it's important to note that our average bill for our water and sewer user is actually between $250 and $300 every other month, not every month. I assume it was just a mistake in speaking, but I just wanted to clarify that it's every other month. I know that this is an uphill battle, especially when you're facing 8% every year, but one thing that take away all of the equipment, all the treatment plants, everything else. We know right now on the water system, we have 16 kilometers of water main that is greater than 70 years old and is 4-inch water main. That should all be replaced yesterday. We have a wastewater state of the infrastructure report that council is going to see fully within the next month and a half. That wastewater report indicates that there are $6.3 million worth of urgent wastewater pipe replacements that need to be done yesterday. So I know that, looking down the barrel of this gun is not good. Ultimately, though, and council I know is very well aware of this, we are mandated by the province to have a full cost recovered system that doesn't rely on the taxpayer to fund it. So the pipe is in the ground. Unless we are willing to go back to property owners and say, you are no longer going to have water and sewer services because we're not going to replace that pipe in the ground for you, which would be a long shot for us to do with the Ministry of Environment because all those people would have to go to wells and septic systems. This is the harsh reality of our system. And the way in order to actually reduce the costs over time is not through increased development and urban sprawl or going out to, Park Bridge or whatever the case may be. It's development with significant intensification within the urban area that already has servicing. Because then it doesn't mean that we're adding pipe, which then has to be replaced 60 or 80 years from now. It means that we're servicing within the system that we have already. That's what the focus needs to be. It's the only way we're going to contain these costs.
Thanks, Darcy. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. I don't see as we dealt with slide 60, which was additional considerations and a bucket truck. Was that discussed?
No, we will. I was just,
Okay.
The next slide had information on what Darcy was speaking to, so I was hoping that if you had, we can go in order.
Could I ask a question, though, of Chris, then, on slide 59? The digester demolition, until you said 120,000, my script didn't have the amount in there. So my question is that something that, could be done over a period of time? In the first year, basically make it secure, and in the second year, get rid of it, or something like that, so that we could divide that 120 into two 60s?
Through your worship, that piece of, or I guess that building has been there obviously since 1970. It was looked at previously to be reutilized as a storage and retention tank. We've let it sit for several years in anticipation of using it for that. Through different studies, that is not the case. And as such, freeze thaws over the last 15 or 20 years has deteriorated that, and the pricing was to come in and remove the existing concrete structure, mulch it up or shred it up and bury it on site in the hole that it would cause.
So this project currently isn't in our budget, so we were just identifying that this was something that was removed from the 2021 budget and has been removed from previous budgets as well, and pushed off. And so it would be an addition if we did add it, but yes, council could either this year or in a future year decide to put a portion of the funds for this in reserves, and then once we have the entire funding, we could then proceed with the demolition. Completing the demolition all at once would be the most cost effective, but it could be funded over 2 years to reduce the impact in a single year.
So if we had a motion to do that, we could, again, have put 60 in reserves for next year, and then have 60 that we could use to reduce the increase in the cost of water sewer.
No, sorry, I'll leap in and try and give clarity here.
Okay.
This project is not in the budget at all. Anywhere that it says additional considerations, these are the projects that staff originally planned to do in 2021, but have pulled out of the budget already. Neither of these two projects appear in that master list of capital projects that we've pointed out a couple of times. So anything about this will be an addition to the budget, which means a higher increase.
Okay, Councillor Greenfield first, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions for Mr. Collier, but just first of all to Mr. Smith, and this would be water paid. Water
yes.
user, yeah, okay. If I may, through to Chris, chlorine room heater backing up a bit, $18,500. Now this isn't just a little 1,000-watt heater you sit on the floor and plug in. Is it right in the lines that this heater unit is? I'm having trouble visualizing it.
Through your worship, it is located within the chlorine gas room. It keeps the room at a decent temperature that all the equipment within that room is functioning. There is a bit of off-gassing from the equipment that is in there, and as such causes the copper and wires and whatnot to deteriorate prematurely as compared to in a regular oxygenated room. It is hooked to our existing boiler system and is fed through that system.
Sounds a bit convoluted, all right. We have the hospital up on top of the hill, and down below to the to the northeast of it, we have a proposal from People Care, who hope to get the shovel in the ground next year. Are the projects on, there's a couple of finishing up projects on Cook and the booster station up on top of the hill. Are they going to be able to coincide with what's going on with everything at the hospital and potentially down at People Care? Or is there going to be any problems there?
Through your worship, the Nelson Street Booster Station construction is slated for 2021, the actual construction. The other project on Cook Street is design in 2021 and construction in 2022, so they won't coincide with each other.
Okay.
Through your worship as well, the Cook Street project, with regards to the potential development in that area, part of the timing of the Cook Street project, not that it isn't needed, but part of it is due to that development site. So we are working with our development team to ensure that they do coincide and that there isn't an issue between development on the property and the work that we are doing within the right-of-way.
Thank you.
Good to know. Anything further? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I appreciate everything that has been said to explain these increases, although they are still awfully hard to bear. Chris, not to put you on the spot, but you did, I think, mention at one point this afternoon that you could go back and look at the projects that you proposed and just see if there's anything that could be postponed. So I would just ask you to think about that and come back to council if you do find that there's anything that you think you could move forward. And I just wanted to ask in relation to People Care, is any financial support coming from them at all to help with getting the upgraded services to their property?
Through your worship, so currently the water main and sanitary sewer along that road section do not meet either the requirements of the existing development in the area or don't meet the ministry guidelines. So yes, we need the upgraded infrastructure to help service that property, but we need it regardless. So unfortunately, at this point, there has been no discussion about funding coming from the property. But again, they're still at they're a certain stage, and we're just very preliminary as well, so don't fully understand everything that needs to be done. So like I said, we will be having discussions with the contractor or with the developer to ensure the projects coincide, and there might be a possibility, but at this point we don't see any funding coming from them.
Yeah, if I can expand on that, from the wastewater and the water side, absolutely, it's our standard, and we have to maintain it and connect into it. Where there is an opportunity that we'll explore is when we have to deal with storm management on Cook Street, and they have to deal with storm management on their own property, through the design and considerations, there may be opportunity for cost sharing, and we can do that. We did that on Collingwood Street with the proposed development there, where we worked with them because of mutual things. So that's where the main consideration will be going go forward with People Care.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and first of all, I want to thank staff for going to work and applying for provincial grants. It's over $1 million there on the one, and I mean, we need those big dollars, so thank you for that. Darcy, you said that we're basically looking down the barrel of a gun here, and is this about a 15-year plan at 8% in order to accomplish this goal, or is it even stretched out farther than that?
Through your worship, the plan that council approved was a 10-year long plan, so I mean, I think it will be longer than 10 years simply because 8% every year deals with the needs right now based on the current value. It doesn't really include inflationary factors, so I think it'll take us longer than that to get there. So yeah, I mean, I don't, not that it isn't already a dire enough picture, but I don't want to sugarcoat anything for council.
Appreciate that.
Okay, moving on.
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving on, and just before we continue with the next slide, I just want to highlight, so again, these are not budgeted projects. These projects are projects that were not considered in this year's budget, but should be on council's radar, because they're definitely on our radar as staff, and were pushed off from the 2021 budget onward based on our initial review. So included in this is structures 21, 22, and 10. So all three of these bridges have currently reached end of life and are closed. I know council is very aware of structures 21 and 22, but I just wanted to reiterate we also have an additional structure, structure 10, that is also on that list, and based on current council direction, would be required to have the funds to reopen it if that is the decision moving forward. And so based on the current prices that we have for these structures, as you saw last week, structures 21 and 22 could be between just under $1 million to $2 million to replace, and structure 10 currently we've received pricing very preliminary through our OSIM inspections of about $1 million. And then as well, I'll pass this off to Jess because I know she'll have more information, but we originally were looking at replacing the bucket truck this year, but that was also pushed off. If you want to add anything about that. The vehicle is currently a 1995 and doesn't meet our existing requirements for what it is used for. And therefore, we were hoping to replace it with something that does meet those requirements. However, understanding the constraints of the budget, this again has been pushed off because it's clearly well outside of our 15-year replacement timeline.
Thanks, Tori. Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, through your worship. I just wondered, Jessica, whether or not you see an awful lot of buckets for rent at the moment all over the place. Is this not something that we could rent a bucket when we need it and maybe not have a boom truck? We're not going to be using the boom truck for any of the tree removal on the ditches because we have a superior machine for that. So I just wondered, could we rent our way into the future for the forestry team?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, just so we're all on the same page, we're definitely not looking to replace this equipment this coming year. To answer the question about contracting services, we actually do use our bucket truck often. So ditching or brush removal aside, it's very different type of tree work than what we have a brushing head for. A great example is in the windstorm this past weekend, full tree failures occur across the road, and those are the types of things that we're still removing, like pegs that are standing behind, or if there's hazard tree related issues that are close to the roadway, like that's not something that we would use the brusher head for. So quite often we actually are using this specifically, and actually I won't get into it because it's part of our vegetation management plan, which I'll be coming to talk to you about in a couple months or next month. But as part of our roadside work, we actually do use the bucket truck for larger trees, whereas the concern is we want to make sure that we're pruning them properly and not necessarily just using like a mechanical head. So these two pieces of equipment are used quite often in tandem.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bridge number 10. I didn't bring my briefcase today, but bridge number 10, I recall, is down towards the Balaclava direction. I don't know how to do this to save staff doing any kind of work and spending money. That bridge, from the day it was closed, is a bridge that no one down there has been voicing, please keep the bridge open. And I understand that staff are moving in the direction of council's direction of trying to keep all the bridges open. But I don't know how to put this forward, that there is no desire to spend any money on bridge number 10. And I don't know what the format would be to stop staff from spending time on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks, Councillor Bell. I think we've talked a couple of times today about various members of council perhaps wanting to have a look again at our bridge strategy. I would suggest that you don't do anything about this today because we're not planning on spending any money on it right now. This is not in the budget. We're not planning engineering, nothing along those lines. So that when the Transportation Master Plan comes back and or somebody brings a notice of motion to say that you want to go back and look again at whether you are replacing all the bridges, let's deal with those ones then, rather than trying to mishmash things together today as part of the budget.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Jessica, concerning the bucket truck, it's a beautiful old truck. I've had the enjoyment actually of working from the bucket in that truck, and it does a great job, but it does have its limitations. In today's world, it just doesn't have the reach, for one thing, as again, for doing forestry work alongside the road, when you see the hydro trucks that are reaching out 100 and 120 feet, and ours will reach about 30, You realize that it has its limitations. Have you priced a new, and I'm assuming new truck is what you're thinking? Can you give us an idea of what kind of money it might cost for a new one?
Through you, Madam Chair, most certainly. So it is reach. You're 100% right. That is the constraint of the existing vehicle, is the reach of the boom for the work that we're doing. So the vehicle is in decent shape, but it is limited for what it can do. So in looking at what a new truck of a similar size but a longer reach on the aerial device, it would be somewhere between, say, $130,000 to $140,000 for a new vehicle.
Okay, thanks for that. So certainly, we have that much in reserve. I think Mr. Chapman told us we had 416,000 in the truck reserve.
Yeah, we don't need it yet.
Pardon?
Nothing?
Yes, it was about that much.
Okay, all right, that's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have just two little things. So the bucket truck does not reach high enough. Is that why we've had Redmond in both the park and the cemetery? Because we're not capable of that tree service?
So through you, Madam Chair, so the work being done in the parks and the cemeteries is, as Rod alluded to when he was here, fairly imminent. So like the work that they needed needs to happen ASAP. But because of the location and the positioning of where the vehicle needs to be away from grave sites, as an example, the reach on the existing boom isn't necessarily capable.
Yep.
So I would say yes, it's a large factor,
Yep.
but also in-house time to do that as well. Like Redmond's is able to do it quicker.
Yes.
So I feel like it's twofold, but the reach is a big one for sure.
Thank you. And if I may, and I'm sorry, Matt, I'm going to bring up Bridge 10, because I was the lowlife that brought ahead this bridge, new bridge, keep them open. But at that time, and I remember distinctively, that we said as a group that Bridge 10 will not be opened. That's a one-off from the group. And at that time, we were looking at selling that bridge to the farm owner. There's one field on the other side he has to get to, and at that time that was happening. But distinctly remember, Bridge 10 is off the table.
Through your worship, my memory of exact details of resolutions is flaky at best. I think the resolution text said all bridges, but I do remember there was a conversation about other options for that particular bridge. We haven't progressed those other options at all as yet. To be honest, if I was a landowner, I wouldn't be very keen on buying a bridge.
It was an option we talked. I know the landowner, and he talked about it also.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tori, I have to bring up Bridges 21 and 22 again. You mentioned when you spoke to them that nothing would happen this year. But I'm wondering, should an agreement come back from Chatsworth to say that they are, willing to go forward? And since we have the funding in the bank for a second EA, so should we get to that point, then we could at least accomplish that much in 2021?
Through your worship, yes, the identification of these on this slide is that we don't have funding in the current 2021 budget. However, yes, to move forward with the EA, if council decides to proceed in that direction, that would proceed in 2021, as we do have money in reserves for that process to proceed. If there was additional work that needed to proceed in 2021 as well, that obviously there's no funding for it. So we would have to come forward and identify how that would be paid for. So we just wanted to highlight on this slide that those are structures that are currently closed and are currently not budgeted for in 2021. But yes, there is money in reserves for the EA.
And there is money in reserves for the bridge construction itself?
Some.
Some, yes.
Yes. About 300,000, I think Darcy told me last week.
think he said
Yeah,
350.
he's given me the wavy fingers, so we're about in that ballpark.
Which wavy finger?
Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Greenfield?
Sorry, Your Worship. If I can go back to Jessica and the bucket truck for just a moment. I can't find what our forestry services budget is for this year, but I do have jotted down that the contract services are to increase by $36,000. If indeed we had a new bucket truck, would that eliminate those contracted services, or at least cut them back considerably in cost?
Through you, Madam Chair, no pun intended on the cutback, I guess. I think the increase in the operating budget, the increase to our forestry services was money moved from elsewhere, so it's not new money. The contracted services increased and everything stayed the same. I feel like we have multiple kilometers of road that requires tree work, and the idea behind our contracted services increase this year is, in my mind, there's a few specific projects that really need to be done for sightline issues, and to contract them out, they would be done quickly and they would be off our books. So the intention behind our increase in contracted services would be for a few of those specific locations. That being said, we could definitely benefit from having the aerial device in order to do some of that work, but it doesn't increase our person time that is required to do that work.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so to finish off, we'll just give out some information on long-term capital projects that are coming up. So as Darcy had identified a bit earlier, and why I flipped through to this slide is to highlight the 100-millimeter cast iron water main that we currently have within our water distribution system. So this water main is no longer meets the requirements identified from the ministry to have 150-millimeter diameter water main to allow for proper fire flow and system pressures. We currently have 15 kilometers or a little bit more of this 100-millimeter water main. In our master plan, it was identified to replace 1,000 meters annually to start chipping away at this large amount of water main that needs replacing. And in total, this would result in $32 million worth of water main replacement. This water main has also reached end of life, and we're lucky that back in the day they built sturdy and strong water main, because we don't see significant failures of this water main, but it's not providing our residents with the necessary pressures to provide proper fire flow. We have been able to replace small amounts of this. However, since 2015, when the master plan was completed, we have definitely not replaced 1,000 meters a year. As well, we have the inverted siphon. The siphon crosses from the north to the south side of the Big Head River, and it actually is the location where all of the wastewater on the north side of the urban area comes to cross to get to the wastewater treatment plant. It is nearing capacity, and with future development identified on the north side of the urban area, we will require this to be upsized to allow for the increased flow. So it is scheduled for design in 2022 and replacement in 2023. As well, going to the transportation side, in the next 5 years, through our OSAMs, I have highlighted 5 bridge structures that require replacement, and they range from anywhere from $580,000 to over $1 million each to replace, just to provide a bit more information on how this impacts the existing budget. Currently, we are spending $1.3 million annually on bridges with that 1% increase. Looking at just these structures and not including any rehabilitation or smaller projects that are needed, within the next 5 years, we need to fund $1.7 million annually to prevent bridges from having to be closed. So even in the short term, there are gaps in our funding. And so it's important that we at least proceed with the projects that we have identified to date. So hopefully we can continue to work away and potentially through maintenance push off one of these projects for an additional year. This is why we are identifying the projects that we are to proceed with replacement. Of this list, I think if I remember correctly, only structure 59 was identified through the bridge SOTI as a potential bridge for closure. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Tori. Questions? I think we all need a walk out in the fresh air. Okay, well, thank you for that, for your patience and for all of the work that's gone into all of staff in terms of presenting this information to council. There was one thing outstanding. I'm not sure that we need it now. Mr. Clerk, that was, we were going to look at perhaps a motion to maintain the 2019 levels. I don't know if that's necessary now, if we want to.
So it was withdrawn, so council doesn't have to deal with it,
We
but of
don't
course
have
any
to.
members are able to. We sort of left some time here at the end for, well, I say we left some time.
Well, you
we had
might
a plan
have.
for some time for any member of council who wanted to bring up anything that we have or haven't discussed over the last 2 days for sort of final changes. And if there are any of those, I'll probably pull Rob and Darcy back down. But if there aren't, then we can be done for the day. Oh, okay. There is a slide coming. There is a reason why the island is up there rather than the slideshow. There's a slide coming which will tell us where we're at right now, which is probably better than the scrawled notes I have on the page beside me.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Council, we'll take you through this where we're at right now. So yesterday, $60,000 in added revenue for the bag tags. Today we have removed $60,000 for the fire apparatus reserve funding. We've reduced the columbarium funding to only complete one niche, saving us $30,000. We have removed the arena parking lot resurfacing project for $201,000. And we reduced the overall fleet funding to $160,000 in total, which saves us $170,000. This gives us a tax rate increase projected at 5.14%. Tori, you have the clicker? Can you just go to the next slide? Yep. Thanks. So this is what we're looking at as an update here now. So what's happened is our base budget increase at the top has gone down slightly. That $451,000 number was $511, but it now reflects a $60,000 decrease because of the bag tag revenue. The other two areas that have been affected are facility capital funding. It shouldn't say increase anymore. That's my fault for trying to get this done in 3 minutes. It's a decrease of a net of $174,500. As well, the capital funding, general capital funding has still increased by $100,000, but we've also had taken $174,000 out of the library. So in effect, the general capital works have decreased in funding by about $75,000. So we are left with a net additional required this year of $751,130, which gets us to that 5.14%.
Well done. But I think I had heard that magic
Can
figure
you
of
see the other
5%.
slide, please? Do you mind going back to the other slide?
It's for Facebook.
Well,
We can certainly send, it's only
Send it.
3 slides, because the next one just says a big question there. So we'll certainly send this masterful slide deck to council, so that you all have it, so if you want it for future reference, or posting it to social media, or whatever you'd like to do to show your work at this over the last 2 days, then you'll have that information.
Well done. Thanks so much, Darcy, for making that happen right now. I don't think there's any questions at this stage. Is there? Oh, there is. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors. I think that I'm going to bring back my motion to go back to the 2020 levels. I think we can break 5%. And I would like to have Mr. Chapman talk on that behalf. And I know that the concern is the paving, which we have got out at $201,000, and what that means for when staff get that, if this council goes with this motion. So I'm just going to bring it back to consider maintaining the 2020 levels. And I think maybe Mr. Chapman's had a little bit of time to maybe work on that. I hope he has, because it is my, I do think we can break 5%.
Putting the 5%, but paving back in.
Okay, so through your worship, I guess, at the end of the day, if you're looking at this slide deck, what Councillor Bell is effectively suggesting is that the facility capital funding, which is now sitting at a big negative $174,500, we would put that money back into the budget to get it to show 0.
Yes.
We would also then take the roads and bridges funding at $231,380 and remove projects to get that line item to show 0. By doing that, you will have effectively reduced the overall budget by about $56,000, which would get you under 5%. I don't know the exact number, but 4 3/4-ish.
The other way,
in order to accomplish this, we would effectively, to get back to 2020 levels, what we're doing is taking and removing $146,000 in road-related funding, $85,000, give or take, in bridge-related funding, and we're putting $174,000 back into the parking lot project or something else that council wishes us to bring forward.
Yep.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Kentner?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, just could we get some clarification? What are we, did you say you're going back to 2020 funding levels?
I believe that's the request of Councillor
Okay,
Bell.
so what does that do to your 1 + 1 + 0.5?
0.
In other words, we're not making that effort this year at all across the board. And you see, I told you, that's not, certainly wasn't what I was looking for. I'm just looking for the best of all possible worlds, which is to keep, pressing ahead on our infrastructure deficit and at the same time have a reasonable tax increase.
So I guess to Councillor Kentner's comment, what you have right now probably meets that need in that we are still continuing to fund roads and bridges, but leaving other capital issues for future years.
Matt?
thanks, Madam Mayor. we are going to have a conversation about budget on November the 30th because you've asked for 2 more reports to come back at that stage. You'll have also dealt with the enterprise thing next week. I think this has been a very long 2 days for council, and I'm pretty sure you're all as hot as I am right now. I wonder whether it might be best to step away from this now and consider that when you hear those 2 budget reports, and we have a section on the agenda for any additional changes at that point, rather than trying to thrash something out right now that you don't really necessarily have a total idea of what it looks like.
Okay, Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Matt, thank you. I think you're bang on in your thing. I just wanted to add one more comment that we won't know what county or education's doing, but if there's any sort of pattern in the past, that 5.14 will drop down to 4 or less. That's only a guess. Thank you.
Councillor Kentner?
I'd just like to make clear, unless I've overlooked something, we only took one thing out of the facilities budget. Were there others? And all, it was one thing. It was a parking lot in an arena that is operating at about 30% capacity due to COVID. So to me, if we can accomplish what we've achieved here doing that, I don't see the necessity of backing up on our emphasis on roads and bridges this year. Anyway.
All right, so leave it as is for now.
So, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship, and just quickly, I don't think I can make a decision anyway until I hear from staff as to what project they might pull back on. To just make a decision now to, to make that change is difficult when we don't know really what the implication is, so I need to wait.
Okay.
I just quickly to add, sorry, Madam Mayor, if council passes that motion, you're going to have to tell us which projects to pull back on. We've put all of these in because we believe they need to be done.
Yeah. But we do have 2 staff reports coming that is more additional information to discuss at that meeting. Okay, so I'll ask one more time if there's a seconder for Councillor Bell's motion. If not, then we'll leave it for further discussion. With that, I need a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole. Councillor Greenfield. Deputy Mayor, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And that brings to a close. Again, thank you, staff, so much for your patience and all of your information and your helping us through some very difficult decisions. It's been a long couple of days, and I declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
And I know council will be delighted to hear that your agenda package for next Monday will be out within the next 10 minutes.
Wonderful.